Poof! When Song Junwan crushed the aphrodisiac pill, it made a very familiar sound. A sound which stabbed into by Xiaochun's ears and went deep into his mind. Pink mist roiled out in all directions, enveloping both him and Song Junwan before he could even react. Without even thinking about it, he began to back away, but before he could take more than a few steps, a bewitching, soft, and curvaceous form grabbed him. He suddenly realized that somewhere deep inside of him was a profound sense of anticipation. Blinking, he shouted, "No! Don't! Wait, Wanner! What are you doing? Don't tear my clothes off. This is my first time." His shrieks were particularly exaggerated, and although he seemed to be struggling to fight against the effects of the pink mist, he obviously wasn't putting much heart into it. The main thing he was afraid of was that Song Junwan would figure out what had occurred between him and Mistress Red Dust back in the wildlands. Suddenly, he screamed with renewed fervor, "Stop it! At least let me get ready." Piteous wails erupted from within the mist, but clearly he was just putting on a show. The look in his eyes and the way he held himself actually made it easier for Song Junwan to tear his clothing off. Panting, Song Junwan said, "Shut up! This is exactly what I want. Your first time." Along with her words came the brutal sound of clothing being torn. At that point, Bai Xiaochun's shrieking ceased, and a sharp intake of breath could be heard from Song Junwan. And then, the mist began to seethe and burn. 2 hours went by. When the mist vanished, Song Junwan seemed to be thinking clearly again. Her clothing was back on, but a deep flush covered her face. Next to her was Bai Xiaochun, an expression on his face that was a mixture of pride and tenderness. Arms wrapped around his knees, he looked off into space. The expression on his face was very pleasing to Song Junwan. In fact, if he had looked any other way, she might have become suspicious. Adjusting her clothing, she smiled and said, "All right, hurry up and put some clothes on. Don't worry, I'm not going to abandon you now or something." The truth was that Bai Xiaochun's days was only 30% real and 70% a show. He didn't dare to do anything other than look like he was in a daze. Otherwise, Song Junwan might have guessed at the truth. In his mind, he was comparing Song Junwan and Mistress Red Dust. In the end, he decided that both of them were perfect. One was wild and barbaric, the other was shockingly beautiful. The truth was that all sorts of different flowers had their upsides. However, he kept a strange look on his face, and after a bit of thought, even shivered a few times to make it really seem like it was his first time. Inside, he was sighing endlessly at the fact that, twice in a row, he had been trapped by an aphrodisiac pill. Is the aphrodisiac pill the bane of my existence? If there was a first time and a second time, does that mean there will be a third, fourth, and fifth time? Although it was somewhat of a dismal thought, for some reason, he actually looked forward to it. Song Junwan was completely pleased by the strange look on Bai Xiaochun's face. Patting her bag of holding, she produced a new set of clothing, which she handed over to him. Considering the blank look that was on his face, she offered a few tender words and then helped him get dressed. Of course, although the blank look remained on his face, inside he was feeling wonderful, and couldn't help but marvel at the wonderful act he was putting on. At the same time, he kept wondering why he was so outstanding. If he weren't, why would Mistress Red Dust and Song Junwan have both intentionally used an aphrodisiac pill to bewitch him? I can't blame them. I can only blame my outstanding nature. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he sighed helplessly at his amazing qualities. Feeling prouder of herself than ever, Song Junwan rubbed his shoulder and offered some more tender words. It was at that point that Bai Xiaochun finally broached the subject of Ho Xiaomei. Earlier, Song Junwan might have answered such questions, but would have felt somewhat uncomfortable doing so. Now, considering how pleased she was, she didn't mind at all, and explained everything she knew. Several thousand cultivators from the river-defying sect had gone to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect to participate in the selection process. In total, there were tens of thousands from the Eastern Heavenspan River who had participated in the trial. Song Junwan hadn't passed the test. And in fact, of all the other river-defying sect disciples, only Ghostfang had succeeded. However, during the talent portion of the assessment, Ho Xiaomei was shown to be particularly suited to the divine abilities and magical techniques of Heavenspan Island. Therefore, both she and Ghostfang had proceeded on to Heavenspan Island. Actually, Ho Xiaomei wasn't the only one to receive such treatment. According to Song Junwan, there were a total of 8 other disciples who had been selected because of how well they conformed to certain legacy magical techniques. When Bai Xiaochun heard that Ho Xiaomei was one of several disciples to go to Heavenspan Island, he felt a bit better about the situation. And he felt even better when Song Junwan pointed out that such arrangements had been made many times throughout history. In fact, it had been this way for thousands of years. Furthermore, most cultivators who served as special guards on Heavenspan Island eventually returned to their home sects. Maybe I'm just worrying too much. Having received all of this information, he looked over at Song Junwan and noticed how exhausted she seemed. In fact, both of them seemed to be a bit out of sorts. Clearing his throat, he offered some words of departure. Before leaving, though, he gave her a Deva soul. He had never been able to collect another full set of 5 Deva souls. However, even only one of the souls he had could be considered a precious treasure in the Heavenspan River region. One of those souls could be traded into a sect for a set of Deva Beast souls, and would be of immense help to Song Junwan when it came time for her to create her nascent soul. Furthermore, if she succeeded, she would have a nascent soul that put her on the same level as the chosen from the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. It would definitely be beneficial to her cultivation. Song Junwan was completely shaken by the gift. It was the first time in her life that she had ever laid hands on something so precious. She looked up at Bai Xiaochun, the entrancement in her eyes growing deeper. She didn't try to persuade him to stay. However, when he turned to leave, she walked over and embraced him. The feeling of her soft curves pressing into him caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to start racing again. Although he had just gone through an incredible experience, being held by her immediately caused him to recall everything that had just happened. Worried that he might reveal some information he didn't want to, he mumbled a few words and then hurried away. Outside of the Immortal's cave, he felt his heart still pounding, and muttered a few more times about how much of a vixen she was. Sighing, he realized that he really had changed. This time, he wasn't nearly as depressed as he had been the last time. Wait, no way. I can't be like this. Oh, and I definitely can't let Ho Xiaomei find out. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he suddenly started wondering if Ho Xiaomei had somehow come across an aphrodisiac pill. If not, then perhaps he would need to figure out a way to make sure she did. Hold on. No. How could Bai Xiaochun be a person like that? After all, he was a very pure person, and therefore such thinking didn't befit him. Eventually, he looked up into the sky and sighed. Why? Why am I so outstanding? Sighing, he made his way to the Immortal's cave that had been prepared for him. Once inside, he sat down cross-legged and got his thoughts under control. It's hard to say where the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect stands when it comes to the river-defying sect. To be safe, I really need to become a Deva as soon as possible. At that point, his eyes lit up with determination. I need to conjure a 21-colored flame. Bai Xiaochun had killed one Deva, crippled another, and forced the third to flee. Because of that, he could tell that the issues facing the river-defying sect were not yet fully resolved. Although he had temporarily ended the crisis, the truth was that everything could be traced back to the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Without the tacit approval of the River Source sect, the other 3 great sects would never have dared to try to exterminate the river-defying sect. Perhaps few people in the sect understood the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect well, but Bai Xiaochun had spent a lot of time there, and was very familiar with its inner workings. For example, there were 5 Deva patriarchs in the sect. One of them was from the Hall of Steel Veins, but the other 4 were powerful experts connected to the 4 river branches. For example, there was the childlike Deva who controlled the Sky Quarter. The other branches all had Deva patriarchs who watched over them, and were connected to them in numerous ways. Oftentimes, clan interests played a factor. The truth was that the Middle Reaches sects were all extensions of the power bases of those Devas. The moment the river-defying sect became part of the Middle Reaches, they began to pay tribute to the child Deva. In fact, their tribute surpassed that which had been paid in the past by the Sky River Court. From that, it was easy to ascertain that the actions of the three sects against the river-defying sect was not a war of incursion, but rather a game being played amongst the Devas of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Also, the child patriarch from Sky Quarter was in a weak position and wasn't capable of contending with the other three Devas. In the end, he was essentially forced to abandon the river-defying sect, which led to the situation of three Devas joining forces to exterminate the sect. Although Bai Xiaochun had appeared and decimated the alliance of three sects, the truth was that the figurative slaps he had unleashed actually landed on the faces of the other three Devas in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. It was easy to imagine that the result would be nothing good. The other three Devas would surely be infuriated, and would come to unleash their wrath. Such an outcome had never been Bai Xiaochun's aim, and yet, in the face of sect-wide calamity, he had been presented with no other choice. I hope the fact that I rescued Chun Hutyan's apprentice and daughter will prevent him from going overboard. And I sure hope that Bai Lin's grandfather remembers how close I am to his grandson. Bai Xiaochun rubbed the bridge of his nose. The truth was that he couldn't rely on anyone else, and he knew it. The only thing that could ensure the safety of the river-defying sect was to make it as strong as possible. I have to become a Deva. Bai Xiaochun was already feeling under a lot of pressure. After all, the only true way to resolve the situation was for him to reach the Deva realm. With a Deva cultivation base, his battle prowess would be even more significant. With that level of strength, he could strike fear into the hearts of his opponents and truly protect the river-defying sect. As he sat there in his private chamber, eyes shining with determination, he pulled out the formula for 21-colored flame and began to study it closely. The formula required a huge amount of resources, something even more daunting considering he was now in the Heavenspan River region. Thankfully, his apprentice Bai Hao had given him plenty of souls to work with before he left the wildlands. He currently even had enough souls to cover numerous failures. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Bai Xiaochun had already slipped into his usual maddened state. His hair was disheveled, but he didn't care. His mind and heart were completely immersed in the formula for 21-colored flame. He had analyzed every single step and every procedure, down to the minutiae. Perhaps it was because of the pressure he felt, or perhaps something else, but either way he had exploded into action, and his thoughts raced from one aspect of the formula to another. Furthermore, because he had access to plenty of the spiritual power of heaven and earth, he was able to work continuously without stopping at all. To keep in top shape, he would occasionally consume medicinal pills provided by the river-defying sect. As time passed, he grew more and more familiar with the formula. 3 more days passed, whereupon Bai Xiaochun waved his hands, summoning a large quantity of souls to begin his first attempt. He was under no illusions that he would succeed on this attempt. What he wanted was not success, but the experience that came with failure. Progress through practice led to shocking results, and was something that Bai Xiaochun alone was able to accomplish. No other necromancers would be able to sustain the unimaginable cost. After all, Bai Xiaochun's apprentice was the Hell Emperor, which enabled him to go to extravagant lengths when working on flame conjuring. Time slipped by slowly but surely. With each failure he experienced, his understanding deepened. Occasionally he would stop, analyze, and make adjustments. Although he looked physically exhausted, his eyes only continued to shine more and more brightly. As he slipped more and more deeply into flame conjuring, the very things he had worried would happen in the outside world began to happen. Word about the river-defying sect's spectacular comeback, and Bai Xiaochun's fight with the 3 Devas, began to spread. All cultivators in the Middle Reaches were completely shaken, and stories even began to spread in the lower reaches and the Delta regions. Of course, there was little need to mention the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Many individuals there had heard reports of what had happened, leading to widespread shock and astonishment. It was around that time that Patriarch Tao River, the one who had lost his fleshly body, decided to throw caution to the wind. He contacted Patriarch Starry River, and the two of them rushed to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect along with a nascent soul elder from the Polarity River Court. They were struck with fear by the presence of Bai Xiaochun, but at the same time, couldn't get over their jealousy and anger. As soon as the three powerful experts reached the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, they split up and went to find the powerful patriarchs associated with their various sections. The patriarch associated with the Dao River Court was none other than Chen Hetian, master of Zhao Tianjiao. He had been in secluded meditation, but when he heard about the matter with the river-defying sect, and the news of Bai Xiaochun, his first reaction was that the stories were simply too unbelievable. However, as more and more accounts began to spread, he came to realize the truth of the matter, and his anger burned. Although he remembered Bai Xiaochun, he had never cared too much about him. In fact, not even the fact that he had been involved with the rescue of his own apprentice and daughter counted for much with him. Chen Hetian was the arrogant type who was always condescending toward others. Back when everyone had been teleported out into the wildlands, Chen Hetian had gone to great lengths to find his apprentice and daughter. Eventually, he had succeeded. As far as Bai Xiaochun went, though, he completely ignored him. But now, he had to dredge up that name which he had so long been buried in the depths of his memory. The fact that Bai Xiaochun now possessed such shocking battle prowess caused him to frown. Even as he pondered those matters, the crippled patriarch Dao River arrived. Looking profoundly wronged, he clasped hands and bowed deeply to Chen Hetian. "Senior, please help me." He was a Deva expert who Chen Hetian had entrusted with defending a Middle Reaches sect. But now he only existed in nascent divinity form, a fact that caused Chen Hetian's face to turn very grim. A windstorm of anger was already brewing inside of him as he asked, "Just what exactly happened?" Even as the words left his mouth, shocking pressure weighed down in all directions. Patriarch Dao River's nascent divinity shivered, and he quickly began to recount the details of the battle, not holding back anything. When Chen Hetian heard that Bai Xiaochun hadn't defeated all three patriarchs at the same time, but rather successively, he snorted coldly. From his perspective, Patriarch Dao River and the other Middle Reaches Devas were all mortal Dao Devas, essentially the weakest of all types of Devas. Chen Hetian had reached the nascent soul stage with Deva beast souls, which had enabled him to then reach the Earth Dao Deva realm. Because of that, it would be a simple matter for him to beat those same three Devas by fighting them in succession. Trembling, Patriarch Dao River paused for a moment, and then said, "This Bai Xiaochun is completely outrageous. He even went so far as to take advantage of my absence to loot all of the wealth in the Dao River Court. There was tribute in there that I had amassed for you, sir." When Chen Hetian heard that, his eyes flashed with cold light. "What gall this dog has," he said in an icy voice. "Is he looking to die?" With that, he sent his divine sense out to contact the Deva Patriarchs in Starry Quarter and Polarity Quarter. As far as he was concerned, the person in the worst position because of everything wasn't himself, but rather the Patriarch from Polarity Quarter, whose subordinate had been killed. The Patriarch from Polarity Quarter was none other than Bai Lin's grandfather. His name was Bai Jintian, and he had a cultivation base that could shake heaven and earth, as well as a very bad temper. Flames currently danced in his eyes as he stared at the nascent soul elder from the Polarity River Court, who was trembling physically as he prostrated in front of him. "So, you're telling me that the rumors are all true? And the patriarch of your Polarity River Court was the most useless of all and got killed?" Shivering in fear, the elder replied, "It was all because of Patriarch Starry River." Before he could continue with his explanation, Bai Jintian interrupted him with a furious shout, "Screw off!" The rainbow outside trembled, and the elder tumbled backward, blood spraying out of his mouth as he was flung out of Bai Jintian's residence. It was roughly at that time that Chen Hetian's divine sense reached out, projecting his sinister voice into Bai Jintian's ears. "Brother Bai, how do you want to handle this situation?" "How do I want to handle it?" Bai Jintian replied coldly. "We'll make that bastard pay with his life." At the moment, Bai Jintian didn't care at all about what his grandson Bai Lin thought about the situation. When it came to matters pertaining to the clan as a whole, it didn't matter that Bai Jintian liked Bai Lin. He couldn't just ignore a threat because of Bai Lin's feelings. The truth was that when Bai Jintian had given tacit approval for the Polarity River Court to attack the river-defying sect, Bai Lin had come to protest, and the two of them had a huge argument about the matter. The same thing had happened with Chen Hetian. Zhao Tianjiao and his Taoist partner Chen Yueshan had come to beg him to change his mind, but in the end, he had ignored them. Now that something dramatic had occurred, there was no way that Chen Hetian and Bai Jintian would let the matter drop. "Count me in," came an ancient voice, transmitted through divine sense to Chen Hetian and Bai Jintian. It was none other than the patriarch from Starry Quarter. He was the grandfather of Li Yuansheng and the ultimate backer of the Celestial Sky Society. His name was Li Xiandao. Bai Xiaochun's actions against the three sects had affected his interests, and although the Starry River Court had incurred the least losses of all, it was not something that Li Xiandao could simply overlook. After all, he had given tacit approval for the three sects to act. Furthermore, the alliance had been designed to suppress the child Deva from Sky Quarter. Therefore, how could Li Xiandao simply allow Bai Xiaochun to ruin everything? "Very well," Chen Hetian said, his eyes flickering with cold light. "Since you agree, Brother Li, then there's no time to lose. After all, we've had fellow Taoist Li Yuantian suppressed for years now. We don't want him to get any thoughts now." Among the 5 devas of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, there were 2 with the surname Li. However, they didn't come from the same clan. In response to Bai Jintian's words, Li Xiandao nodded. Then, the 3 of them communicated a bit more, whereupon powerful Deva fluctuations erupted from the rainbows of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Li Xiandao, Bai Jintian and Chen Hetian all became bright beams of light which shot off into the distance. Following them were the patriarchs of the Tao and Starry River Court. In total, there were 5 devas, 3 in the front, 2 in the back, streaking through the sky. Their destination was the river-defying sect, and their intention was to punish Bai Xiaochun. The fact that 5 devas had burst out into the open caused quite a commotion in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Countless disciples were shaken, and many cries of alarm rang out. "What's going on?" That was Patriarch Chen, Patriarch Bai, and Patriarch Li. Then there were 2 other devas who I'm pretty sure are from Middle Reaches sects. Even as the disciples began to discuss the matter, Zhao Tianjiao shot up into the air, looking anxiously off into the distance after his master. He too had heard that Bai Xiaochun was back, and that the river-defying sect had made a spectacular comeback. He had already been feeling guilty about everything, so when he saw his master and the other devas heading toward the river-defying sect, his heart began to pound with nervousness, and his eyes turned crimson. "I don't care what happens. Bai Xiaochun is my brother. He didn't do anything wrong. Don't tell me it's against the rules to defend oneself. Don't tell me it's wrong to save your sect." Shouting in anger, Zhao Tianjiao shot toward the river-defying sect. Although he knew he couldn't do anything to stop his master, he was determined to stand by Xiaochun's side. His Taoist partner Chen Yueshan flew by his side, as resolute and determined as him. Even as Zhao Tianjiao and Chen Yueshan took off, someone else in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect was reacting with complete madness to the situation. It was none other than Bai Lin. When Bai Lin sensed that his grandfather was heading to the river-defying sect on a killing mission, Bai Lin's anger exploded. "Bai Xiaochun is one of my major generals, grandfather. Maybe I couldn't do anything to stop you from trying to exterminate the river-defying sect when he was missing. But now that he's back, I can't believe you're going to do this. Well, you're forcing my hand." Bai Lin had a short temper to begin with, so once it sparked, he flew into the air and headed toward the Hall of Steel Veins. Bai Xiaochun wasn't just a subordinate of Bai Lin. He was also a member of the Hall of Steel Veins. The major generals of the 5 legions were all part of the Hall of Steel Veins. In the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, there were 4 devas attached to the 4 major branches of the river. But they weren't the only devas. There was another. He was Patriarch Steel Veins, a person who took orders only from the sect's demigod patriarch. It was impossible to say how Bai Lin went about making his report. However, moments later, fluctuations began to roll out that far surpassed those which had come from Chen Hetian and the other devas. The source, the Hall of Steel Veins. At the same time, a middle-aged man appeared, clad in blood-colored armor that made him look like he had climbed mountains of corpses and swam through seas of blood to reach his current state. "Summon the 5 legions," he said coolly. As his words echoed out through the starry sky Tao polarity sect, countless figures suddenly appeared, speeding through the air in his direction. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Within the space of a few breaths of time, nearly 100,000 people appeared. They were none other than the cultivators of the 5 legions. Many of them personally knew by Xiaochun, and many had fought alongside him in battle. In fact, many of them had been part of the 10,000-man corps he led as a major general. At the same time, Bai Lin also appeared, clad in a suit of armor, flanked by his fellow generals, all of them looking very grim. Patriarch Steel Veins looked around, and then spoke in a voice that echoed like thunder into the ears of the tens of thousands of cultivators. "If someone wants to attack the river-defying sect, we can't do anything about that. But when someone makes a move against a major general of the Hall of Steel Veins, is that something we can stand for?" "Never!" came the response, a swell of voices that shook the entire starry sky Tao polarity sect. With that, the patriarch waved his hand. "Very well, let's go take a look and see who dares to trifle with one of our major generals." Terrifying battle cries filled the sky as the massive army from the Hall of Steel Veins followed their patriarch into action. The starry sky Tao polarity sect was completely and utterly shaken by what they were seeing. Countless disciples looked up with shocked expressions. "Something big is about to happen. River-defying sect? Bai Xiaochun? Wait, I remember. Bai Xiaochun used to be a major general at the Great Wall. This is a battle amongst devas." As everyone devolved into chaos, the child Deva sat in a private chamber on Sky Quarter Rainbow, his eyes flickering with hesitation. The truth was that he was actually the main reason all of this was happening, and at the moment was weighing the pros and cons of taking action. In the end, he shook his head. "Forget it. If I interfered and won, then it wouldn't matter. But if I lost..." With that, he closed his eyes and went back to meditating, ignoring all of the clamor outside. The truth was that he had long since abandoned the river-defying sect in his heart. As far as he was concerned, the fact that Bai Xiaochun had returned didn't mean anything. And from what he could tell, although the Hall of Steel Veins might protect Bai Xiaochun, they wouldn't protect his sect. Even if Bai Xiaochun could get out of the situation alive, the river-defying sect would not be able to escape. 4 of the 5 devas in the starry sky Tao polarity sect had taken action, causing the sky to fill with ripples. Devas could move with incredible quickness, especially Chen Hutian and his companions. It didn't take long before they were in sight of the river-defying sect's headquarters. Chen Hutian and the other devas exchanged glances, and then began to transmit a conversation among themselves. It's no surprise that the Hall of Steel Veins took action, but they can only do so much. Even if they save Bai Xiaochun, they can't get too involved with other sect affairs. Patriarch Steel Veins is just going through the motions. If he had come alone, he could have caught up with us already. The fact that he's bringing the 5 legions with him shows that he's actually giving us time to take care of things before he gets here. Since he's making a show of it, we should probably give him some face. Fine, let's cripple Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base, but leave him alive. That should be fine. It was evening, and the disciples of the river-defying sect were busy at their repair work. By now, the 4 mountain ranges that made up the sect headquarters were mostly back to normal. Buildings once again rose up near and far. Although traces of damage still existed, for the most part, the sect was on its way to a complete recovery. Morale was very high. The sound of jovial laughter and conversation could be heard everywhere, and the entire sect seemed to thrum with life. After fighting side by side, the 4 divisions had grown closer than ever, making the general atmosphere in the sect better than ever. Nothing seemed out of place among the patriarchs, and yet, their hearts were weighed down by one looming fact. Their repeated attempts to contact the starry sky Tao polarity sect had failed. Not even the child Deva of the Sky Quarter had responded to them. Patriarch Spirit Stream, and the others were all very worried about what that meant. However, they didn't let that show, worried that the river-defying sect would fare badly if they knew that impending catastrophe loomed on the horizon. "We can't let Xiaochun bear all the burden," Patriarch Spirit Stream said. The nascent soul patriarchs were currently in a grand hall in the sect, serious expressions on their faces as they discussed the matter. Of course, Patriarch Spirit Stream and Patriarch Bloodstream took the lead in the meeting. In response to Patriarch Spirit Stream's words, Patriarch Bloodstream sat in silence for a moment, then said, "If worst comes to worst, we can always leave the middle reaches and go back to the lower reaches. They wouldn't do such a thing unless there were no other options." However, there was no way to tell what the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect was thinking at the moment, and therefore they had to plan for the worst-case scenario. Patriarch Bloodstream's words were met with silence in the Grand Hall. The only thing that could be heard was the laughing and chatting coming from the disciples outside. That only served to emphasize the gravity of the situation. If things got worse, and the river-defying sect really did retreat from the middle reaches, it would be a devastating blow to both patriarchs and disciples alike. Patriarch Spirit Stream sighed, and was just about to say something more, when a shadow blurred into the room. It was none other than the Spirit Stream sect's monkey. Even as he took form, another shadowy form appeared, which was the Bloodstream sect's rabbit. Both of them began to speak in high-pitched tones, making it impossible to determine which of them began speaking first. "Devis are invading. Activate the spell formation." As the urgent voices of the monkey and rabbit echoed out, Patriarch Spirit Stream's face fell. Without the slightest hesitation, he performed an incantation gesture, activating the sect's defensive spell formation. Patriarch Bloodstream and the other two patriarchs offered assistance. In the blink of an eye, rumbling sounds filled the air in the sect's 4 mountain ranges. At the same time, shield after shield rose up to create defensive barriers. The dire sky banyan, which had just been brought back from the brink of death, shivered. Magical symbols erupted from its leaves, and in the blink of an eye, green light shot out from it, creating even more protective shields for the sect. It all happened so quickly that, before the shocked disciples could react, the spell formation had been fully activated. And that was when intense rumbling sounds could be heard as 5 beams of light shot toward the sect. It was none other than Chunhatian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian, followed by Patriarch Starry River and Patriarch Dao River. The will of the 5 Devis immediately spread out to fill heaven and earth, causing crackles of thunder to rip across the sky. There will replace the will of the heavens, locking down the entire area and making it a world unto its own. When the disciples of the river-defying sect saw the 5 figures up above, they gasped and their faces fell. "Patriarch Dao River. That's Patriarch Starry River. I've never seen those other 3. But their auras seem even more terrifying than the first 2. Shangguan Tianyo's throat tightened, and Beihan Lai shivered. Song Ke and the other chosen were immediately racked with nervousness, as were Song Junwan and the other leaders in the sect. Even with the spell formation activated, the pressure from the 5 Devis was intense enough that everyone was left completely shaken. The pressure was like mountain after mountain crushing down onto the hearts and minds of the disciples, stifling them and filling them with terror. An anxious commotion broke out. Everyone got the sense that disaster was pending. Patriarch Spirit Stream and Patriarch Bloodstream were both half-Devis, and were the strongest cultivators in the sect besides Bai Xiaochun. They both flew up toward the border of the spell formation, grim expressions on their faces as they faced the 5 Devis. None of the other disciples recognized Chen Hatian and his compatriots, but Patriarch Spirit Stream and Patriarch Bloodstream did. Suppressing his anxiety, Patriarch Spirit Stream clasped hands and bowed. "Greetings, Patriarchs Chun, Bai, and Li. Honored sirs, I'm not sure the reason for your visit. Hopefully you can forgive any breaches in etiquette." Next to him, the equally nervous Patriarch Bloodstream similarly bowed in greeting. When the river-defying sect disciples saw their 2 patriarchs acting so respectfully, it only caused their anxiety to grow. As for Chun Hatian and the other 2 Devis, they completely ignored the 2 river-defying sect patriarchs. Looking down coldly at the spell formation shield, they began to transmit a conversation among themselves. This river-defying sect certainly reacted quickly. Well, that Bai Xiaochun is a deva after all. It only makes sense that he would detect our arrival. It doesn't matter. At worst, we'll have to do a bit of work. When the two river-defying sect patriarchs realized that they were being ignored, their anxiety mounted, and their eyes grew more bloodshot. The other disciples in the sect were completely shocked, and had begun trembling in despair. After all, even with Bai Xiaochun there to help, this was a collection of 5 devas they were facing. Patriarch Spirit Stream gritted his teeth and once again spoke. "Patriarchs, would you pipe down?" Li Xiandao interrupted. Snorting coldly, he waved his hand, summoning a 300-meter-wide illusory hand that shot down toward the spell formation shield. Massive rumbling sounds filled the air as the hand landed onto the shield, which erupted with brilliant light. The shield bent inward, and cracks spread out across its surface, but in the end it held, whereas the hand shattered. However, one of the shield layers had been broken. When that happened, the mountain ranges in the river-defying sect trembled, and countless bits of rubble crashed down their sides. The newly repaired mountains were already on the verge of collapsing again. Eyes bloodshot with madness, Patriarch Spirit Stream looked at Xianxia and the other devas and shouted, "Patriarchs, what crime did the river-defying sect commit that has you so set on exterminating us?" The other disciples in the sect couldn't hold back any longer either, and began to shout out in anger. "What crime did the river-defying sect commit? Why must you try over and over again to exterminate our sect?" Their cries became a sound wave that rolled out in all directions across the landscape. Finally, Xianxia snorted coldly. Ignoring the river-defying sect, he turned to Patriarch Dao River and Patriarch Starry River. "You have the time it takes half an incense stick to burn to break open that spell formation shield. If you don't, then the two of you can forget about continuing on as devas." The two patriarchs shivered. Eyes bloodshot, they rotated their cultivation bases in preparation to take action. They knew that what Xianxia had said was no empty threat. In the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, his words were like law, and they didn't dare to defy him. Shouting at the tops of their lungs, Patriarch Dao River and Patriarch Starry River unleashed all the power they could muster onto the river-defying sect. "How dare you people!" Patriarch Spirit Stream shouted, simultaneously pouring more power into the spell formation. Patriarch Bloodstream also gasped under the power of the attack, but at the same time, his murderous aura erupted violently. "Complete and utter bullying! What crime has our river-defying sect committed?" The one to provide the response was Patriarch Starry River. "When the time came for you to be exterminated, you dared to fight back. That is your crime." The Patriarch was feeling very excited. He couldn't help but think about the bedraggled state he had been in when he fled from Bai Xiaochun, and how his revenge was now nigh. "Get the hell out here and show your face, Bai Xiaochun!" he shouted. Gritting his teeth with anger, Patriarch Dao River said, "You listen to me, Bai Xiaochun. I'm going to empty out your river-defying sect in the exact same way you emptied out the Dao River Court." At the same time, the two patriarchs slammed into the spell formation, causing the river-defying sect's headquarters to tremble violently. The sect's grand spell formation seemed mighty, but it couldn't defend against a sustained barrage by multiple devas. As it teetered on the verge of collapse, and the disciples of the river-defying sect felt despair gripping their hearts, a voice was suddenly transmitted into the ears of Patriarch Spirit Stream and Patriarch Bloodstream. It was Bai Xiaochun. "Buy me some time." Instantly, Patriarch Spirit Stream waved his hand and sent his voice into the ears of the disciples of the sect. "All disciples, merge your spirits with the dire Sky Banyan." Shouts filled the air as all river-defying sect disciples shot toward the Sky Banyan and sent cultivation base power pouring into it. As the disciples fell into place, scintillating light erupted from the huge tree, repairing the cracks in the spell formation shield. It wasn't just the lower-ranking disciples who joined in the effort. The nascent soul cultivators helped as well, including Patriarch Spirit Stream. The only ones who didn't participate were Patriarch Bloodstream and the Bloodstream Division disciples, who flew into the body of the Blood Ancestor. Moments later, the Blood Ancestor's eyes snapped open, and he threw his head back and roared. With the Blood Ancestor awake, he and the glittering shield were the last lines of defense for the sect. Bruiser was there as well, standing in front of the Blood Ancestor, glaring murderously at the 5 Devas. Chun Hutien and the other Devas stared back with narrowed eyes at the river-defying sect. The sect's reaction was shocking to them, both in terms of the speed of reaction and their tactics. Clearly, they were superior to any of the other Middle Reaches sects. With the full support of all the disciples of the river-defying sect, the shield created by the Dire Sky Banyan was something that caused even Chun Hutien and the other Devas to frown. And although Bruiser and the Blood Ancestor weren't any major threat, they could certainly cause the Devas a frustrating delay. However, all of these were simply minor distractions. As far as Chen Hutien, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian were concerned, this curious turn of events wasn't much to worry about. Although it seemed as if they were in a rush, they were actually still feeling very confident. Furthermore, with Bai Xiaochun around, they knew they had to be careful of a trap related to the spell formation. However, since they had Patriarch Starry River and Patriarch Dao River to take care of that, they weren't very worried. One thing they were paying close attention to was a possible escape effort by Bai Xiaochun. If a Deva like Bai Xiaochun escaped, it wouldn't be a huge disaster, but could cause complications down the line. However, they didn't feel that such a thing was likely to happen. At the moment, Bai Xiaochun was seated cross-legged in his secluded meditation chamber, seemingly on the verge of weeping blood. He couldn't have been more nervous about what was happening outside. He knew that the river-defying sect was in a moment of critical danger, and yet he had no other options at the moment. If he went out right now to fight against 5 Devas, he would have no hope of winning. And if he were killed, then the river-defying sect would definitely be exterminated. The only chance was to successfully conjure a 21-colored flame. The flame of a heavenly necromancer would help him achieve a cultivation-based breakthrough, and would enable him to step into the Deva realm. Only then could he resolve this deadly crisis. Of course, there was another option. He could flee. If he escaped, then his existence would be a threat that could likely safeguard the river-defying sect to some extent. But that wasn't something he would do unless he had no other choice. It was simply too risky. Besides, if his estimation of the situation were incorrect, it could lead to the river-defying sect being wiped out. Time to conjure some flame, he said. In recent days, he had attempted to conjure so many 21-colored flames that he'd lost count. The vast collection of souls he had in his bag of holding was already beginning to run low. With the skills he had built up as an earthly necromancer, he was able to perform flame conjurings in a very short period of time. Furthermore, all of the failures in the recent days had given him extensive experience. Every time he had made progress. Now, he was very familiar with the formula and the process itself. His string of failures had enabled him to solve all of the problems, or at least come up with theories on how to. I should be able to succeed. Eyes bloodshot, he began working again. He knew that the sect would not be able to hold out for very long, and could hear the rumbling sounds outside. Taking a breath to calm himself, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing a vast group of souls to spread out around him. The time had come to begin the conjuring. As the souls merged together and the sea of fire appeared, he took control of it, preventing it from expanding out into a large area. However, it was in that moment that an intense boom reached him from outside. Although he wished to maintain complete focus, he had to send his divine sense outside to see what was happening. Patriarch Dao River and Patriarch Starry River had joined forces to attack the sect's grand spell formation, causing immense rifts to open up in the shield. As a result, blood sprayed out of the mouths of the river-defying sect disciples. When Bai Xiaochun saw that, he slipped further into madness. The sea of fire destabilized and immediately lurched toward collapse. Without the slightest hesitation, he flew out into the open, which attracted the attention of Chun Hutien, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian. The instant they looked over, Their faces fell as they realized that Bai Xiaochun held a ball of flame that filled their hearts with intense sensations of danger. "Bruiser, get out of the way," Bai Xiaochun shouted. Rotating his cultivation base at full speed, he drew upon the power of his fleshly body to hurl the sea of fire out in front of him. It instantly transformed into a massive fireball that passed through one of the cracks in the spell formation shield. "Get back!" Chun Hetian shouted at Patriarch Starry River and Patriarch Dao River. At the same time, he and the other three most powerful Devis rushed forward to try to suppress the fire. Unfortunately for Patriarch Starry River and Patriarch Dao River, they reacted a bit too slowly. Thunderous rumbling sounds erupted out as the ball of fire exploded, unleashing heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power. From a distance, it was possible to see the terrifyingly powerful sea of fire transforming everything outside of the river-defying sect into blackened ash. Patriarch Starry River and Patriarch Dao River trembled violently. Blood sprayed out of the mouth of the former, and the nascent divinity of the latter trembled unstably. Both flew backward, but were sustained by the power of Chun Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian. Were it not for that help, both of the two weaker patriarchs would have been grievously injured. Considering this was Bai Xiaochun's first time using a fireball in this way, and he had aimed very carefully, the attack had been quite successful. If the enemy had been more prepared, it might not have worked as well. "Bai Xiaochun," Patriarch Starry River shouted. However, even as he looked over, Bai Xiaochun vanished. Back in his secluded meditation chamber, he anxiously began to work on conjuring another flame. At the moment, he suddenly felt less pressure. "What an idiot I've been. Who cares if I fail? When I fail, I can just throw them outside right before they explode." Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but marvel at his quick-wittedness. Any other person in his situation would have to be completely focused, and would only appear out in the open in the final glorious moment. But he was more awesome than that. He didn't need to wait until he succeeded. With every failure, he would shock everyone on the outside. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun decided that he truly was a rare genius. That's right. If they're really unlucky, then I'll fail every single time. Fudge! I'll blow them all to bits. Excitement surging, he continued on with more conjuring attempts. Everyone else in the river-defying sect was enlivened by what they had just seen, and poured all of the power they could into the spell formation, causing the cracks to rapidly repair themselves. Patriarch Dao River and Patriarch Starry River both hesitated, fearful of the sea of fire they had just encountered. "Damn that Bai Xiaochun!" Chun Hetian gritted his teeth and thought back to the exploding pill furnaces back at the Great Wall. Frowning, he took a step forward, appearing in front of the spell formation shield. Eyes flashing with cold light, he shoved his hand out toward the shield. Bai Jintian and Li Xiandao joined him, both of them stepping forward to attack the spell formation as well. Patriarch Dao River and Patriarch Starry River immediately felt less nervous, and joined in. It only took the briefest of moments for 5 Devis to be simultaneously unleashing attacks onto the spell formation shield. Patriarch Spirit Stream's face fell, and the anxiety of the river-defying sect disciples grew. The Blood Ancestor and Bruiser both flew toward the shield and bolstered it with all the power they could. Booms rang out. Chun Hetian, Li Xiandao, and Bai Jintian were all in the mid-Deva realm, far beyond compared to the other 2 patriarchs. All 3 of them unleashed attacks that became enormous hands which pressed down onto the shield. The spell formation shuddered, and distorted ripples spread out across it. More cracks opened up, causing numerous river-defying sect disciples to cough up mouthfuls of blood. It was all the spell formation could do to stand up to the attack of 5 Devis, and obviously, it would only be able to hold out for a few moments longer before collapsing. In his private chamber, Bai Xiaochun was virtually going mad. He currently had 5 tongues of 16-colored flame and 3 tongues of 17-colored flame, which he unhesitatingly threw out beyond the shield. By careful use of his divine sense, he destabilized all of them, instantly causing them to explode. Massive booms filled the air as a huge sea of flames spread out. Although it couldn't compare to the previous one, it was still shocking. Of course, Chun Hetian and the other Devis had been prepared and were able to evade the attack. Humph! Chun Hetien snorted. Just trying to buy time, huh? Well, let's see how much of that fire you have. He was just about to press another attack when the blood ancestor pushed his hands down onto the dire sky banyan. Bruiser did the same. In fact, all of the spirit beasts in the sect rushed over, using all of their energy to assist in the defense of the sect. Even as the sea of fire faded away, the spell formation shield once again knitted back together. Chun Hetien and the other Devis blurred back into motion, yet again attacking the spell formation. However, the spell formation had stabilized greatly, and Bai Xiaochun continued to toss out fireballs. Chun Hetien's rage was mounting, and it was the same with Bai Jintian and Li Xiandao. That was especially true of Li Xiandao, who was shocked to realize that he was actually seeing multicolored flame. For Bai Xiaochun to have accumulated so many types of multicolored flame in his time in the wildlands was shocking to the extreme, and was proving to be a big headache. Damn it! Even one of those tongues of multicolored flame could be considered priceless. I can't believe he's being so extravagant. How did this Bai Xiaochun get so much multicolored flame in the wildlands? Not only were the Devis shocked, they were being kept away from the spell formation because of the constant explosions. As a result, the river-defying sect's shield continued to grow stronger by the moment. The fact that 5 Devis were incapable of blasting through the spell formation shield of a single Middle Reaches sect caused their fury to burn. In his private chamber, Bai Xiaochun was both worried and filled with anticipation. At the moment, he was splitting his concentration between his efforts to conjure 21-colored flame and his attempts to pay attention to the battle outside and toss out multicolored flame. Although he had built up stockpiles of multicolored flame, they didn't run too deep. However, he had no other ways to buy time. He was doing everything possible to conjure his 21-colored flame, and although he was somewhat distracted, he was already working on compressing the flame he was working with. As it shrank down, the numerous colors in the flame flickered madly. Even as Bai Xiaochun held his breath and looked for the additional color, Chun Hetien and the other Devis unleashed another round of attacks on the spell formation. Blood sprayed out of the mouths of the river-defying sect cultivators, and many began to list in weakness. The spell formation clearly wouldn't last for much longer. Shouting, Bai Xiaochun threw out 3 tongues of 18-colored flame and a tongue of 19-colored flame. 18-colored flame was shocking enough to begin with, so when it exploded, the intense heat it generated forced Chun Hetien and the others to back up. Damn it! Bai Jintian shouted. How can this guy have so much multicolored flame? Get this spell formation down. Chun Hetien bellowed. Even if he has more multicolored flame, he won't dare to use it inside of his own sect. Break this formation, Li Xiandao yelled. Without any hesitation, all 3 of the Devis blasted the spell formation shield, joined by Patriarch Starry River and Patriarch Dao River. Braving the intense heat, they closed in and launched powerful divine abilities into the shield. Booms rang out as, at long last, the shield couldn't hold any longer and collapsed. Blood sprayed out of the mouths of all the river-defying sect forces, from the low-level disciples all the way up to Patriarch Spirit Stream and Bruiser. As despair filled the hearts of the river-defying sect cultivators, Patriarch Dao River and Patriarch Starry River excitedly advanced into the sect. However, it was in that very moment that Bai Xiaochun found the new color in the sea of fire. He quickly sent his divine sense inside, and successfully completed the 21st color. An air of ultimate supremacy erupted out from the sea of fire, causing the heavens to dim and a wild wind to kick up. The will of the 5 Devis, which had taken over from the will of the heavens, was suddenly driven back as if by a massive hand. Multicolored light erupted out into the night, causing the faces of the Devis to fall as they sensed a sudden, intense feeling of deadly crisis. The origin of that crisis was one of the river-defying sect's secluded meditation facilities, which was none other than the location where Bai Xiaochun was conjuring the flame. Although the Devis didn't want to fall back, the bright light shining out from the area filled them with such a sense of danger that they had no other choice. Patriarch Starry River and Patriarch Dao River were deeply shaken, and immediately began to retreat. It was in that moment that the most profound and maddening energy possible erupted out. Ru Yuyuumble. What is that? What is this by Xiaochun doing? This feeling. Heavens. It feels like heaven and earth are about to be destroyed, even as the Devis were completely and utterly shaken. Something like an enormous net appeared high in the sky. It was impossible to determine what existed on the other side of that net, but Bai Xiaochun could tell that this was the very same world seal that he had seen during the spectacular battle in the wildlands. In his private chamber, Bai Xiaochun panted, and the sweat which popped out on his head instantly transformed into white steam. He was now fully concentrating, completely focused on the sea of fire. Form together, 21 colored flame, Ruruyuyumble. As the sea of fire shrank down into his hand, the intense energy caused deafening rumbling sounds to fill the air. Strangely, though, there was no sign of any form of tribulation. The process lasted for the space of a few breaths of time. When the surging energy reached its peak, Bai Xiaochun closed his hand around the sea of fire. Heart-pounding, he took several deep breaths, then slowly opened his fingers. Brilliant light erupted out, causing the sky to vibrate and the lands to quake. There, in the middle of his hand, was a 21-colored flame, heavenly fire. Heavenly multicolored flame could only be conjured by a heavenly necromancer. Whether it was the flame itself or the heavenly necromancer, both were things of legend. Neither had appeared within the wildlands for countless years, and in fact, not even the formula for 21-colored flame could be found. Besides, Bai Xiaochun only did it with the help of his apprentice and a huge collection of souls. There had also been a chance set of circumstances that led up to a situation where Bai Xiaochun made his attempt without even being completely confident in succeeding. As soon as the 21-colored flame appeared in the open, and the dramatic signs appeared in heaven and earth, Chan Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian gasped in shock. They had lived for a long time and valued their own lives. Therefore, the sensation of imminent danger gave them no other option than to back away. Patriarch Starry River and Patriarch Dao River Court had similar reactions, their eyes bulging and their hearts pounding as they retreated. The despairing river-defying sect disciples saw the bright light and could feel the pressure radiating out from Bai Xiaochun's secluded meditation facilities, and instantly, their hearts surged with excitement. Patriarch Bai! It's Patriarch Bai! We have hope, with the Patriarch here, who will dare to offend our river-defying sect. Bai Xiaochun was just as excited as all the other cultivators in the sect. As he sat there looking at the tongue of 21-colored flame he had just conjured, he had the strong feeling that the world around him couldn't contain something this powerful. He looked up at the world seal net high above, and suddenly remembered something his apprentice had said, that he suspected 21-colored flame was a limit within the world. This world can only contain 21-colored flame. 22-colored flame is an impossibility. Although it seemed a bit much to take in, he finally understood. Back in the trial by fire in the labyrinth, he had seen 21-colored flame. However, that had been an illusion, whereas the fire in front of him now was very real. He could clearly feel the terrifying fluctuations coming off of it, and could tell that it was a limit within the world. It was as if the world were using all the power it could to suppress the flame. In fact, the recently conjured 21-colored flame was already beginning to show signs of fading, as though the world around him were trying to extinguish it. There was no time for thought or planning. Without any hesitation, he pulled out his turtle walk, his eyes flashing with both madness and determination. It was only a legend that 21-colored flame could push someone into the Deva realm, and it was something that no one had ever done. Bai Xiaochun was the only one throughout all the years who had met the requirements. And now, in the river-defying sect's moment of peril, and in the face of the 21-colored flame teetering on the verge of being extinguished, Bai Xiaochun had no time to ponder what to do. "Time to go for broke!" he shouted, a fierce expression twisting his face. Although taking this risk was not something he would normally do, at the moment he had no choice. The instant the turtle walk was out in the open, his nascent soul flew out into it. At the same time he waved his hand, the 21-colored flame flew into the walk, fusing into it, causing it to tremble violently. Blinding light erupted out, causing heaven and earth to shake, and forcing incomprehensible levels of spiritual power to converge. It was as if the river-defying sect had become a massive vortex, sucking in all the spiritual power of heaven and earth. The faces of Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian fell dramatically, and they flew backward as quickly as possible, ill premonitions filling their hearts. "Dao River, Starry River," shouted Li Xiandao. "Get over there and bust open his meditation chamber." The hearts of Patriarch Dao River and Patriarch Starry River surged with madness, but they didn't dare to defy the orders they had been given. Seeing that Chen Hetian and Bai Jintian weren't offering any other instructions, they gritted their teeth and charged at full speed toward Bai Xiaochun's private chamber. Bruiser howled anxiously, and Patriarch Bloodstream sent the Blood Ancestor forward with him to intercept. Although neither of them were at the Deva level, they could at least buy some time. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the two Deva Patriarchs knocked Bruiser and the Blood Ancestor out of the way, and then closed in on the meditation chamber, toward which the massive quantities of spiritual energy surged. "Open up!" Patriarch Dao River roared, hands flashing in a double-handed incantation gesture that sent tens of thousands of beams of sword light out to form the shape of an enormous great sword. As the sword slashed down toward the meditation chamber, shocking energy filled the area. Patriarch Starry River also went all out to unleash a similarly devastating attack. Starry Meteorite Subjugation. Ear-splitting rumbling sounds filled the air, along with enraged shouts from countless river-defying sect cultivators, as countless meteorites materialized around Patriarch Starry River, and then began to rain down toward Bai Xiaochun's secluded meditation facilities. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but actually happened in the shortest of moments. In the blink of an eye, the meteorites fell, and the sword slashed down, causing the river-defying sect to shake violently. The mountains that contained Bai Xiaochun's meditation chamber shattered, sending rocks and rubble flying out in all directions before transforming into ash. Even the meditation chamber itself was destroyed. "Xiaochun!" Song Junwan cried. Even as Bruiser howled, Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian all shot down into the river-defying sect. However, a moment later, their faces flickered with wild emotion. The will of a Deva! That only happens when someone rises to the Deva level and fuses with the heavens. Bai Xiaochun actually wasn't a Deva before? How is this even possible? Crying out in alarm, all three of them fell back rapidly. And yet, even as they did, a shocking will erupted out from the rubble of the recently destroyed meditation chamber. It was so powerful that as it merged with the heavens, the sky trembled. All previous ripples, all peals of thunder, all of the clouds were instantly suppressed. The will of Chen Hetian and the other Devas, which had previously locked the area down, were instantly driven away. Only one will was left, a domineering will that demanded that the wills of all other Devas retreat. An enormous face materialized in the sky, a face with eyes closed, a face that filled all of the heavens, a face which caused the hearts of everyone in the river-defying sect to tremble with unbridled excitement. It was Bai Xiaochun, Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao, Bai Jintian, Patriarch Dao River, and Patriarch Starry River all looked grim and even sick as they retreated. As for the latter two, they felt a sensation of impending death that surpassed anything they had felt in their previous encounter with Bai Xiaochun. It was in that moment that the eyes of the enormous face in the sky opened. The eyes locked onto Patriarch Dao River's nascent divinity, simultaneously causing all color in the world to dim. Wind screamed and lightning danced, all of which coalesced into a shocking voice. "Be destroyed!" The face of Bai Xiaochun twisted, transforming into a beam of light that shot toward Patriarch Dao River. It moved so quickly that Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian couldn't even react to the shock of Patriarch Dao River. Before he could even plead for mercy, that beam of light stabbed through his nascent divinity. The beam of light that had been Bai Xiaochun's face moved with indescribable speed, more quickly than anything the disciples of the river-defying sect had ever seen. Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian were all shocked to the core. Not even they had ever seen anything like it. The bright beam of light shot down and stabbed through Patriarch Dao River's nascent divinity before he could even react. He shivered, and his eyes went wide with disbelief as he looked down at his own chest. As he did, a huge boom rang out, and his nascent divinity form exploded into absolutely nothing. He had been killed in the blink of an eye. The entire battlefield went deathly silent. The river-defying sect, Xianxia and the Devas, and everyone else was looking at the spot where Patriarch Dao River had been killed. Waves of shock filled everyone present. It was at this point that everyone realized that, right behind where Patriarch Dao River had previously existed, a person was materializing. He had long hair and fair skin, and wore a simple robe. He seemed noble and magnificent, and yet, his eyes were as sharp as the sharpest of swords. He was none other than Bai Xiaochun. Impossible! Chun Hetian gasped. Bai Jintian and Li Xiandao felt as though their minds were being struck by lightning, and their faces fell dramatically in the face of the power on display by Bai Xiaochun. This, Bai Zhengtian gasped. Even if Dao River was only in nascent divinity form, he should have been able to evade that blow. Such speed! How is it even possible? He wasn't a deva before, Li Xiandao murmured. But he most certainly is now. The fact that Bai Xiaochun had previously not been a deva meant that it was as a half-deva that he had injured one deva patriarch, crippled another, and killed the last. It was simply terrifying. The horrifying significance of it all left Chun Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian completely aghast. Patriarch Starry River was shaking violently. His shock surpassed that of Chun Hetian and the others. After all, this was his second time seeing Bai Xiaochun kill a deva. In fact, this time it went even more smoothly than last time. The mere thought of what he had just seen struck him deeply with fear, and caused him to flee as quickly as possible. The last scrap of courage he had possessed was now gone, and if he had his way, he would never again do anything to provoke Bai Xiaochun. Even as everyone present reeled in shock, Bai Xiaochun reached out and made a grasping motion in the direction of where Patriarch Dao River had been killed. As he did, it was to the utter amazement of all onlookers that a soul shadow appeared. It had a blank look in its eyes, and clearly resembled Patriarch Dao River. As it appeared, it began to float up, as if it were about to merge into some unseen vortex. After all, when souls died in the lands of Heavenspan, they would be taken away into the cycle of reincarnation. However, before the soul of Patriarch Dao River could float up into the heavens, Bai Xiaochun grabbed it. Although no one else present was capable of seeing it, Bai Xiaochun could see that there really was a vortex up above. And in the moment that he reached out to grab the Patriarch's soul, the vortex vanished, as though it had no intention of interfering with his attempt to grab the Deva soul. As soon as he had it in his hand, he closed his fingers down, causing a yellow crystal to appear. Sealed within that crystal was none other than an Earth-type Deva soul. The cultivators of the river-defying sect were both shaken and excited. Patriarch Spirit Stream was bubbling over with joy, and Patriarch Bloodstream's eyes shone with unprecedented madness. Patriarch Bai! Patriarch Bai! The cries of joy which rang out from the river-defying sect seemed loud enough to fill all of the eastern middle reaches. Bruiser howled in delight at how incredibly powerful Bai Xiaochun had become. Patriarch Spirit Stream and Patriarch Bloodstream, the patriarchs from the other two divisions, Li Qingho and Zhang Yuandong, were all beside themselves with joy. The river-defying sect finally has a Deva. All of the powerful experts in the sect were virtually jumping with delight. Although they had been shocked by Xiaochun's previous level of power, back then, he hadn't been a Deva. Although most people in the sect hadn't been aware of that fact, Patriarch Spirit Stream had. He hadn't been a Deva, but possessed the battle prowess of one. And yet, the leadership of the sect still hadn't been able to rest easy. But now, powerful fluctuations filled heaven and earth as Bai Xiaochun's will surpassed the will of the heavens. Because of that, Patriarch Spirit Stream and the others knew that Bai Xiaochun was now a Deva. The river-defying sect cultivators were beside themselves. As for Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian, as well as Patriarch Starry River, the fact that Bai Xiaochun had just harvested a Deva soul filled them with such profound shock that their minds went blank. Impossible! Chen Hetian breathed. Bai Jintian and Li Xiandao gasped in astonishment. All three of the Devas were filled with fright and terror that defied description. What Bai Xiaochun had just done struck them to the deepest level. After all, the only type of person who qualified to both kill a Deva and then prevent that person's soul from entering the cycle of reincarnation was a demigod. Neither Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao nor Bai Jintian could accomplish such a thing. And yet, Bai Xiaochun had done it right in front of them. It was almost impossible to describe the levels of shock and fear they felt as a result. Astonishingly, Bai Xiaochun seemed to possess energy that could force heaven and earth to capitulate to his desires. The truth was that, to most other Devas, it would be completely impossible for them to prevent a Deva soul from entering the reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth. But to Bai Xiaochun it took almost no effort. After all, the cycle of reincarnation was part of the underworld river, and his apprentice was the reigning Hell Emperor. If he wanted a Deva soul, how could the underworld river possibly vie with him for it? Although no one was able to tell, not even Chen Hetian and the other Devas, from the way that Bai Xiaochun had attacked and killed Patriarch Dao River, it was clear that he was a rare Heaven Dao Deva. Furthermore, he had broken through using heavenly multicolored flame to perform a 21-fold spirit enhancement on his nascent soul. Because of that, all early Deva realm cultivators were beyond weak when compared to him. Even mid-Deva realm experts could be put in their place by him. Perhaps he couldn't be considered the most powerful among all Devas, but he was on that path. Throughout all the years which had passed, the only other person to become a Heaven Dao Deva was Taoist Heavenspan, who was also known as the Celestial. Now, Bai Xiaochun was the second. However, Bai Xiaochun had done something that the Celestial had not. He had performed a 21-fold spirit enhancement on his nascent soul using the peak level of flame that could exist in the world. That made Bai Xiaochun the ultimate type of Deva. He was the only person in all of history to do such a thing. Some of it was coincidence, and some of it was because of Bai Xiaochun's hard work. All of it came together into something beyond belief. In fact, it had been somewhat of a gamble on his part. He hadn't been completely confident that a 21-colored flame would make him a Deva. After sensing Bai Xiaochun's energy, Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian exchanged glances and then retreated en masse, leaving Patriarch Starry River conspicuously out in the open. Terrified, Patriarch Starry River made to retreat, simultaneously rejoicing that Bai Xiaochun had chosen to strike down Patriarch Dao River and not himself. However, even as the four Devas began to back away, Bai Xiaochun turned his head, and his eyes flashed like lightning. "You trespassed on the river-defying sect. Do you really think you can leave without offering compensation?" The coldness and rage in his voice couldn't have been more apparent. The river-defying sect had just been in the deadliest of crises, and everyone knew that if he hadn't become a Deva, the results would have been unimaginable. As soon as Bai Xiaochun's words echoed out, the eyes of Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian flickered. The three of them hadn't actually communicated about what to do. They had just fled as quickly as possible. Their departure made Patriarch Starry River even more conspicuous, placing him right in between them and Bai Xiaochun. To Bai Xiaochun, it seemed like they were putting Patriarch Starry River out as bait, to lure him out, see how strong he actually was, and then decide whether or not to join forces against him. After all, they were all still members of the same sect. Because of their status and position within the sect, they wouldn't pick a fight that they weren't certain in being able to win. Patriarch Starry River could also see what was happening, although that realization did him little good. All he could do was bite his tongue, spit out some blood, and draw upon a secret magic to try to flee. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but actually happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Xiaochun sprang into motion. He had keen intuition when it came to battle, and therefore, he headed directly toward the isolated Patriarch Starry River. "Let's see who's faster, you people or me." Eyes flashing, he accelerated with blinding speed. The instant Bai Xiaochun sped into motion, Patriarch Starry River let out a desolate shriek and tried to speed up. At the same time, Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian looked on with coldly flashing eyes. Turns out he really is too young and inexperienced, Chen Hetian said with a cold snort. Far too impulsive. He quickly performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing red light to spring up around him, which rapidly became an enormous, blood-colored fist. The 300-meter fist was surrounded by a madly spinning wind of blood-colored devastation. Countless vicious faces floated inside of it, shrieking madly as endless quantities of the spiritual power of heaven and earth poured into it. In the blink of an eye, the fist became almost completely corporeal and was bearing down directly onto Bai Xiaochun. The air shattered around it, and a reek of blood filled the area, tugging at the chi and blood of everyone in the river-defying sect. Blood Fiend Fist, Patriarch Bloodstream gasped. This was one of the trump cards at the disposal of Chen Hetian, something that, despite not being eternally indestructible, was very close to that level. In fact, once it was unleashed, it grew more powerful with every moment that passed. The instant that Chen Hetian made his move, Bai Jintian performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing a black horn to sprout out from his forehead. As it did, a black beam of electric light shot out and grew larger with each moment. The black light caused wild colors to flash in heaven and earth. Simultaneously, numerous lightning bolts formed overhead, becoming something like a huge net that shot down toward Bai Xiaochun. As the net descended, it caused the air to vibrate with astonishing sealing power. Numerous eyes were visible within the net, all of them as black as night. Furthermore, the net absorbed all of the surrounding lightning, causing it to split into 10 duplicate layers, then 100, then 1000. Eventually, it had over 10,000 layers. This was a trump card belonging to Bai Jintian, and was something he could only unleash with difficulty. However, considering how shocked he had been by Xiaochun earlier, he knew he had to attack with his most deadly move. Things weren't over yet. Last was Li Xiandao. Eyes shining with strange light, he opened his mouth and spat out a beam of white light, which grew larger and larger until it materialized into an enormous chessboard. The illusory chessboard seemed to fill all creation. It was as if the heavens were the chess players, the earth was the chessboard, and the magical power of Li Xiandao were the chess pieces. Towering figures appeared within the cosmic chessboard, celestial soldiers and generals clad in shocking armor. There were 5 celestial soldiers on the front line, 2 muscular warriors behind them, and in the rear numerous courtly officials, warhorses, and bloodthirsty foot soldiers, all protecting the person in the very center, the Heaven Master. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Devas unleashed supreme, destructive power that threatened to overwhelm both Bai Xiaochun and Patriarch Starry River. Patriarch Starry River's eyes were bloodshot, and he was breathing heavily. He knew that he couldn't retreat now. If he did, he might escape death, but would surely incur the wrath of Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao, and Bai Jintian. He had no options to choose from. Spinning in place, he decided to stall Bai Xiaochun in the hopes that the divine abilities of the 3 other Devas would kill him in time. Everything was happening very quickly. Bai Xiaochun sprang into motion, and the divine abilities closed in on him. However, he didn't back down. Instead, he accelerated. As he moved, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing countless rocks and rubble in the area to fly toward him, clumping around him until he was a towering stone golem. This was the living mountain incantation backed by a Deva cultivation base. As soon as his stone golem took shape, the net of lightning approached. And yet, despite how much destructive power was in the net, Bai Xiaochun was moving too quickly. His stone golem form was damaged, but he evaded most of the attack and closed in on Patriarch Starry River. Without the slightest hesitation, he utilized the mountain-shaking bash. The mountain-shaking bash increased Bai Xiaochun's speed dramatically. He evaded the cosmic chessboard, dashing through the 5 celestial soldiers, and appearing right in front of Patriarch Starry River. Even as the Patriarch let out a bellow of shock, Bai Xiaochun bashed into him. A whump sound echoed out, accompanied by boundless ripples. Blood sprayed out of Patriarch Starry River's mouth as he was shoved backward. At the same time, Chun Hutian's trump card arrived, the enormous blood-colored fist. As Patriarch Starry River fell back, Bai Xiaochun lunged forward, his enormous stone hand reaching out, black light shining off of the thumb and forefinger. It was none other than the throat-crushing grasp. A deafening boom rang out as Bai Xiaochun's throat-crushing grasp latched onto Patriarch Starry River. A strangled scream could be heard as the Patriarch's fleshly body was torn to pieces, and his nascent divinity flew out into the open, expression that of terror and despair. Ignoring any thoughts of cooperating with Chun Hutian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian, he fled. That was when Chan Hutian's enormous, blood-colored fist arrived, preventing Bai Xiaochun from chasing after Patriarch Starry River. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. Even the slightest pause in his part would allow the three Devis divine abilities and magical techniques to land on him. And yet, he didn't hesitate at all to perform an incantation gesture, sending frigid qi erupting out in all directions. 9 frigid projections appeared, which flanked Bai Xiaochun in a phalanx position as he shot forward toward the blood-colored fist. When the 9 frigid projections met the fist, they shattered with a boom. However, the blood-colored fist also lurched to a halt. That brief pause was all Bai Xiaochun needed. He immediately stepped forward, utilizing the undying hex. The stone golem form crumbled as he passed through the enormous net, across the battlefield, to appear right in front of the Patriarch Starry River's fleeing nascent divinity. In exactly the same way that he had cut down Patriarch Dao River, he became a beam of light that slashed all the way through Patriarch Starry River's nascent divinity. A miserable scream rang out as Patriarch Starry River's nascent divinity collapsed into pieces. This was the 3rd Deva cultivator Bai Xiaochun had killed in his life. Each kill happened more smoothly than the last, and struck more fear into the hearts of those who looked on. Chan Hutian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian had tossed out bait, but Bai Xiaochun had acted with incomparable decisiveness, disregarding the divine abilities they had sent against him to strike down Patriarch Starry River. The 3 remaining Devis were shocked to the core. However, all of them were veterans of many battles, and therefore, it was without the slightest hesitation that they poured even more power into their divine abilities and magical techniques. The innumerable vicious faces that made up Chan Hutian's blood-colored fist shrieked ferociously as the fist grew larger and larger. The lightning net of 10,000 layers sliced through the air as it shot toward Bai Xiaochun, locking down all avenues of escape, and the cosmic chessboard grew more corporeal than ever. The celestial soldiers and generals attacked with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force. Bai Xiaochun was being assaulted with deadly force on all fronts and from all directions. The 3 Devis had to admit that they had been careless earlier. Never could they have imagined that, before Bai Xiaochun wasn't actually a Deva, their carelessness would lead to both Patriarch Starry River and Patriarch Dao River perishing. It was a heavy blow to their self-confidence. Having reached this point in the battle, they felt they had no choice other than to push things to the extreme. If they killed Bai Xiaochun in the process, then at worst they would lose some prestige in the process of explaining away the situation. If they didn't come out on top, then not only would they have lost their Deva subordinates, but they would also lose massive amounts of face, not to mention that they would have to deal with the future ramifications of having Bai Xiaochun alive and well in the Starry Sky Dao polarity sect. After all, if they came out on the bottom, Patriarch Steel Veins would surely use that fact to his advantage. Damn it! If we'd known this guy would be so hard to deal with, we wouldn't have come. However, if you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. Therefore, Chan Hutian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian had no choice but to grit their teeth and intensify the power of their attacks. Since they had already committed some offenses, then they absolutely had to kill this opponent of theirs. That was the only way to resolve the situation. Deafening booms filled heaven and earth as Bai Xiaochun turned in place. There was no time for him to harvest Patriarch Starry River's soul in the face of this deadly attack. Although he was a Heaven Dao Deva, his opponents were 3 cultivators in the mid-Deva realm. There was no room for carelessness. A stern and awe-inspiring gleam could be seen in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. As of this moment, he wasn't thinking about his actions at all. He was acting on pure instinct. He took a step forward, waving his hand to summon frigid qi, and within it, 9 frigid projections. When the 9 projections collided with the divine abilities of Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian, they collapsed. And yet, cracks appeared on the blood-colored fist, the lightning net began to unravel, and the cosmic chessboard began to fall apart. That wasn't enough to stop the attacks moving against him. And yet, it had slowed them down, giving Bai Xiaochun time for his next move. Blurring into motion, he performed another incantation gesture with both hands, causing Deva power to erupt out. "Violet Qi Cauldron Summoning," he shouted. Instantly, violet light filled the sky as a gigantic violet cauldron appeared. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from illusory into corporeal. The truth was that it wasn't actually a violet cauldron. It was more than 100 cauldrons, overlapping to create a glowing violet shield. The instant the shield formed, Chen Hetian's blood-colored fist arrived, along with the lightning net and the chessboard. Boom! Bai Xiaochun shivered as his 100 violet cauldrons collapsed one by one, causing intense fluctuations to roll out in waves. As he fell back, he resorted to the living mountain incantation, as well as 9 more frigid projections. More cracks than ever covered the surface of Chen Hetian's blood-colored fist, and one of the fingers was already collapsing into pieces. The lighting net was in similarly bad shape, and had only about 7,000 layers left. As for the cosmic chessboard, the 5 celestial soldiers were almost completely destroyed, and the heavenly generals were close behind. However, the 3 divine abilities looked just as impressive to anyone observing the fight from the outside, and seemed to be on the verge of wiping Bai Xiaochun out of existence. Before he had become a deva, he wouldn't have been able to hold out, not even by drawing upon every last technique he was capable of. Even his undying emperor's fist wouldn't have been enough to save him. But now things were different. Eyes flashing with strange light, he threw his hands first up, and then down. Water Swamp Kingdom, a howl as if from another world erupted out, filling all creation. At the same time, water vapor roiled about, filling everything in sight. The area involved was vastly larger than anything which had been seen before when the Water Swamp Kingdom was unleashed. The sky went dim, and wind screamed as curved mountains rose up. The mountains soon became claws, which grew larger and larger, until an enormous hand was visible. The scaled, pitch-black hand descended toward the divine abilities of Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian, smashing into them, and causing the deva's faces to fall. "What is this?" they shouted in alarm. Before they could react, the huge clawed hand smashed into the divine abilities. 3 more fingers on the blood-colored fist were destroyed, leaving behind only a single finger. Even the palm was completely shattered. Massive ripping and tearing sounds could be heard from the 7,000 layers of the lightning net as almost all of them were destroyed. Only 2,000 remained. Nearly 80% of the troops atop the chessboard were transformed into ash, and the chessboard itself was badly damaged. Although all of this takes a bit of time to describe, it happened with incredible abruptness. In the blink of an eye, the clawed hand was gone, and the 3 divine abilities were drastically reduced. Although none of them had been completely destroyed, they were significantly weakened, and as they bore down on Bai Xiaochun, he didn't do anything to evade them. Instead, he reached out with his right hand. A massive wind erupted out, slamming into the remaining finger from the blood-colored fist. When that happened, a tremor passed through Bai Xiaochun. Then the wind touched the lightning net, and he breathed in heavily and took a step back. Lastly, he looked up as the wind smashed into the chessboard and its forces. Massive booms could be heard as the fist collapsed, the net shattered, and the chessboard exploded. Blood oozed out of the corners of Bai Xiaochun's mouth as he staggered backward several steps. However, he wasn't significantly injured. He had mastered the undying bones, and as such, his eyes shone radiantly. His energy surged, causing all creation to tremble as an enormous, illusory version of his face appeared up above, and looked down menacingly at Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian. "That's all you've got? All right. Now it's my turn. How is this even possible?" Chen Hetian gasped, his mind spinning. The three divine abilities which had just been unleashed were powerful trump cards, any one of which should have been fully capable of inflicting grievous injuries on someone in the early Deva realm. Because of how seriously they viewed Bai Xiaochun, they hadn't hesitated to join forces and unleash such high-level techniques. The fact that Bai Xiaochun had killed Patriarch Starry River was only secondary as far as they were concerned. What was more shocking was how afterward, he used one magical technique after another to fight back against them. Bai Jintian was flabbergasted, and at the same time had a very bad feeling. Li Xiandao was reacting similarly, and realized that, although he had accepted from the beginning that this enemy was powerful, he had actually completely underestimated him. Damn it! This guy isn't an Earth Dao Deva. That was what all three Devas were thinking. However, there was no time for thought or planning. The enormous face of Bai Xiaochun which filled the heavens had already driven away their will, and was now causing immense pressure to weigh down on them. They began to fall back, madness gripping their hearts. By this point, Bai Xiaochun had come to realize that his will had driven away the wills of the other Devas, and was causing pressure to weigh down on them. After his breakthrough, he had sensed himself fusing with heaven and earth. However, in the urgency of the moment, he had been able to do little more than fight back against his opponents. But now, as his energy surged, and his face filled the sky, he finally felt what it was like to be a Deva. Devas could completely fuse with heaven and earth, whereupon their every action would draw upon the power that existed in creation around them. A single breath could absorb spiritual power from vast distances. In fact, it would be very difficult for someone in the Deva realm to actually run out of spiritual power under ordinary circumstances. It was for that reason that some trump cards which required vast amounts of spiritual power could actually be used over and over again in quick succession by Devas. For example, Bai Xiaochun's Water Swamp Kingdom. In the past, it had been difficult for him to use that technique twice in a row, but now things were very different. And yet, that was of secondary importance. More importantly, he could fuse with heaven and earth, effectively becoming the will of the heavens. His thoughts became the thoughts of the heavens. If he wished to punish his enemies, then the heavens wished to punish them as well. That was the highest realm that Devas could reach. Deva shapes heavenly will. Rumbling sounds echoed out as Bai Xiaochun's face grew larger, thunder rumbled, and the ground quaked in all directions. The faces of the three Devas flickered as sensations of profound crisis filled their hearts. Yet again they fell back. However, they were in the mid-Deva realm and had been Devas for many years. They had extensive experience in combat, and thus were able to suppress their fear, and use their moment of retreat to perform incantation gestures, unleashing divine abilities with incredible speed. Blood Qi erupted from Chen Hetian, transforming into an enormous blood-colored giant, who wielded a long, blood-red spear. Howling, the giant charged straight toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Jintian was just as fast in his actions. Clouds roiled out from his hands, becoming a 9-story pagoda that crushed downward toward Bai Xiaochun. The strangest technique of all belonged to Li Xiandao. When he extended his right hand, a sword appeared in it, and at the same time his eyes suddenly went blank, as if he were unconscious. However, he suddenly accelerated with blinding speed, becoming a beam of sword light that stabbed toward Bai Xiaochun. The attacks of the three Devas shook heaven and earth, and left everyone in the river-defying sect reeling in fear and anxiety. Many of them even began to pray in their hearts. It was almost too much for many people to process mentally. However, only enough time had passed for a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed, and his energy surged. He took a step forward, simultaneously clenching his hand into a fist. All creation shook as a black hole appeared. That black hole seemed to suck in all of Bai Xiaochun's fleshly body power, and all of his life force. Although he didn't look any different physically, he felt like he was being torn apart inside. In the blink of an eye, everything about him was gone. At the same time, the enormous face up in the sky grew dim and difficult to see. The only thing of him left behind was the fist inside of that vortex. As soon as the fist appeared, the faces of the three Devas fell, and a sensation of imminent peril rose up in them that surpassed anything from before. What divine ability is that? What terrifying pressure! Despite their terror, they hadn't reached the point where they felt helpless. In fact, their abundant experience in battle was telling them that they absolutely could not flee. If they did, they would be crushed out of existence. The only chance they had was to break this attack, and thus their enemy's momentum. If they didn't, his will would grow stronger. Die! Chun Hetien shouted. Unexpectedly, he merged into the blood-colored giant, hefted the spear in its hand, and stabbed it with more urgency toward Bai Xiaochun. The 9-story cloud pagoda accelerated, and as for Li Xiandao, he appeared right in front of Bai Xiaochun, his sword stabbing directly toward his forehead. However, even as the 3 counterattacks closed in, Bai Xiaochun looked up, and an enormous, shadowy being materialized behind him. It was a man in imperial robes, with an imperial crown, face completely expressionless, and yet, resembling Bai Xiaochun in every way, there was an incomparably domineering air to him. This was none other than the manifestation of the undying emperor's fist. When that domineering, shadowy emperor appeared, Bai Xiaochun unleashed his fist strike. Heaven shook and the earth trembled. Furthermore, since Bai Xiaochun was merged with all creation, becoming the will of the heavens, the pressure of a destructive heavenly punishment appeared. Now that he had mastered his undying bones, he was able to easily unleash this peak level of fleshly body power. It was a quintuple power undying emperor's fist. It was a supreme level of destructive power, causing the air to ripple and distort. The gigantic, shadowy emperor fused into Bai Xiaochun's fist, which, despite not growing any larger, shot toward the 3 devis, accompanied by intense rumbling sounds. "We can't stand up to this," Chun Hetien blurted. That was what his instincts were telling him. And that was when Bai Xiaochun's undying emperor's fist slammed into Li Xiandao. The sky shuddered, and a tremor passed through Li Xiandao. Then, a massive stream of blood sprayed out of his mouth. His sword shattered, and he was sent tumbling backward like a kite with its string cut, as surely as if a huge mountain had slammed into him. In fact, he couldn't even stop the blood from erupting from inside of him. Terror consumed him. His fleshly body was on the verge of falling apart, and his cultivation base was being dramatically destabilized as roughly 30% of the chi passageways inside of him were destroyed. "Impossible!" he shrieked. And yet, even as he fell back, the undying emperor's fist continued on without pause toward Chun Hetien, who was embodied as an enormous blood-colored giant. First, the blood-red spear shattered, and then the giant's body exploded. Chan Hetien himself appeared, blood spraying out of his mouth as he was flung backward, a look of blank shock on his face. Last was Bai Jintian. As soon as his 9-story cloud pagoda was hit by the undying emperor's fist, it shattered layer by layer. Bai Jintian himself escaped narrowly, and yet, still ended up coughing up blood. Face ashen and filled with disbelief and alarm, he staggered backward, aura in shambles. The undying emperor's fist was currently the most powerful divine ability at Bai Xiaochun's disposal, especially the quintuple strength version. After all, even back when he wasn't a deva, he could still use it to fight with someone in the mid-deva realm. Now, he was in the early deva realm, and although he had not yet stabilized his cultivation base completely, he could still fuse with heaven and earth. Furthermore, he was a rare Heaven Dao Deva, which in itself made up for many of the weaknesses caused by not having a chance to stabilize his place within the realm. As such, he had just unleashed what was essentially a perfect attack. With it, he completely blasted away 3 devas. Of course, these were not ordinary devas, and they had been working together. Although they had been grievously wounded, they had not yet reached the point where they couldn't keep fighting. However, the shocking attack they had just sustained didn't just wound them physically. It was a severe blow to their courage. The drastic phenomena caused by the fist strike caused everyone in the river-defying sect to be shaken to the core, regardless of their rank in the sect. The shock wave from the attack was still spreading out, and yet, things weren't over yet. Even as blood sprayed out of the mouths of the three Devis, and they fell back in terror, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered. Although he didn't look any different from before, the truth was that he had been significantly drained in terms of fleshly body power. He hadn't been completely emptied out, but was vastly weaker. And yet, no one would be able to discern that from his facial expression. He had no special plan in mind, and yet, took another step forward. As he did, his cultivation base surged, and his will strengthened. The enormous face in the sky above grew clear, and seemed to radiate the energy of the undying emperor's fist, causing the lands below to quake violently. Then, Bai Xiaochun's foot landed and he growled. The river-defying sect is not the type of place that you can visit uninvited, and then leave without permission. The same words roared out from the mouth of the face up in the sky, making Bai Xiaochun seem dramatically impressive to everyone watching, except for Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian, whose eyes suddenly glittered. Something's off here. What's the point of being so wordy in the middle of a fight? Wait, don't tell me that he's actually out of power because of that fist strike. Is he trying to get us to retreat? The three Deva's spirits lifted. Without hesitation, they all spun in place, transforming into flashes of light that, instead of fleeing, shot directly backward toward Bai Xiaochun. Their energy surged as they prepared powerful attacks. Although they were still being cautious, they were not holding back in terms of deadliness. However, in almost the same moment as they began to speed back toward Bai Xiaochun, he smiled. And as soon as the Devis saw that smile, their hearts lurched in their chests. Not good. Damn it. He tricked us. Suddenly, a mark appeared on Bai Xiaochun's forehead, which opened up into a third eye. The power of his heaven-span Dharma eye erupted out, sending violet light shooting toward the three Devis. Before they could react, the light surrounded them, making them feel as if a huge, invisible hand had grabbed them. Simultaneously, Bai Xiaochun performed an incantation gesture with both hands and then waved them out in front of himself. Frigid domain. Rumbling sounds could be heard as indescribably cold air erupted out from Bai Xiaochun. Everything in the area began to freeze over, and at the same time 27 frigid projections materialized. Each of the 27 projections looked exactly like Bai Xiaochun, and as soon as they appeared, they pounced on the three Devis. From the murderous aura which surrounded the projections, it was easy to imagine what would happen if they reached them. Although they wouldn't be killed, they would definitely suffer grievous fleshly body injuries. Now was not the time for the Devis to ponder the situation. Thunderous rumbling sounds erupted from Chen Hetian as he drew upon a secret magic that caused 3 rifts to open up on his face. Bone was visible beneath those rifts, and after they were fully open, Chen Hetian was suddenly given access to immense power. He struggled mightily against the power of the heaven-span Dharma eye, and then suddenly shot backward 3,000 meters, placing him a safe distance from any of the frigid projections. Only he knew the true price he had just paid to evade that attack. The 3 rifts which had been sliced open onto his face reduced his longevity by at least a 60-year cycle, and also dropped his cultivation base by roughly half a realm. It caused his heart to drip with figurative blood, and yet he had had no other options. In fact, he wasn't the only one to make such a decisive, drastic decision. Bai Jintian and Li Xiandao both used similar secret magics, and paid extremely heavy prices to retreat from the frigid projections. As a result of their quick retreats, the frigid projections pounced on nothing but thin air, and then faded away into nothing. Although they had seemed impressive and dangerous earlier, the truth was that they weren't backed by very much power. That caused extremely unsightly expressions to appear on the faces of Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao, and Bai Jintian. However, as of this point, they already weren't willing to trust their senses. Originally, they had taken Bai Xiaochun to be strong in appearance only, which was why they had attacked. Although he had counter-attacked with what was essentially a feint, they were now too unnerved and hesitant to try again. The threat of Bai Xiaochun's undying emperor's fist was simply too great, and they currently had no way of assessing his true strength. Even as they hesitated, Bai Xiaochun stuck his chin up, waved his sleeve, and looked at them with cold, domineering eyes. Chen Hetian, eccentric Bai, And you, third guy who I don't know. Do you want to fight or not? If not, then screw the hell off. As his voice echoed like thunder, the cultivators of the river-defying sect looked up with looks of profound excitement. The three Devis had very unsightly expressions on their faces, and had hearts filled with anxiousness. On the one hand, they feared escalating the fight, but on the other hand, didn't want to back down. It was in that very moment of hesitation that the three Devis suddenly looked up. There, off in the distance, the clouds churned as numerous beams of light appeared. Within moments, a massive formation of troops became visible. One figure after another shot out into the open. Thousands, tens of thousands. Soon, it was fully 100,000. Battle cries filled the air, making it clear that a shocking army was incoming. It was none other than Bai Lin, Zhao Tianjiao, Patriarch Steelveins, and the armies of the 5 legions. Who dares to harm one of my major generals? The Hall of Steel Veins campaigned for years at the Great Wall. Now that one of my major generals is back, who dares to cause him grief? You've pushed things too far, Patriarch. Master. As the voices rang out, the newcomers suddenly caught sight of the battlefield, and their eyes went wide with disbelief. Those who had cultivation bases at the level of Bai Lin or higher could sense the lingering fluctuations that would result from the death of a Deva's nascent divinity. And those who could not sense such things could see the shattered fleshly body of Patriarch Starry River, as well as his severed head. Even more shocking was the current state of Bai Xiaochun and the other 3 Devis. Bai Xiaochun hovered there in the air looking completely domineering and arrogant, facing Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian, all of whom had blood dripping down their faces and were clearly weakened and in very bad shape. Furthermore, it was obvious that the 3 Devis had been working together, and yet weren't a match for Bai Xiaochun. Everyone, Bai Lin included, was left gasping in shock. Most taken aback of all was Patriarch Steelveins. He struck fear into the hearts of 3 Devis? He thought. He actually injured all of them? His eyes flickered in a way that no one would be able to detect. As a powerful Deva expert, he was able to clearly sense the evidence of the deaths of Patriarch Starry River and Patriarch Dao River. Furthermore, he could easily see how badly wounded the 3 Devis were, as well as the evidence of how the fight had ended. They just used secret magics? This Bai Xiaochun actually forced Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian to use dangerous escape magics? Silence reigned on the battlefield. The cultivators from the Hall of Steel Veins were all staring blankly at Bai Xiaochun, their hearts battered by waves of shock. As for Bai Lin and Zhao Tianjiao, it looked like their eyes might pop out of their skulls at any moment. Down below, the numerous cultivators of the river-defying sect were bubbling with excitement at how valiant Bai Xiaochun had been in defeating Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian. The 3 defeated Devis expressions flickered. Not only were they in very bad shape after their fight, there were plenty of fellow sect cultivators who had witnessed the affair. It was a big loss of face and a huge embarrassment, and yet they were truly in fear of Bai Xiaochun's strength. At the same time, the 3 Devis were relieved that the Hall of Steel Veins forces had arrived. If you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off, but now they had the perfect opportunity and excuse to retreat. Bai Xiaochun hovered there, feeling very pleased at the exclamations he had heard from Zhao Tianjiao, Bai Lin, and everyone else. Looking over, he could see that the 3 Devis wished to withdraw. After blinking a few times, he kept his exhaustion hidden and unleashed some cultivation-based power. Chen Hetian and you other 2, you really pushed things too far. I, Bai Xiaochun, have performed great services for the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. I've shed blood for it. I slaughtered countless enemies at the Great Wall, and yet you tried to exterminate my sect. Nobody could stand for such a thing. You owe me some compensation. If you don't kowtow immediately an apology, and swear an oath to stay out of the way of all river-defying sect disciples in the future, then this matter will not be over. Even if you escape, I'll track you down and fight my way into your clans. He emphasized his words with the flick of a sleeve. After all, he had justice on his side. When Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian heard his words. They very nearly coughed up more mouthfuls of blood. Bai Xiaochun's words were biting to the extreme. Earlier, he had simply told them to either fight or screw off. But now that he had some friends to back him up, he was acting even more extravagantly. Not only was he demanding compensation, he was also forcing them to lose face publicly. "Don't go overboard, Bai Xiaochun," Li Xiandao growled, his eyes completely bloodshot. After all, he had just worked very hard to extricate himself from this situation, and now that easy exit was being removed. That was when Patriarch Steel Veins took a deep breath and blurred into motion. In the blink of an eye, he was next to Bai Xiaochun, although he kept a good distance from him. Eyes flashing with incisive light, he looked at the other three Devis and spoke in a sinister voice as cold as winter wind. "Overboard? Chen Hetian, Bai Jintian, Li Xiandao. Do you really think you can go and bully people from the Hall of Steel Veins anytime you like? My old pal Bai is exactly right. The Hall of Steel Veins slaughters enemies without count. And yet you sneak around trying to exterminate sex? Who could possibly stand for such a thing? Although Brother Bai hasn't yet been made an elder by the demigod patriarch, considering that he was a major general, and is a member of the Hall of Steel Veins, then that puts him under my protection. So, let's see who here today dares to do a thing to anyone from the Hall of Steel Veins." As the Deva patriarch spoke, the cultivators from the Hall of Steel Veins unleashed murderous auras that formed something of a spell formation, locking down any paths of escape for Chan Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian. Bai Xiaochun's spirits were lifted even more, and it was the same with the river-defying sect. In contrast, the three Devis were grumbling bitterly, and their expressions were extremely unsightly. All of a sudden, Bai Xiaochun realized that this was a great opportunity. If he made a move right now, then all of his allies would obviously support him. However, just when he was about to break into motion, the sky suddenly filled with intense rumbling sounds that surpassed heavenly thunder. The sky went dim and distorted. Spasms rolled out across the surface of the land. At the same time, a powerful blast of energy appeared, shoving Bai Xiaochun backward. The same energy hit Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian, sending them flying backward by several hundred meters. As for the murderous aura being emitted by the Hall of Steel Veins, it winked out instantly. And yet, things weren't over yet. Shocking pressure began to weigh down from above, pressure that caused the faces of the Devis to fall. The nascent soul cultivators present began to tremble, and anyone under that level felt like they were being strangled. Furthermore, the wills of all the Devis were completely driven away down to the tiniest scrap as an enormous figure of light appeared up above. It appeared to be made of starlight, and was threatening without being angry. Large enough to prop up heaven and earth, it caused everyone who could see it to be shaken deeply. It appeared to be a middle-aged man, who was looking down on everyone present, heavenly bodies gleaming in his eyes. The fluctuations rolling off of him vastly surpassed those of a deva. They were demigod fluctuations and were not being restrained in even the least bit. When all of the other four Devis saw the figure of light, they clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Patriarch Starry Sky." They weren't the only ones to react in such a way. The nascent soul cultivators from the Hall of Steel Veins trembled as they offered formal greetings. Then, everyone else who didn't recognize the glowing figure, but heard the words of the other powerful experts, gasped and followed suit. Bai Xiaochun's breath caught in his throat, and he shivered inwardly. Obviously, this glowing figure of light was none other than the Starry Sky Tao Polarity Sect's most powerful expert, the demigod patriarch. The demigod is stepping in. Although Bai Xiaochun was a bit nervous, he reminded himself that he had seen his fair share of demigods, and thus managed to suppress his anxiety. However, he put an expression of deep fear onto his face as he clasped hands in formal greeting. It only took moments for everyone on the battlefield to be bowing in reverence to Patriarch Starry Sky, as if he were the most eminent figure in all heaven and earth. No expression could be seen on his face as he looked over the crowd, ignoring Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian. In fact, he even ignored the Deva from the Hall of Steel Veins. Instead, He fixed his gaze on Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun had just suppressed his anxiety, only to have it flare up again. He immediately thought back to some ways that he had dealt with demigods back in the wildlands, and yet quickly realized that this was a totally different situation. Even as his anxiety mounted, and he scrambled to come up with new ideas, the figure of light looked away from him. Then, an ancient, profound voice rumbled out to fill the entire area. Let Bai Xiaochun be appointed as an elder in the Hall of Steel Veins. He shall be given an Elder's Command Medallion, an Immortal's Cave on the Blue Rainbow, and will select a date to make an official return to the sect. Henceforth, the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect has 6 devas. As his words echoed out with thunderous intensity, the cultivators from the Hall of Steel Veins became visibly excited. As for Chun Hutian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian, their faces grew deathly pale, and they bowed their heads. They knew that, with the approval of the demigod patriarch, there would be nothing they could do from preventing Bai Xiaochun and the river-defying sect from rising to prominence in the eastern Heavenspan River. If the Hall of Steel Veins was excited, there was almost no need to mention the river-defying sect. They were so swept up in the moment that they began to cheer out loud. As for Bai Xiaochun, he breathed a sigh of relief, and wondered why he had been so scared before. Who cares about demigods? I absorbed one of the Celestial's hairs, and I'm supposed to be scared of a demigod? My apprentice is the Hell Emperor, and my father-in-law is a demigod. And thus he continued to encourage himself, and muse excitedly about how perfectly he had fought back earlier. The demigod patriarch gazed at Bai Xiaochun with a profound and enigmatic look before slowly fading away into nothing. He took Chen Hutian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian along with him when he went, which was a good thing for them. If he hadn't, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't have let them leave unscathed. He had already been glaring at them menacingly before acquiring the open approval of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. To see them fading away with the demigod patriarch was a bit irritating. So stingy. It's not like I would actually kill them or something. However, he was so flushed with success that he didn't dwell on such negativity. After all, Zhao Tianjiao, Bai Lin, and the cultivators from the Hall of Steel Veins were all still present, and he needed to thank them. Patriarch Steel Veins wore a broad smile when he spoke, treating Bai Xiaochun, not with superiority, but as an equal. Bai Lin seemed to have endless sighs in his heart, and the truth was, he couldn't stop thinking about everything that had happened back at the Great Wall. Zhao Tianjiao reacted similarly. Both men seemed to have been deeply affected by what Bai Xiaochun had accomplished, and both of them were determined to return to the sect and go directly into secluded meditation to work on their cultivation. Among the tens of thousands of other cultivators who had come, many were war buddies from the Great Wall. Some had also been Bai Xiaochun's direct subordinates. All of them were very excited to see him, and didn't hesitate to accept his invitation to stay in the river-defying sect to celebrate. The patriarchs of the river-defying sect were thrilled about what was happening, and threw a feast to thank everyone who had come to offer their aid. That night was like a dream for most of the disciples of the river-defying sect. Their nervousness from earlier became joy, and of course, their esteem for Bai Xiaochun grew even greater. At the same time, their anticipation for what was to come for the sect grew more intense. The patriarchs reacted similarly. It was as if an enormous weight had been lifted off their shoulders, and their faces were covered with smiles for the entire night. The following morning, the cultivators from the Hall of Steel Veins left. After seeing them off, Bai Xiaochun sighed, relieved that he had at long last settled all of the issues that the river-defying sect faced. He could well imagine how, in the coming days, the river-defying sect would be the #1 sect in the eastern Middle Reaches cultivation world of the Heavenspan River. From now on, the other 3 sects would be subsidiaries of the river-defying sect. But it's still not enough, he thought. He glanced down at his bag of holding, and his eyes began to shine with determination. If the river-defying sect truly wanted stability, they couldn't just have a single deva. If one of the current patriarchs could become the sect's second deva, even if it was only the mortal Dao deva realm, then the river-defying sect could be considered truly stable in its position. After all, the demigod patriarch's dermic decree had made clear that Bai Xiaochun would need to return to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect soon. That meant that his time in the river-defying sect was limited. I can't wait too long before leaving, that wouldn't be good. Therefore, I need to make sure that one of the patriarchs becomes a deva before I leave. One of the reasons he was so confident in being able to make that happen was the rainbow spirit thistle he had acquired during a shakedown in the wildlands. Considering his skill in the Tao of medicine, he was sure that, with the cooperation of the pill stream division, he could use that rainbow spirit thistle to concoct a deva pill. Deva pills were very rare and extremely difficult to concoct. Although he was confident that he could produce one, he didn't have enough ingredients to make multiple copies. As for which patriarch he wanted to become a deva, he decided not to worry about it. Although he would surely be able to give input, it was a sensitive subject, and therefore the best thing would be to let the patriarchs decide among themselves. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he sent a message to Patriarch Spirit Stream and Patriarch Bloodstream, informing them of his plan. Then he went into his secluded meditation facilities to start working. The entire river-defying sect was abuzz with talk of Bai Xiaochun. As for Song Junwan, her position in the sect had already changed. In the past, people knew that she was close with Bai Xiaochun, and because of that, she had been treated differently. However, it hadn't been very obvious. But now, things were very different. Elders and patriarchs alike treated her with the utmost respect. In fact, everyone who had good relationships with Bai Xiaochun were being treated differently. Especially Li Qingho, since Bai Xiaochun was effectively the ultimate leader of the sect now, and Li Qingho was his uncle that put him in a very high position. In fact, after some discussion, the patriarchs agreed that when the time came, Li Qingho would be the next sect leader. Shortly after that, the patriarchs got word from Bai Xiaochun that he planned to concoct a deva pill, which would make it highly likely that one of the half-deva patriarchs would finally be able to break out from the great circle of the nascent soul stage. Of course, the patriarchs were both delighted and deeply thankful. Their first thought was to give the honor to Li Qingho. Unfortunately, his cultivation base was not in the great circle, and they were worried that it would take him too long to get there. They urgently needed a deva patriarch in place in the sect, and therefore, after discussion with Li Qingho himself, they decided that Patriarch Spirit Stream would be the one to take the pill. After all, Patriarch Spirit Stream had lived for many, many years, even longer than Patriarch Bloodstream, whose cultivation base was at the same level as his. Reaching the Deva realm would give him significant longevity, and Patriarch Spirit Stream had his secret magic that further increased longevity. Even Patriarch Bloodstream had to admit that if he himself became a Deva, he would eventually perish, whereas Patriarch Spirit Stream could potentially live for much longer. Naturally, having Patriarch Spirit Stream as the Deva in the sect would be the most beneficial. Furthermore, with one Deva permanently in the sect, it would make it easier for others to reach that level. As the patriarchs discussed all of these matters, Bai Xiaochun was in his secluded meditation facilities doing the initial work in preparation to concoct the Deva pill. The sect had acquired the formula long ago, but had never possessed the primary ingredient, and had thus been unable to concoct it. Bai Xiaochun's work caused the entire sect to fill with a lovely, sweet fragrance. Bruiser particularly liked the smell, and plopped himself down in front of Bai Xiaochun's secluded meditation chamber to breathe it in. All spirit beasts benefited from it, and even cultivators would experience a certain refinement of their cultivation bases by breathing it in. This unexpected phenomenon caused everyone in the river-defying sect to be in even further awe of Bai Xiaochun. However, the aroma didn't last for long. As Bai Xiaochun emerged from seclusion 7 days later, he immediately sent word to the patriarchs, whereupon the Pill Stream Division sent over a few dozen Grandmaster Apothecaries, as well as Li Qingho, to help Bai Xiaochun in his work. They immediately set up a medicinal spell formation which allowed Bai Xiaochun to begin the final stages of his work. His concocting session lasted for an entire month. Unfortunately, he met with failure in each attempt, losing some of his primary ingredient every time. He was starting to get anxious, but managed to suppress his nervousness, and took the opportunity to learn from every mistake. As the saying goes, everything comes to him who waits. It was on his 7th attempt that he succeeded just when he ran out of ingredients. On that day, illusory thunder crackled, and a spirit fragrance filled the entire sect, causing a mist to spring up. The entire river-defying sect looked like a celestial paradise as a result. I finally did it! Bai Xiaochun was a bit gaunt, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. As his laughter rang out, the patriarchs hurried over to find him holding a white, glowing medicinal pill. A single glance at that pill caused deep desire to rise up in the hearts of the patriarchs. All of them could sense how the pill almost seemed fused with the world around it. After a long moment, the patriarchs managed to suppress their feelings. A very serious expression could be seen on the face of Patriarch Spirit Stream as he accepted the pill. He nodded at Bai Xiaochun, clasped hands and bowed deeply to the other patriarchs, and went into secluded meditation. The pressure he faced was immense. After all, he only had one Deva pill, and therefore only had one chance to succeed. Bai Xiaochun had finally resolved all of the crises facing the river-defying sect. He himself was now a Deva patriarch of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, and had put the river-defying sect in the position of being the absolute overlord of the Middle Reaches cultivation world. On top of that, he had successfully concocted a Deva pill for the extremely long-lived Patriarch Spirit Stream, giving him a very good chance of reaching the Deva realm. Bai Xiaochun was very satisfied with everything. At the moment, he stood outside of his immortal's cave, petting Bruiser's head and looking around at the sect. The disciples were still busy with the renovation work, and were in very high spirits. Feeling more than wonderful, he flicked his sleeve, stuck his chin up and murmured, "I'm happy. Everybody's happy. I'm strong. The sect is strong. Bruiser, I'm the kind of person who likes the limelight. Who could ever have imagined that fate would lead me here, a patriarch at such a young age? I'm not old at all." He shook his head and sighed, feeling more proud of himself than ever. "I never wanted to go back to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, but as you saw, the demigod patriarch personally asked me to go. What a headache. I'm also an elder in the Hall of Steel Veins, which is a really rare thing. I guess I have no choice in the matter. All my old friends and war buddies are there. I really just have to accept my status. What do you think, Bruiser? Why am I just such a genius? AI." A scowl of helplessness slowly spread out across his face. Bruiser blinked a few times and looked around, only to find that they were alone, prompting him to snort quietly. After all, Bai Xiaochun usually only acted depressed like this when he knew people were around to see him. When Bai Xiaochun saw the reaction he was getting, he cleared his throat and then bopped Bruiser on the head. "Play along," he said with a glare. "You know what that means? From now on, whenever you hear me talking like this, you need to play along. That'll make me like you even more. All right?" At first Bruiser whimpered, but then he quickly changed his expression to match Bai Xiaochun's. When Bai Xiaochun saw how depressed he looked, he frowned and added a few more words. "No, that's not the right expression. Listen, when you hear me say things like I just said, you need to look excited. Sigh deeply and with meaning. Make it seem like you're resigning yourself to a truly bitter fate." After receiving a few more pointers, Bruiser finally got the right expression onto his face. With that, Bai Xiaochun started over with his act, and Bruiser played along. "Ha ha ha. Great job, Bruiser. All right, come along with Dad as I take a walk. Remember, when you hear me say those things, put that expression on your face immediately." In very high spirits, Bai Xiaochun led Bruiser on a stroll through the sect. Wherever they went, the people they encountered would offer respectful formal greetings. Whenever there was a big enough of a crowd, Bai Xiaochun would sigh and monologue a bit. The disciples who didn't know much about him would be shocked. The ones who knew him, though, would simply sigh. This was not their first time seeing him act in a way like this. Bruiser played along perfectly and worked very hard at it. As Bai Xiaochun sighed, he would wail and wrap himself around Bai Xiaochun's leg, eyes shining with a look of comfort. It was as if he were saying to Bai Xiaochun, "It's simply your fate to be such a genius." Those who saw this happening were shocked, and many a strange expression could be seen. As for Bai Xiaochun, his delight mounted, and he dragged Bruiser from one place to another for an entire day. The more people who called out greetings to him as a patriarch, the more strange expressions could be seen. How come the patriarch is acting so strange? Maybe all devas are like this? Oh, you guys have no idea. Bai Xiaochun, Patriarch Bai was always like this. You just need to get used to it, that's all. Talk like that followed by Xiaochun wherever he went in the sect. The next day, his enthusiasm had not yet waned, and the same scene played out again. He went to see Beihan Lai 3 times, nearly driving him mad. Beihan Lai would always greet him with the utmost respect, and then be forced to listen to Bai Xiaochun's endless sighs. On the second day, Beihan Lai chose to go into secluded meditation. Bai Xiaochun was a bit saddened by that, but then he went to find Shangguan Tianyu. In fact, he went to see all of the people he knew in the Spirit Stream division. After that, he went to the Bloodstream division. It was in that fashion that 3 whole days passed, until everyone in the river-defying sect came to fully understand Bai Xiaochun's personality. Wry smiles could be seen everywhere, and many people began to avoid him as soon as they saw him off in the distance. After all, he didn't seem anything like a Deva patriarch in person. Bai Xiaochun did not get discouraged. Actually, he became more focused. In fact, he had just decided to go look into the specifics of why Beihan Lai was in secluded meditation when Song Junwan finally had enough. Rushing over angrily, she rebuked him up and down until he finally rubbed his nose and gave up on acting like a patriarch. All I was doing was sighing and saying a few things. Whatever. I guess if I'm not even allowed to sigh, I'll just go into secluded meditation. After all, he would be in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect soon, and nobody there would care if he went around sighing. Filled with aspirations for what was to come, he went into meditation. For one thing, he needed to wait until Patriarch Spirit Stream achieved his breakthrough. And also, he had still not yet stabilized his cultivation base after his recent breakthrough. And then there was the Undying Codex. Having mastered the Undying Bones, and having achieved a breakthrough, he was now in the position to break through the 4th shackle of the human body. Once that happened, he knew that his fleshly body power would increase. Most importantly, he would be able to cultivate the final part of the Undying Codex. The Undying Blood. The Undying Blood is the true essence of the Undying Codex. If I succeed with that, I won't necessarily be truly undying, but I definitely won't be dying anytime soon. With that thought on his mind, he got to work. After sitting down cross-legged, he cast his senses inward to the shocking spiritual power of heaven and earth that flowed through him constantly. It almost made him feel as if he were a part of the world around him. Every move he made could be filled with heavenly might, and every breath he took could rumble like thunder. So this is what it's like to be a Deva. It's totally different from the nascent soul stage. A complete transformation. The more he probed his cultivation base, the more excited he got. Furthermore, he could tell that after becoming a Deva, his longevity had grown vastly more vigorous. I wonder if I could live for 5,000 years now. The thought excited him, and he began to do some calculations, but was soon disappointed to realize that he probably couldn't reach 5,000. I'm still very far away from my goal of being able to live forever. After examining his cultivation base for a bit longer, he sank into a trance and began to work on his fleshly body power. Cracking sounds could be heard inside of him, which came from his bones. The power of his chi and blood erupted out, causing the air in his secluded meditation chamber to twist and distort as a vortex sprang up around him. Based on the fluctuations, Bai Xiaochun was sure that he could sense the 4th shackle. It felt much the same as the previous 3 shackles. Although the sensation wasn't particularly clear, he was sure that something like an enormous mountain was weighing down on him with profound heaviness. All of a sudden, he felt the impulse to smash into that mountain. Eyes widening, he shouted, "It's time to break the 4th shackle." No one but Bai Xiaochun could hear the thunderous rumbling sound that filled him. It surpassed heavenly thunder as it echoed through his body, causing him to shake where he sat, blue veins bulging out on his neck and face. It really did feel to him like there was a huge mountain pressing down on him. Drawing upon his incredible fleshly body power, He pushed back against that mountain in an attempt to break it. The power of qi and blood surged inside of him, and as the rumbling sounds grew more intense, he shouted, "Break!" At that point, the invisible mountain that was the fourth shackle of the human body shattered. All of a sudden, he felt lighter and freer, like a wild stallion who had been unharnessed and let run free. There were no bounds or restrictions in place anymore, allowing his qi and blood to flow strong and hard. His meditation chamber began to tremble, and beyond it, the river-defying sect as a whole. The power of his undying bones could be no higher. It surged through him like flood waters, pushing at him, screaming, until he realized that he was about to break past the undying bones level. He had truly reached the peak. As the saying goes, when one is focused and works hard, good fortune is sure to follow. At this point, the mnemonic for the undying blood suddenly appeared, as though it had been branded in his soul and waiting for this moment. As he went to work with the mnemonic, the remaining power of the Celestial's blood hair sprang into motion. A tremor passed through him, and he withered visibly, growing incredibly gaunt within only a few breaths of time. If he hadn't been prepared for this very outcome, it would have been a big fright. "It's gonna wither me to death." He immediately ceased the operation of the undying blood. Thankfully, there was nothing about the technique that made that impossible. Even the short moment that had passed left his face ashen, his vision dim, and his ears ringing. After a long moment passed, he recovered. However, his face was still pale, and his heart still twitched with lingering fear. After examining himself inside and out, he almost cried. My life force! His previously thriving life force had been drained by more than half in that brief few breaths of time. It wasn't this exaggerated before. This is even more frightening than Mistress Red Dust and Song Junwan combined. Scowling, he contemplated simply giving up on cultivating the undying blood. He was truly worried that he would accidentally kill himself before mastering it. Don't tell me I'm going to have to go through another whole situation of using the eternal parasol? He smacked his forehead in irritation. This undying codex is the worst technique ever. Seems to me the point is to turn good people into villains. Depressed, he thought back to how he had once been a pure and naive youngster, only to start cultivating the undying skin and turn into the chicken-thieving fiend. And then there was his time in the Bloodstream sect, when he snuck around other people's immortals' caves, stealing chi and blood for the undying heavenly king. After that came the undying tendons, where he had used pill concocting at the Great Wall as a front to embezzle everything he needed. And finally, out in the wildlands, he had become a vicious hunter of life force to finish the undying bones. Is it all worth it? I'm a good person after all. Maybe mastering the undying bones is good enough. It's pretty awesome on its own. Sighing, he once again began to review the mnemonic for the undying blood. The undying blood was the final level of the undying codex, and was the last step to mastering the full technique. The undying skin provided incredible defensive powers. The undying flesh increased fleshly body power to shocking levels. The undying tendons provided explosive speed and power, although that was really only the first step. The undying bones was the second in that same vein. The effects of that second leap upward were even more obvious. After he had mastered the undying bones, his defenses, his speed, his strength, and everything else had reached the peak. At that time, he had possessed Deva-level fleshly body power, to the point where, combined with his cultivation base, it would have been very difficult for a Deva to catch him if he wanted to flee. However, at that point, his undying codex had not been without flaws, nor had he been unkillable. After all, despite the shocking level of power he commanded, he could be easily drained. Calling upon just his undying Emperor's fist would leave him almost powerless. Although he had been tough and difficult to wound, he still required recovery time if he did get injured. Furthermore, most injuries that affected him would be extremely serious. But now that he could cultivate the undying blood, those weaknesses were disappearing. Cultivating the undying blood was a process in which all of the blood in one's body was replaced, one drop at a time. It might sound dramatic, but once that happened, a person who cultivated the undying codex would have a hard time running low on power. It was easy to imagine how heaven-shakingly, earth-shatteringly powerful the Undying Emperor's fist would be in that situation. Of course, the undying blood also brought a significant boost in overall fleshly body power. But that was secondary. The most significant benefit was the dramatic improvement of recovery power. After analyzing the information, Bai Xiaochun thought back to what it was like when he used the Undying Emperor's fist. And then, he couldn't help but anticipate what it would be like to use it with the benefits of the undying blood. And then there were the regeneration benefits. Couple that with the shocking power he would have at his disposal, and he would be a person few people in heaven and earth could kill. Demigods would flee from me, and I could even cause a big headache for the celestial. Bai Xiaochun's anticipation continued to grow. If he could just overcome the difficulties that came along with this type of cultivation, then one day he would truly be undying. The thought of that caused his eyes to turn completely bloodshot. I don't care how I do it. It's all for my goal of being able to live forever. I'm gonna go for broke. His eyes shone with complete determination. However, he didn't continue with cultivation at the moment. Right now wasn't the proper time. That didn't mean he couldn't seek enlightenment of the technique. After all, that would be the best way to ensure that his efforts proceeded smoothly. The undying blood isn't divided up into levels like the other parts of the codex. Essentially, the point of the undying blood is to replace the current blood in one's body. At that point, every drop of blood inside me will be as boundless as a huge lake. The blood is divided into percentages. Once I replace 100% of my blood, I will have eternally indestructible, undying blood. His thorough study of the information and mnemonic of the undying blood took several days. At that point, he looked up for a moment, then slapped his bag of holding to produce some medicinal pills. I'm going to try one more time, but this time, I'll be extra careful. From his attitude, it almost seemed like he was about to go into a dangerous duel. Eyes bloodshot, he drew upon the power of his fleshly body. As he did, he found that, instead of a whirlpool inside of him, there were many whirlpools. Every drop of blood was a whirlpool that ravenously devoured his life force. He almost cried when that happened. That was especially true when he found that the power of any medicinal pills he consumed were instantly sucked away by the vortexes. He quickly ended the session of cultivation. However, that was when his jaw suddenly dropped, and he looked in the direction of the bloodstream division, and the blood ancestor. Because Bai Xiaochun had been so involved with the undying blood, and the shocking speed with which it drained his life force, he had failed to notice something happening with the blood ancestor. As of this moment, he felt a sensation of grief and anger inside of him, as well as a profound level of focus. Furthermore, a heaven-shaking howl suddenly erupted into his ears. Hold my breath today, awaken tomorrow. When I arouse, I will fight. Those few short words caused a sensation of profound astonishment to fill Bai Xiaochun. In fact, he almost felt as if the words had originated within himself. The qi and blood fluctuations within the words were the same as his own. Whoever spoke those words also cultivated the undying codex. The blood ancestor. This was the first time he had ever been able to sense any emotions from the blood ancestor, despite the fact that he had taken control of his body on multiple occasions in the past. All of a sudden, he felt the desire to do battle, and could sense his blood coursing madly through his veins. For some reason, it seemed like the blood ancestor was calling out to him. In addition to that, he was almost sure that he could sense other similar fluctuations. They were weaker and in different areas, but they absolutely contained the same fluctuations. Those fluctuations were coming from two different areas, both within the river-defying sect. It only took a moment for him to realize that one of those sources was the monkey in the river-defying sect. The other was the talking rabbit in the bloodstream sect. This realization struck him to the core. As he continued to study the situation, he realized that there were other life force fluctuations in other areas that matched the blood ancestor, and all of them were familiar. In one location, he saw a bird. In another, a tiger with wings. He saw a huge goose standing guard over something. How could he ever forget those animals? They were the very same creatures that had transformed after he fed them his special medicinal pills. "How is this even possible?" he said with a gasp. He sagged in place, beads of sweat popping out all over his forehead as he ended his session of cultivation. After ceasing all activity related to the undying blood, his connection to the blood ancestor and all of the small animals vanished. A long moment passed, and yet, the look of confusion on his face remained. Are all of those animals connected to the blood ancestor somehow? All of a sudden, he realized that there was some profound mystery wrapped up in that matter from years ago. What exactly is going on here? He thought. After some more thought, he rose to his feet and rushed over to the bloodstream division. Soon, he was standing on the blood ancestor's shoulder. Normally speaking, only patriarchs would qualify to get this close to the venerated blood ancestor. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun was completely alone. Panting, he reached down and put his hand onto the blood ancestor's skin. And yet, no amount of probing revealed any trace of life force. Bai Xiaochun even began to wonder if what he had sensed earlier had been an illusion. "There's no way I was mistaken," he murmured. After a moment of silence, he actually entered the blood ancestor's body, following the familiar route from the past until he was in the heart cavity. Sometime later, he emerged out into the open. His journey had been completely fruitless. Hold my breath today, awaken tomorrow. Did the blood ancestor not perish after all? Mixed emotions filled Bai Xiaochun's eyes. After the gravekeeper had passed on the mantle of the Hell Emperor to Bai Hao, and after coming to know the celestial story, Bai Xiaochun's understanding of the world had changed. He had come to know that there were many secrets he was not privy to. But now he came to find out that there were even more secrets. And what about Du Lingfei? What was she doing in a tiny place like the Spirit Stream sect? Was it something to do with the frigid school of the North? If so, why did she go to the Bloodstream sect afterward? That question had been gnawing at him for years. Although he had come to the conclusion that it had something to do with the true spirit of the Spirit Stream sect, that baby girl, now he wasn't so certain. He stood there in thought, a haze of thoughts running through his head. Time passed, although he wasn't sure how much. At one point, a sound like muffled thunder could be heard from one of the mountain peaks in the Spirit Stream division. As the sound spread out, countless disciples looked up in shock. It also interrupted Bai Xiaochun's train of thought, and he looked over at the Spirit Stream division, his eyes shining. "Patriarch Spirit Stream," he murmured. The noise was coming from the secluded meditation facilities, where Patriarch Spirit Stream was attempting to reach the Deva realm. Shocking fluctuations erupted out, as well as an astonishing aura that grew stronger with each passing moment. The Patriarch is going to break through. The river-defying sect is going to have another Deva. He's definitely going to succeed. The elders of the sect all hurried over to stand as Dharma protectors, Li Qingho included. Patriarch Bloodstream and the other two patriarchs were also present. Patriarch Spirit Stream's breakthrough was a matter of the utmost importance to the sect. Thankfully, the grand spell formation had just been repaired, and it was activated to ensure that no mishaps occurred. The disciples were trembling with excitement and praying that everything would turn out well. Bai Xiaochun buried his thoughts and questions concerning the blood ancestor and focused on the important matter of Patriarch Spirit Stream. Because of the unique way he had achieved his own breakthrough, he had not experienced what Patriarch Spirit Stream was currently experiencing, and therefore couldn't provide any advice. All he could do was rely on the power of his cultivation base to pay close attention and be ready to provide any support necessary. However, it was not for naught that Patriarch Spirit Stream had lived for so many years. After all, he had single-handedly led a tiny sect out of the Delta region to the lower reaches, a sect which had grown and thrived until it was in its current position in the middle reaches. He was the top patriarch in that sect, a person with deep experience and profoundly qualified in terms of cultivation base. The only thing he had lacked in the past was the right opportunity. Bai Xiaochun had given him that opportunity, and of course, he seized it without hesitation. Rumbling thunder echoed out as Patriarch Spirit Stream's aura grew stronger. By now, his will had reached the point of being able to almost completely fuse with heaven and earth. 70%, 80%, 90%. His cultivation base fluctuations grew more intense with every moment that passed. As everyone in the river-defying sect paid close attention, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. As he did, patriarch spirit streams will fused completely with heaven and earth. Ru-yu-yu-umble. The clouds seethed, but no heavenly tribulation appeared. There was only a huge face floating high in the sky. It was Patriarch Spirit Stream's face. Emotion was visible in his eyes as he stared down at all the living creatures below. Henceforth, I shall always protect my home. The river-defying sect. His voice was filled with determination, focus, faith, and sincerity. Patriarch Spirit Stream had just sworn a Tao oath. Even as his voice continued to echo out, his will retracted from heaven and earth. He was only a mortal Tao Deva, but with the extensive preparations he had made over the years, he now surpassed that level by far. He was actually as powerful as the early Earth Tao Deva realm. Patriarch, Patriarch, Patriarch. The disciples of the river-defying sect erupted into cheering. And they weren't the only ones. The nascent soul elders joined in, as did the patriarchs from the blood, pill, and profound stream divisions. Then, expressions of veneration appeared on their faces as they clasped hands and bowed deeply. In the spirit stream division's mountains in the river-defying sect, the monkey sat there with an alcohol flagon, sipping occasionally, a glint of pleasure in his eyes as he looked up at the face of Patriarch Spirit Stream. To be able to see this makes it all worth it. Even if I end up paying a steep price for returning, it was all worth it. The monkey laughed heartily, and then looked in the direction of the bloodstream division, not at Bai Xiaochun, but rather at the rabbit, who was on one of the mountains, a blank look in his eyes. Occasionally, the rabbit came to his senses, and at other times he was muddle-headed. At the moment, he was clearly in possession of his faculties, and was feeling deeply moved. Cheering filled the sect. Bai Xiaochun was feeling very pleased. Plus, now that Patriarch Spirit Stream was a Deva, it took a lot of the pressure off him. He could now leave the river-defying sect and go to the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect without worrying too much about what would happen in his absence. Of course, considering his own high position within the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, that made the river-defying sect's position as a subsidiary sect even more stable. With Patriarch Spirit Stream there, the only thing that could possibly be a threat to the sect would be a demigod. Anyone else would think twice, 3 times, or even 4 times before causing problems. Furthermore, demigod experts were not common at all. In all of the Heavenspan River region, there were only 4, all of them being patriarchs in the river source sections. 3 days passed by in a flash. As news about Patriarch Spirit Stream spread through the Middle Reaches cultivation world, the other 3 great sects, none of whom currently had a Deva, didn't dare to cause any trouble. In fact, in their veneration, they sent tribute to the river-defying sect, and willingly bowed their heads in acquiescence. If the 3 other largest sects acted in such a way, it almost wasn't necessary to mention the other smaller sects and cultivator clans. Word also spread to the lower reaches, where veneration for the river-defying sect grew more widespread. Of course, in the lower reaches, many of the sects fell under the jurisdiction of the other 3 middle reaches sects. But right now, the river-defying sect was the number 1 sect in the middle reaches, and therefore the small sects in the lower reaches knew that there would be dire consequences for offending them. Although the river-defying sect hadn't completely unified the middle reaches, lower reaches, and delta regions, they had most certainly reached the ultimate level of power. The matter was of course noted by the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Under normal circumstances, they probably would have interfered to prevent a single organization from having so much power. After all, a situation like that would influence the resources available to the other Deva patriarchs in the sect. Unfortunately for them, Bai Xiaochun had accumulated so much glory in battle that he had received acknowledgement by the demigod patriarch himself. Because of that, Chun Hutian, Li Xiandao, and Bai Jintian could do nothing other than grit their teeth and accept the situation. None of them offered even a single word of disagreement, not because they didn't consider it, but because they feared Bai Xiaochun too greatly. There was another deva who was very torn about the situation, and that was the child deva from Sky Quarter. Theoretically speaking, the river-defying sect was under his control. However, when war had broken out, the child deva came up with endless excuses to refrain from offering help. Later, a second crisis developed, and the Hall of Steel Veins took action, whereas the child deva did not. After it was all over, the child deva pondered whether or not to increase his yearly tribute requirement from the river-defying sect. After much consideration, he sighed and abandoned such thoughts. After all, he had heard about how terrifyingly powerful Bai Xiaochun was, and feared he might regret the consequences of trifling with him. Without anyone causing any problems for the river-defying sect, it thrived, growing more powerful and expanding its territory. 2 months passed. Bai Xiaochun spent most of that time in secluded meditation, researching the undying blood, and thinking about what new technique he should cultivate now that he was a deva. After all, the river-defying sect was only a middle reaches sect. If he wanted deva techniques, he really needed to go to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect to get one. Although the Spirit Stream division had once been the frigid school from the northern Heavenspan River, they had only escaped to the east after suffering heavy losses. The fact that the frigid school will-evolving incantation had survived was almost a miracle. Although the sect did have some incomplete deva techniques hidden away, Patriarch Spirit Stream refused to give any of them to Bai Xiaochun, stating that they weren't suitable. Instead, he urged Bai Xiaochun to go to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect to make his choice. Although he had no good deva technique, he did make progress with his undying blood, and actually succeeded in creating an entire drop. That drop of invincible blood was not red, but gold, and as it flowed through his veins, it glittered brightly, and sent a holy aura out through him that left him feeling very pleased. Those medicinal pills made up for just about all the life force I have in me, and yet, that only got me 1 drop of blood. He frowned. On the upside, he was neither very fat nor very muscular. If he was, then he might not have any hope of completing the undying blood. Thankfully, the undying blood also came with a secret magic. The other levels of the Undying Codex had the Throat-Crushing Grasp, Mountain-Shaking Bash, Undying Hex, and Undying Emperor's Fist. As for the 5th level secret magic, it was called the God Killer. The point of the God Killer was to kill demigods. With the God Killer technique, he could accelerate with indescribable speed. In much the same way that the Undying Emperor's Fist could quintuple his fleshly body power, the God Killer technique could increase his speed. It was almost impossible to imagine what such speed would be like. And of course, the path to such godslaying was his indestructible blood. When cultivating the undying blood, one's blood did not become eternally indestructible until reaching the Great Circle. Before then, it was possible to fuel the God Killer technique with undying blood, and use that blood magic to reach indescribable speeds. With such speed, he wouldn't even need to make an actual attack. As he accelerated with shocking speed, the blood chi which surrounded him would ensure that he could rock mountains by simply running into them. Even more shocking was that if he hit any living thing while using the God Killer technique, he would be able to absorb some of their life force. That nearly caused his eyes to drop out of their eye sockets. The Undying Codex really was an evil technique. I almost can't believe that a simple, pure, honest, and kind-hearted person like me would end up cultivating an evil technique like this. Frowning and sighing, he began to think of how to combine the God Killer with the other techniques he already had. For example, if he used the God Killer and the Mountain-Shaking Bash together, well, the mere idea caused his heart to start racing. What if I used it with the Throat-Crushing Grasp? If my opponent was still alive, I could follow up with the Undying Emperor's Fist. And if the fight kept going, I could combine my Undying Hex with the God Killer, and nobody would be able to catch me. And that's not even mentioning my divine abilities. If I threw in the Water Swamp Kingdom, my Heavenspan Dharma Eye, or perhaps the Frigid School will-evolving incantation, he couldn't help but sigh at the realization of how awesome he was at this point. However, using the God Killer technique wastes undying blood. And right now, I only have 1 drop in me. To think of wasting the undying blood that required so much difficult work to produce caused him to hesitate about whether to even use the God Killer. The God Killer obviously isn't meant to be used in a fight. It's supposed to be for getting life force. A few more days passed, and eventually, he decided that the time had come to leave the river-defying sect and head for the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. After all, there was still the issue of his Deva technique. After making his decision, he said his farewells to Song Junwan, who had long since prepared herself for his departure. She didn't say much. She gently adjusted his clothing, and then embraced him. Before he left, Patriarch Spirit Stream came to give him something very important from the Spirit Stream division. It was a crystal coffin, within which was the body of a baby girl. It was the Spirit Stream division's most secret reserve power, the Frigid School True Spirit. Keep her safe, the Patriarch said softly. You're the only one in the Spirit Stream division who can do it. Keep her safe. That is our most important mission, Patriarch. Bai Xiaochun said, a look of shock on his face. He had assumed the Patriarch had come to give him a magical item, or perhaps some other rare object. Never could he have imagined that the gift would actually be the Frigid School's true spirit. Patriarch, I don't think it's really appropriate for you to give me this true spirit. She's so important, and I'm so clumsy. What if I accidentally drop her or something? If something bad happened, why don't you give her to someone else? He really had a strange feeling about the Patriarch giving him a coffin as a parting gift. Although the coffin contained a true spirit, it was still very odd, and didn't seem very auspicious as far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned. Take her with you, Patriarch Spirit Stream repeated. The reason he was giving the coffin and the true spirit to Bai Xiaochun was because of all the deadly close calls the river-defying sect had been through. Thankfully, Bai Xiaochun's return ensured that everything worked out fine in the end. But Patriarch Spirit Stream was still worried about what could happen in the future. He didn't want to gamble with the true spirit. Therefore, he gave the coffin to Bai Xiaochun, which he felt would be safer than keeping it in the river-defying sect. Most important was the fact that it was a suggestion by his master, the monkey. Even though Patriarch Spirit Stream was now a Deva, he still held eternal respect for his master. Bai Xiaochun could see how determined Patriarch Spirit Stream was. It didn't seem that he would take no for an answer. Feeling a headache coming on, Bai Xiaochun looked at the coffin. Why don't we talk this over a bit, Patriarch? I really don't think it's appropriate. What if there's a mishap? There won't be any mishaps, and there's no need for discussion. Take her with you, Xiaochun. With that, Patriarch Spirit Stream clasped hands and bowed deeply. Sighing, Bai Xiaochun shook his head and looked at the baby girl in the crystal coffin. Her eyes were closed, making it seem almost as if she had already perished. However, Bai Xiaochun knew that she wasn't dead, just sleeping deeply. Back when he had united the lower reaches sects to attack the Sky River Court, that baby girl had woken up and transformed into a godlike young woman. Before falling back asleep, that young woman had looked deeply into Bai Xiaochun's eyes, and then revealed to him the secret formula for the river-defying pill. I can barely take care of myself, let alone a true spirit, he thought, frowning at the thought of essentially becoming a stay-at-home dad. However, he knew that this little girl was extremely important to the Spirit Stream division. After all, Patriarch Spirit Stream had told him long ago that the original reason why the Spirit Stream sect wanted to make their way upriver was for the sake of this girl. After more vacillating, Bai Xiaochun looked at Patriarch Spirit Stream and then back at the crystal coffin. Finally, he nodded reluctantly. No matter how much he wanted to avoid accepting the coffin and the profoundly mysterious baby girl, he really had no choice. When Patriarch Spirit Stream saw that Bai Xiaochun was agreeing, he sighed in relief. After looking one last time at the baby girl in the coffin, he left Bai Xiaochun's immortal's cave. Whatever, Bai Xiaochun thought, shaking his head and sighing. He waved his sleeve, pulling the coffin into his bag of holding. As he did, he suddenly remembered something and shouted, I know you're in there, little turtle. You listen up. Behave. You're absolutely not allowed to bother the girl in that coffin. Although he didn't get any response, he was sure that the little turtle had heard him. After putting the coffin away, he meditated through the night, and then rose to his feet at dawn. flying up into the air above the river-defying sect. He looked down and sighed, then transformed into a beam of light that shot in the direction of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Back when I left the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, not very many people knew me. But things are going to be different now. Thinking smugly about his Deva cultivation base, and how he was the sixth Deva in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, he couldn't help but start to get excited. I wonder how my inn is doing, and what the hell have Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai been up to? Back when the sect was in danger, why didn't they come back to help? He suddenly started to feel a bit uneasy. It didn't make sense for Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai to act like that. Did something happen to them? He thought, speeding up a bit. Considering the level of his cultivation base, it didn't take much time or effort for him to get through the middle reaches. Before long, he was on the border of Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. As he neared, he sensed 3 auras reaching out to scan him. Almost immediately, they shrank away in shock. Moments later, 3 people flew out from a nearby mountain, where they clasped hands and bowed in his direction. Well met, Patriarch Bai. They wore the garments of Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect disciples, and were tasked with standing watch over this border region of the sect. They had heard the news about Bai Xiaochun, and considering that they were the closest spot between the main sect and the river-defying sect, they had been waiting for Bai Xiaochun to show up. At a single glance, it was possible to see how nervous they were. Bai Xiaochun didn't know them, but was pleased with how they were treating him. Clasping his hands behind his back, he struck the pose of someone of the elder generation, and nodded magnanimously before speeding along his way. Upon his departure, the 3 disciples breathed sighs of relief and then exchanged glances. All of them could see the veneration in each other's eyes. Who would have thought that somebody like him, a nobody from a tiny sect, a simple hostage, would end up as a Deva patriarch from the Hall of Steel Veins? You make it sound like becoming a Deva patriarch is an easy thing. I heard that right after Patriarch Bai became a Deva, he defeated 3 other experts who were in the mid-Deva realm. Then the sect's demigod patriarch looked with favor upon him. Yeah, that's right. It's too bad we weren't friends with Patriarch Bai back when he first came to the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. If we had, we would already be on the path to fame. Sighing, the 3 disciples took out transmission jade slips and sent news back to the sect about Bai Xiaochun's arrival. Word soon began to spread that Bai Xiaochun was on his way. The Hall of Steel Veins was the first to react, and emerged en masse to form ranks and wait for his arrival. All 100,000 members of the Hall of Steel Veins were present, including many soldiers from the 5 legions. It was a shocking sight to anyone present to see it. Chen Hetian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian were not happy at all. After returning to the sect, all of them had gone into secluded meditation. Considering that some of the disciples under their command also went into meditation, whereas others went out to receive Bai Xiaochun. For the most part, though, the disciples of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect emerged to greet Bai Xiaochun upon his arrival. Some knew him, but most were strangers. However, even the strangers knew of his name. Patriarch Bai was once a hostage from the river-defying sect. He instituted a reign of terror as soon as he arrived in Sky City. He also caused a big stir when he made it into the Starry Sky Tao Polarity Superstars. You've never heard of Bai Xiaochun? Well, you've heard of that over in Sky City, right? That's his. That entire 50-kilometer area is his personal property. A buzz of conversation soon filled the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Of course, there had been a lot of talk about him after he was bestowed a title by the demigod patriarch. Therefore, as soon as the Hall of Steel Veins went out to prepare for his arrival, the talk intensified. Of course, there was one patriarch in the Hall of Steel Veins who looked particularly happy. He waved his hand, causing bells to ring out to fill the entire sect. They tolled 8 times, which indicated that someone of incredibly high status was coming. In fact, the only higher number of bell tolls was 9, which was reserved for demigods. 8 bell tolls meant a Deva was coming. As the bells tolled, ripples spread out through the sky, causing immense pressure to weigh down on the disciples. At the same time, everyone looked off into the distance, where a beam of light appeared, shooting at top speed toward the sect. In the 4 cities beneath the rainbow structure were countless people looking up at that beam. Whether or not they knew Bai Xiaochun, they were all deeply shaken. As for the cultivators from the Hall of Steel Veins, they were the most prepared of all. As soon as Bai Xiaochun appeared, they joined their voices together into one mighty, thunderous greeting. "We offer respectful greetings, Patriarch Bai." It was with this solemn reception that Bai Xiaochun entered the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. The demigod patriarch didn't appear, but he had already issued a dermic decree giving Bai Xiaochun an area of his own on the blue rainbow. That was where his Immortal's cave was located. In the past, there had only been 5 people who qualified to live on the blue rainbow, but now there was a 6th. What left the disciples of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect even more shaken was the knowledge that this patriarch Bai Xiaochun was no ordinary deva. Even after having just reached the deva realm, he dominated 3 of the other deva patriarchs, and also killed 3 devas from the middle reaches. Battle achievements like that were essentially heaven-defying in nature. Few people would be willing to provoke someone that strong. Besides, the newly appointed patriarch Bai Xiaochun had another role in the sect that made him even more domineering. He was a deva patriarch in the Hall of Steel Veins. The Hall of Steel Veins had always been a very powerful force within the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. They were warrior cultivators who had fought for years in bloody campaigns along the Great Wall, and had shockingly murderous auras. They were the type of people who no one would dare to provoke. Bai Xiaochun had incredible battle prowess, and an extremely high position in the sect. A deva patriarch like that was the type who would naturally leave the whole sect feeling shaken, and would be the subject of much respect and adoration. Because of that, he had absolutely no spare time after his return. Every day, crowds of visitors flocked to his Immortal's cave on the blue rainbow. Patriarch Steel Veins was the first to arrive. The two chatted merrily for a bit, and eventually agreed to form a loose alliance between the two of them. Afterward, the patriarch left, smiling the entire time. The second person to visit was the child deva from Sky Quarter Rainbow. It was a bit awkward at first. They made some small talk, and then he expressed his goodwill, hoping to put behind them the fact that he hadn't stepped in to help the river-defying sect. Next came numerous nascent soul cultivators, who offered respectful greetings, as well as gifts, in the hopes of forging a good relationship with Bai Xiaochun. Some of them were experts from Sky Quarter Rainbow, former rivals and enemies who, despite having mixed feelings, expressed nothing but friendly respect. Bai Xiaochun handled all of these situations with ease. After all, he had built up a lot of experience with this kind of thing over the years. He had become especially used to having a high position of authority back in the wildlands, and had grown very used to conducting himself properly. He put pressure on some people and treated others coldly. He greeted certain individuals warmly, and joked with others. Of course, everything that was happening was being closely observed by the devas who were his neighbors. Chen Hutian, Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian all snorted coldly in their hearts, and yet could do nothing other than sit there quietly. They knew that it wouldn't be wise to stir up trouble right when Bai Xiaochun was making his big debut. There were a few people who Bai Xiaochun treated with particular warmth and sincerity when they came to visit. One of them was the Hallmaster from the Hall of Devil Slayers, who had received hints from Du Lingfei to watch out for Bai Xiaochun. His name was Feng Yud. Feng Yud had prepared a lavish gift for Bai Xiaochun. As far as he was concerned, he had struck it very lucky over the years. After doing as he said he would do, and taking care of Bai Xiaochun, Du Lingfei had kept her promise. Although Feng Yud had not quite reached the Deva realm because of her help, he was very close. How could he ever have imagined that his decision all those years ago would benefit him a second time? After hearing that Bai Xiaochun had actually become a Deva, he had immediately become very excited. Virtue has its rewards, he thought, sighing emotionally. He treated Bai Xiaochun with the utmost respect, and was personally escorted out, which was a huge honor. After he left, he felt more wonderful than ever. After 3 days passed, the stream of visitors slowed down, causing Bai Xiaochun to sigh a bit. He had very much enjoyed the busy 3 days. Thanks to having so many visitors, Bai Xiaochun learned a lot about what had gone on in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect during his many years of absence. He was also reminded that patriarchs from the Hall of Steel Veins were considered elders in the sect, and not just ordinary elders but prime elders. Furthermore, there were only 6 prime elders in the entire Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Underneath those prime elders were nearly 100 nascent soul elders. Collectively, they made up the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect's cabinet of elders. Unless the demigod patriarch interfered, the cabinet of elders essentially made all the decisions in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Because of their place in that organization, Xianxia by Jintian, Li Xiandao, and the child Deva Li Yuanda had the power and authority to manage all aspects of the sect. Whether it was affairs downriver, alliances with other river source sects, or communications with Heavenspan Island, it was within the scope of their responsibilities. Matters both big and small were determined by those 4 devas. However, the one thing they had no say in was war. War was the jurisdiction of the Hall of Steel Veins. Before, it had been the sole responsibility of Patriarch Steel Veins. But now, Bai Xiaochun was being added to the mix. The 2 of them were the only ones who could send the ancient and powerful Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect into battle. Of course, the demigod patriarch could overturn any order. However, when it came to the fighting at the Great Wall or other conflicts in other areas, the Hall of Steel Veins always took the lead. Because of the incredibly high status that Bai Xiaochun now had, he qualified to look into many areas of inquiry that had been closed to him before. For example, Heavenspan Island. For example, Du Lingfei's status as Heavenspan emissary. For example, Ho Xiaomei and Ghostfang. Based on everything that he had seen in the Wildlands, matters pertaining to Heavenspan Island weren't as much of a mystery anymore. Although he didn't understand everything fully, he had a pretty good idea. The Celestial really was the emperor of the Heavenspan River region. The 4 river source sects corresponded to the Wildlands' 4 heavenly kings, and acted like regional governors. Heavenspan Island was where the Celestial's palace of the Tao was located. And when Du Lingfei went out on missions, she ranked the same as a demigod. In terms of the selection process which had ended up taking Ho Xiaomei and others to Heavenspan Island, Bai Xiaochun was now able to confirm that it really was just a matter of course. Du Lingfei left the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect quite a few years ago. She went back to Heavenspan Island. Bai Xiaochun currently held a jade slip of information in his hand. By now, he had some speculations regarding why Du Lingfei was the Heavenspan emissary. As soon as the idea popped into his head, he tried to suppress it. However, a strange expression gradually took over his face. After some more thought, he blinked a few times and then cleared his throat. If I'm right, that would be terrifying. He rubbed his nose, then waved his hand to put the jade slip away. Now that he was a Deva and Prime Elder, no secrets could be kept from him in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, except secrets protected by other Devas with equal standing to himself. From that, it was possible to see how important he was now. He truly was an important person whom all disciples looked up to in awe. Bai Xiaochun was more than pleased by that, and would normally have taken time to strut around and bask in the adoring gazes of everyone in the sect. But right now, he wasn't in the mood for that. Despite having so many people come to visit him during the past 3 days, he still had not heard any news about Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai. It was almost as if they had gone missing. Even Feng Yud was baffled by the situation. He only knew that both of Bai Xiaochun's friends had simply disappeared a year earlier. When Bai Xiaochun heard that, he immediately came to the conclusion that a Deva was behind the situation. Only people like that would qualify to do something like this and make sure he couldn't find any information about it. Both Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai both had life slips in the river-defying sect, and therefore he knew they were alive. But that didn't stop his anxiety from mounting. Sticking up his chin, he snorted coldly. It doesn't matter if I can't track them down. I'll just go visit Xianxia. From now on, if anyone bothers me, I'll take it out on him. Of the 3 Devas, Xianxia was the one he disliked the most, feelings which stretched all the way back to the Wildlands and the Great Wall. I swore all the way back in the Wildlands that I would get my revenge. A proud expression appeared on Bai Xiaochun's face as he made his decision. Back at the Great Wall, Xianxia had acted with utter impunity. Completely ignoring how important Bai Xiaochun was, he had sent him into that labyrinth, and yet that was not the end of his persecution. He then went on to oppress the river-defying sect. HMMPH. Alright, Chun Hutian, this isn't me looking for revenge. It's you being an intolerable bully. The matter's set. When anyone bothers me, I'll take it out on Chen Hutian. Swishing his sleeve, he marveled at how important of a figure he was now. I can't find Big Fatty Zhang, so I'll take it out on Chun Hutian. If someone thinks about trifling with the river-defying sect, I'll take it out on Chun Hutian. If someone looks at me the wrong way, I'll take it out on Chun Hutian. If someone plots against me, I'll take it out on Chun Hutian. Bai Xiaochun was convinced that he was so marvelous. No one would ever truly be able to comprehend the full extent of it. That was especially true when he pondered how Chun Hutian would probably go crazy after what he was about to do. He chuckled excitedly. And the truth was that was exactly how things would play out. Although he couldn't kill Chun Hutian, his plan of venting his anger on him if anyone caused problems for him would drive the man crazy. Although Chun Hutian was in the mid-Deva realm, in terms of battle prowess, he didn't match up to Bai Xiaochun at all. The fact that Bai Xiaochun had single-handedly fought 5 Devas, killing 2 and seriously injuring 3, left Chun Hutian completely struck with fear. Were that not the case, he wouldn't have gone into secluded meditation after returning from the river-defying sect. And it was the same with Bai Jintian and Li Xiandao. And yet, Chun Hutian clearly didn't understand how Bai Xiaochun operated. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that going into hiding wouldn't stop Bai Xiaochun from coming to cause problems. With the swish of a sleeve, Bai Xiaochun shot across the rainbow toward Chun Hutian's residence. Chun Hutian had a sprawling, luxurious estate in the south of the Blue Rainbow District. Furthermore, he didn't live there alone. He had quite a few members of his clan in the estate with him. All of the Devas lived in such a way. In the very middle of the sprawling estate was a lake of crystal-clear water, within which lazed a whole school of goldfish. The lake was actually part of the rainbow itself, which was a marvelous thing in and of itself. Next to the lake was an ordinary-looking log cabin, which was actually a holy place to the Chun clan. And as the patriarch of the clan, and a Deva, it was only natural that Chun Hutian lived there. As Bai Xiaochun whistled through the air, rumbling booms echoed out, and the clouds churned up above. Rippling distortions spread out in all directions from him. It immediately attracted a lot of attention from the other disciples. Furthermore, because of the close proximity to where the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials were held, many people from there looked over as well. What's that sound? That's Patriarch Bai. Within the Chun clan estate were numerous clan members who noticed the thunderous roar, much to their shock. When they looked over, they saw something like a shooting star rocketing toward them with incredible speed. A moment later, it was right there in the air above them. Instantly, the pressure of a Deva weighed down in all directions like the will of the heavens, casting the cultivation bases of everyone down below into full chaos. The person up above was pure and fair, with a proud expression on his face, and his hands clasped behind his back. His chin was stuck up as though he were the most powerful expert in the world. He was none other than Bai Xiaochun. The fact that so many people were paying attention to him caused Bai Xiaochun to feel very pleased. Raising his voice, he said, "Chun Hutian, get the hell out here and greet Lord Bai." He had intentionally fused with heaven and earth and surpassed heavenly will, which made his voice boom especially loud. It was almost like an attack, a shockwave that caused many Chun clan cultivators' faces to fall as they staggered backward. Even the disciples by the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials could hear his words, and it caused quite a commotion. Elder Bai went to cause problems for Elder Chun? From the tone of Elder Bai's voice, it sounds like he wants to fight. The cultivators in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect almost couldn't believe what they were seeing, and many of them flew up into the air in the hopes of getting a closer look. After all, conflicts between Devas, although not completely unheard of, rarely progressed past simple friction. As Bai Xiaochun's voice echoed out, Chun Hutian was seated cross-legged in the log cabin, meditating. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and an expression of wrath appeared on his face. Before the events at the river-defying sect, if anyone had done something like this, he would have snorted coldly, rushed out, and killed the offender immediately. But now he simply gritted his teeth. After all, he knew that because of Bai Xiaochun's shocking battle prowess, the two of them weren't on the same level. However, the fact that Chen Hetian was biting his tongue actually made Bai Xiaochun more irritated. Once again, he raised his voice and said, "What's going on? Chen Hetian? You're a deva. I'm a deva. Here I am at your front door. Don't tell me you aren't going to come out and say hi? How insolent." With that, Bai Xiaochun took an angry step forward, heading into the Chun clan and toward the log cabin. The other Chun clan cultivators were trembling in their boots and didn't dare to interfere. Within moments, Bai Xiaochun's incredible speed had him closing in on the log cabin. In fact, ripples spread out across the surface of the lake, and even the goldfish began to tremble in fear. At this point, Chen Hetian couldn't hold back his anger any longer. He blurred into motion, flying up into the air and waving his hand to send a blast of wind at Bai Xiaochun. "What are you doing, Bai Xiaochun?" At the same time, Bai Xiaochun unleashed a fist strike, striking the wind blast and sending a terrifyingly loud boom out in all directions. Chen Hetian grunted and fell back a few paces. However, Bai Xiaochun's expression remained exactly the same as ever. His fleshly body was so powerful it didn't seem necessary for him to defend himself. In fact, he continued forward and prepared to unleash another attack. "What am I doing? You brought this upon yourself, Chen Hetian. You know exactly what you did." In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of him. Chen Hetian's face was a mask of grimness, as he performed a double-handed incantation gesture to send another attack at Bai Xiaochun. A boom rang out, and Chen Hetian fell back further. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't slow down at all. Bai Xiaochun's performance so far had Chen Hetian grumbling bitterly in his heart. His anger continued to burn, and yet he still held back. As he retreated, he said, "The demigod patriarch already issued his orders about the river-defying sect. Bai Xiaochun, you've already killed Patriarch Starry River and Patriarch Dao River. What are you acting like this for? What happened back at the Great Wall was a misunderstanding. This has nothing to do with the river-defying sect or the Great Wall, Chen Hetian. Don't play dumb." Bristling with anger, Bai Xiaochun utilized his undying hex, blasting toward Chen Hetian. Performing an incantation gesture with his right hand, he waved, sending frigid chi blasting out and summoning 9 frigid projections. The projections immediately surrounded Chen Hetian on all sides. Chen Hetian's face fell. He quickly waved his hands out in front of him, causing a black shield of light to spring up and block the 9 frigid projections. Falling back again, he angrily yelled, "What exactly are you doing, Bai Xiaochun? I'm not playing dumb. Explain yourself." When Bai Xiaochun realized that Chen Hetian's voice was louder than his own, he felt very displeased. With even greater volume than before, he shouted, "You're the culprit here, and you want me to explain? I'm not leaving until things are settled. Chen Hetian, why you? You!" Chen Hetian was absolutely enraged by this point. He could tell that Bai Xiaochun hadn't come about the river-defying sect, and yet couldn't think of what it might be about. After returning to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, Chen Hetian had gone directly into secluded meditation and had done nothing to provoke Bai Xiaochun since. Therefore, when Bai Xiaochun called him a culprit, it caused his anger to burn even hotter. It was a strange feeling. Chen Hetian was used to bullying other people, but now he was the one being bullied. "Bai Xiaochun," he raged, "this is complete and utter bullying." Even still, he had no idea what he had done to provoke Bai Xiaochun. Complete and utter bullying? "How dare you, Chen Hetian?" Bai Xiaochun roared, clearly not ready to give up. Booms rang out over and over as they began to fight back and forth. Everyone in the Chun clan was completely shocked by what was happening, and the other cultivators watching from other locations were similarly astonished. In fact, the other 4 devas on the Blue Rainbow sent their divine sense over to watch as well. However, neither Patriarch Steelveins nor Li Xiandao or Bai Jintian did anything to interfere. Of course, both Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian were completely taken aback by the fact that Bai Xiaochun had Chen Hetian at a complete disadvantage. Furthermore, because of everything they had witnessed in the river-defying sect, both of them were leery of Bai Xiaochun and currently didn't dare to get involved. This doesn't have anything to do with us. What was fellow Taoist Chun thinking? This is Bai Xiaochun's moment of triumph. What is he doing causing problems for him right now? Oh well. He's the one who went and pissed off Bai Xiaochun, so he'll just have to resolve the situation on his own. After conferring briefly, both Bai Jintian and Li Xiandao agreed that it was really Chen Hetian's fault for being so obtuse. As for Chen Hetian, he was on the verge of going completely mad. If he were aware of why Bai Xiaochun was going all out to attack him, he might have been able to deal with the situation. But he really had no idea what was going on, and to make things worse, when he asked Bai Xiaochun to explain, Bai Xiaochun sarcastically responded that he already knew. As Bai Xiaochun circled back around for another powerful attack, Chen Hetian gritted his teeth, shot backward, and cried, "Did someone from my clan offend you? Is that what happened? If so, then it doesn't have anything to do with me." "Someone from your clan?" Bai Xiaochun shouted. "Like hell. It was you, Chen Hetian. Still trying to act dumb? You think I'm 3 years old or something?" Chen Hetian wanted to scream out loud in rage. It seemed completely impossible to communicate with Bai Xiaochun, and no matter how he racked his brains, he couldn't think of what he had done recently to provoke an insane reaction like this. Chen Hetian's expression couldn't have been more unsightly as he backed up again. Bai Xiaochun was just too strong, and his defenses were virtually impenetrable. Chen Hetian simply had no way to deal with him. It was about this time that an urgent voice rang out from a short distance away. "Stop it, Xiaochun!" 2 beams of light approached, containing a man and woman. They were none other than Zhao Tianjiao and Chen Yueshan. Chen Yueshan seemed very anxious, whereas Zhao Tianjiao had a bit of a begrudging expression on his face. As soon as they had heard that Bai Xiaochun was going to see Chen Hetian, they had rushed over. They really had no choice but to come. On the one hand, Bai Xiaochun was their friend, but on the other hand, Chen Hetian was a master and father to the 2 of them respectively. If anyone else had come to interfere, Bai Xiaochun would have been able to simply ignore them. But he and Zhao Tianjiao had shared quite a few trials and tribulations. Plus, Zhao Tianjiao had done a lot for the river-defying sect, and had even defied Chen Hetian in his attempts to help. Bai Xiaochun had long considered him a close friend. Therefore, instead of continuing to attack Chen Hetian, he backed up a bit and looked over at Zhao Tianjiao. Seeing that, Chen Hetian breathed a sigh of relief. However, he kept a very grim expression on his face as he stared coldly at Bai Xiaochun. Zhao Tianjiao flew over at top speed, planting himself between Bai Xiaochun and his master. Looking both anxious and slightly irritated, he said, "Xiaochun, you, eldest brother." Bai Xiaochun interrupted. "Your master has gone way too far this time. The reason I came here today has nothing to do with the river-defying sect. Your master has committed a wicked and immoral act, and has bullied people to an outrageous degree." When Chen Hetian heard that, he gritted his teeth even harder, and then loudly said, "You need to explain the situation clearly, Bai Xiaochun. What did I do to you? You want me to explain clearly?" Bai Xiaochun said, glaring back at him. "You did the deed, and yet you don't know. Fine. I'll just beat the explanation out of you." His energy flared and he made to advance. However, the irritated Zhao Tianjiao quickly interfered. "Xiaochun," he said loudly. Bai Xiaochun looked over at him and stopped in place. "Eldest brother," he said angrily. "This doesn't have anything to do with you. Your master has really just gone way overboard. Remember Big Fatty Zhang and Su Bao Kai? They're good friends of mine and fellow disciples to the both of us. However, your master kidnapped them, and when I asked for them back, he pretended to not know what was going on." Zhao Tianjiao's eyes widened with surprise. He had heard of Big Fatty Zhang and Su Bao Kai, and what Bai Xiaochun had said was true. Neither of them had been seen or heard from in quite a while. To hear Bai Xiaochun accuse his master of snatching them actually caused Zhao Tianjiao to hesitate for a moment, and then look over at Chen Hetian. Chen Hetian's eyes were as wide as Zhao Tianjiao's as he stared blankly at Bai Xiaochun. He really had no idea what was happening, and in fact had never even heard of Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai. Struggling to contain his wrath, he grated, "I didn't do anything to those two. I don't even know who they are. You have the wrong person, Bai Xiaochun." The truth was that he really didn't want to have Bai Xiaochun pissed off at him. So therefore, he added, "That's not how I do things." "Well, if you didn't do it, then who did?" Bai Xiaochun said, his eyes narrowing angrily. Looking back at Zhao Tianjiao, he said, "I won't let this drop, eldest brother. Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai are good friends of mine, and right now I don't even know if they're still alive. If this is really my fault, then I'll apologize later." With that, he dashed past Zhao Tianjiao toward Chen Hetian. Moments later, booms rang out as the two of them began fighting again. Zhao Tianjiao smiled bitterly as he looked at Bai Xiaochun and then Chen Hetian. Finally, he sighed. Obviously, he wasn't in a position to try to separate them, and furthermore, he actually suspected that his master could be lying. Chen Hetian felt like he was going crazy. "I told you I didn't do it. Bai Xiaochun, why are you acting like this?" Not willing to be outshouted by Chen Hetian, Bai Xiaochun raised his voice even more as he shouted, "You're the only person in the sect who I have a grudge with. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Drop the act, Chen Hetian. If you don't hand over Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai right now, then I'll escalate this to the demigod patriarch." Chen Hetian felt like blood was about to spray out of his mouth. Never before had he experienced this level of humiliation, and yet, he knew that he couldn't explain himself in a few short words. With that, his hand blurred as, instead of unleashing a divine ability, he pulled out a transmission jade slip to contact Bai Jintian and Li Xiandao. "Which of you two did it?" he transmitted. "Damn it, you're completely throwing me under the bus. The two of you had better explain yourselves." When Bai Xiaochun realized that Chen Hetian was sending some messages, he stopped in place and blinked a few times, anticipation rising in his heart. Earlier, both Bai Jintian and Li Xiandao had been paying attention and realized what was going on. Bai Jintian didn't seem very fazed, but as for Li Xiandao, his face fell when he realized the truth. Before he could do anything though, Chen Hetian's message came in. Li Xiandao immediately began to wail in his heart. Although he was inclined to deny that he was involved, he could see how crazy Chen Hetian was going, and knew that lying now would only make things worse. So he sent a message back. "Brother Chen, it's just a misunderstanding. Really, I asked around just now, and apparently one of the elders in my clan accidentally kidnapped Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai." As soon as the message came in, Chen Hetian whipped his head around to look at Bai Xiaochun. Eyes crimson, he threw the jade slip out and cried, "See that? Well, do you? Your two friends weren't taken by me. I didn't do it. I didn't. It was Li Xiandao. You got the wrong person, Bai Xiaochun." Bai Xiaochun caught the jade slip and looked at it, and immediately, anger began to burn in his heart. However, he kept that from showing on his face. Sticking his chin up, he snorted. "Well, you can't blame me. Nobody forced you to go around looking like a villain all the time. Whatever. Next time I have any problems like this, I'll just come to you for help. Alright, see you later." With that, he turned and blurred into motion toward Li Xiandao's residence. If Chen Hetian hadn't put the pieces of the puzzle together by this point, then he didn't deserve to have lived for so many years. Heaven damned Bai Xiaochun. Does he mean he's going to come cause problems for me whenever he has the slightest inconvenience? He's going to force me to help him whether I'm actually involved or not. Chen Hetian's mood sank further. Were it not for the fact that he was a deva, he would already have been coughing up blood. Off to the side, Zhao Tianjiao looked on, shaking his head and smiling wryly. "This Bai Xiaochun is a complete scoundrel." Chen Hetian grumbled angrily. The mere thought of Bai Xiaochun coming to cause problems again in the future caused his vision to go dim. If he had known things would end up like this, he would never have done anything to offend him. "What did I do to deserve this?" Chen Hetian mourned, wishing he could weep. He felt even worse when he looked around at the devastation caused by the fighting earlier, including countless destroyed buildings and structures. Someone else kidnapped his friends, but he came looking for me? He grumbled angrily. The main thing he was worried about was the possibility of this scenario playing out again, and then another time after that, and so on. However, this is also a good opportunity. If he gets into a fight with Li Xiandao, I can make a big fuss about it. The demigod patriarch has surely noticed that Bai Xiaochun came to cause trouble. Although he didn't say anything, if Bai Xiaochun keeps up with this sort of thing, the patriarch will not be pleased. Eyes flashing brightly with anger, he sent a message to Li Xiandao, hoping to secure his cooperation in turning the situation into a disaster for Bai Xiaochun. You're setting yourself up for a catastrophe. Bai Xiaochun. Even as Chen Hetian plotted, Bai Xiaochun was weighing matters over in his heart. He hadn't forgotten that the demigod patriarch was in charge of the Starry Sky Dao polarity sect, which meant that it wouldn't be a good idea to push things too far. Now that he had determined who the true culprit was, he knew how he would handle the situation. Pushing forward with incredible speed, he left a string of sonic booms behind him as he headed toward Li Xiandao's residence. As he closed in, a stream of deva will erupted out from the Li clan. Li Xiandao appeared and said, "Calm down, fellow Taoist Bai. This is a misunderstanding, that's all." A misunderstanding. I've already sent for your two friends. All you have to do is wait for a moment. With that, he clasped hands and bowed, a friendly smile on his face. Considering how short of a temper he had, if this were any other person he was dealing with, he would have attacked immediately and killed them. But he truly feared Bai Xiaochun, and his heart still trembled with terror based on what he had seen back in the river-defying sect. In retrospect, he wished he could go back and do something to put Bai Xiaochun in check before he reached his full potential. But now he was a true chosen of the sect, with a limitless future. He was not the type of person to provoke, and thus smoothing things out with him right now was obviously the best choice. By now, he had received Chen Hetian's message, and actually agreed with the other Deva's plan. And yet, he still wasn't sure of exactly what to do, until he decided for sure the best thing was to still put on a show of deference in front of Bai Xiaochun. That way, Bai Xiaochun would look even more unreasonable and domineering to the demigod patriarch. Based on what Li Xiandao knew of the demigod patriarch, the man might not necessarily intervene immediately when a Deva started throwing his weight around, but he definitely wouldn't be happy. Furthermore, showing deference to Bai Xiaochun wouldn't be a loss of face. After all, they were both Devas, so taking the initiative to bow his head was an appropriate thing to do. To Li Xiandao, anyone beneath the Deva realm was nothing more than a bug. Only people in the same cultivation level as himself counted as powerful experts. When Bai Xiaochun saw that Li Xiandao was acting deferentially, his eyes flickered, and he immediately came to the conclusion that something fishy was going on. You kidnap my friends and then tell me to calm down? What the hell, Li Xiandao? Li Xiandao's eyes flickered, and he backed up a few paces. Seeing that, Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed. Taking the initiative to bow his head and trying to goad me into making a mistake? Well played, Li Xiandao. Racing to come up with his next move, he accelerated and then unleashed an attack. A moment later, he and Li Xiandao were fighting back and forth. All of the cultivators on the other rainbows had shifted their attention from Chen Hetian to this new area. As for Chen Hetian himself, his divine sense was locked onto the area as well. Chen Hetian really couldn't contain himself. He hated Bai Xiaochun so much, and was so invested in plotting against him, that he began to chuckle coldly as soon as the fighting broke out. Beat him. The harder the better. Feeling wonderful about how things were going, he kept his focus directed completely on the scene playing out. Least under pressure was Bai Jintian, who was also pleased with how things were playing out between Bai Xiaochun and Li Xiandao. At the same time, he was feeling very glad that, other than the river-defying sect incident, he had never done anything to build up a grudge between himself and Bai Xiaochun. What an unreasonable lunatic, he thought, sighing. By this point, he realized that something seemed to be a bit off about Li Xiandao's actions. But then he thought about what he knew of Chen Hetian, and quickly speculated as to what was going on. It actually made the current situation even more intriguing. As the booms rang out, Li Xiandao fell back over and over again. Despite being in the mid-Deva realm, he found Bai Xiaochun to be a very tough opponent, with seemingly boundless energy. The divine abilities and magical techniques that Bai Xiaochun had at his disposal were as troublesome for Li Xiandao as they were for Chen Hetian, and left him feeling almost completely helpless. What had him feeling even more frustrated was that, as a Deva patriarch, there was no way that he would go around causing problems for measly disciples who weren't even in the nascent soul stage. From what he remembered, it was an elder from among his subordinates who had taken Bai Xiaochun's friends. Later, the man had sent one of Li Xiandao's own grandsons to ask for his approval in the matter, and for help to make sure that no sect rules were violated. By this point, he truly detested that grandson of his. Although what irritated him the most was not the trouble itself, but the fact that his grandson hadn't come to remind him of the situation after Bai Xiaochun rose to power. That lack of a reminder was what had led to the current situation. If the matter had been pointed out to him earlier, he could have resolved the situation by numerous means. As he considered all of these things, he decided that since Bai Xiaochun seemed inclined to push things too far, then the best thing was to go along with Chen Hetian's plan. Therefore, he put an even more deferential expression onto his face. "Listen to me, Bai, old pal. I already took care of the situation with your friends. They'll be here any moment. There's no need for this fighting. I'll definitely compensate you for everything." When Bai Xiaochun heard that, he snorted coldly in his heart. Taking a step forward, he said, "That's not how this is going to work. I don't really want to beat you up either. But I treated Chen Hetian unfairly earlier and got in a big fight with him. Now that I have the real culprit in front of me, if I don't beat him up a bit, how would Chen Hetian feel? It just wouldn't be fair. And what would other people think?" Many jaws dropped among the onlookers in response to his words. Strange expressions appeared, and many people even chuckled. At first, Bai Xiaochun's words seemed to make sense, but after thinking about it, most cultivators in the audience realized how nonsensical they were. What is that supposed to mean? He had a misunderstanding with Elder Chan, and therefore has to go beat up Elderly? Meanwhile, a stream of divine sense from the violet rainbow up above was focused on the events down below. It was the demigod patriarch, who earlier had been a bit irritated at Bai Xiaochun's actions. However, the words he had spoken just now caused the patriarch to smile. All of the irritation he had felt earlier quickly melted away. The patriarch shook his head. He didn't like it when his subordinates started throwing their weight around too much, which could easily get out of control. However, Bai Xiaochun's words just now had revealed his true attitude. Perhaps he had planned all along to word things that way, which would just go to show that Bai Xiaochun was somewhat audacious. People like that were often easy to control. Perhaps he hadn't planned the words out, but that would actually just make the situation more amusing. The truth was that the demigod patriarch was actually very curious about Bai Xiaochun. Furthermore, the reason why he had been so quick to confer him with a title had to do with Du Lingfei. In response to the words Bai Xiaochun had just uttered, Chen Hetian gasped. As for Li Xiandao, he gazed deeply at Bai Xiaochun, and suddenly felt more on guard than ever. At the same time, he abandoned any thoughts of going along with Chen Hetian's plan. This guy doesn't just have incredible battle prowess, he's also a profound schemer. Not only did he resolve the situation, he did it brilliantly. A smile broke out on Li Xiandao's face, and he clasped hands respectfully. "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Bai. Whatever misunderstanding you had with fellow Taoist Chen has nothing to do with the two of us. Maybe this little conflict can be the start of a new friendship." At the moment, Li Xiandao actually wasn't very afraid of Bai Xiaochun. In fact, he actually felt no need to cause any problems for him. Bai Xiaochun had already received the approval of the demigod patriarch, and was now just like the other devas, a prime elder of the sect. A single remark from him completely foiled Chen Hetian's plan, a fact that Li Xiandao refused to believe the demigod patriarch didn't realize. The fact that the patriarch had still not intervened went to show what was really going on. Well, Li Xiandao thought, this is probably the best opportunity to work things out with Bai Xiaochun. He quickly performed an incantation gesture, causing a screen of light to spring out, covering the both of them and giving them a certain level of privacy. Then he patted his bag of holding to produce a jade pendant. The surface of the pendant was carved with 3 dragons and 6 phoenixes, and possessed a remarkable aura. The dragons and phoenixes almost seemed alive, and caused a swirling mist to spring up in the area. A single glance at the pendant would reveal that it was an extraordinary item. Furthermore, it seemed to pulse with the will of the heavens. It was obviously a Deva-level magical item. Fellow Taoist Bai, is this your jade pendant? I happened to pick it up earlier and just realized that, based on the fluctuations, it must belong to you. Smiling, he waved his hand, sending the jade pendant flying over to Bai Xiaochun in a beam of bright light. Although none of the lower-level cultivators could see what was happening, Bai Jintian and Chen Hetian were able to observe easily. Bai Jintian seemed slightly confused about it, but not Chen Hetian, whose eyes went wide. Never could he have imagined that Li Xiandao would use this method to try to work things out with Bai Xiaochun. It actually caused his heart to sink even further. How could this Li Xiandao ignore propriety so brazenly? I can't believe he would do something so shameless. As far as Chen Hetian was concerned, Li Xiandao was showing how much of a complete rogue he was. Bai Xiaochun seemed surprised as he reached out to grab the pendant. Then he looked back suspiciously at Li Xiandao for a moment, before his eyes glittered. This old man isn't that bad after all, he thought. Giving gifts to resolve a situation was oftentimes a good method, but could easily come across as insincere. Thankfully, Li Xiandao had worded things perfectly, making the situation much more palatable. Bai Xiaochun was starting to calm down quite a bit, and actually resolved to use this method himself in the future. Clearing his throat, he tossed the jade pendant into his bag of holding. What do you know, this is my jade pendant. I knew I dropped it somewhere. It turns out you found it. Fellow Taoist Li. Laughing heartily, he decided to see if he could push the envelope a bit. You know what, fellow Taoist Li? I happen to remember that, back when I lost that jade pendant, I also happened to lose a flying sword. A really expensive flying sword. When Li Xiandao heard this, his expression turned a bit stiff. However, he patted his bag of holding to produce a small blue sword that sent intense frigid chi out in all directions. As it hovered there in midair, it began to turn translucent, as if it might disappear at any moment. Feeling very pleased, Bai Xiaochun quickly said, "Ha ha ha! That sword is a family heirloom. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Li." He made a grasping motion, causing the sword to fly over to him. After fondling it admiringly for a moment, he put it into his bag of holding. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Bai," Li Xiandao said, chuckling. "At long last, your belongings have been returned to you. By the way, the elder who snatched your friends did it without permission, and had help from someone else from the junior generation. Don't worry, I'll definitely provide compensation to make up for their mistake." As far as Li Xiandao was concerned, material things, and even the 2 culprits, were not worth anything when compared to resolving the grievance with Bai Xiaochun. By now, Bai Xiaochun realized that he couldn't continue to cause problems. In fact, he was just about to say something more when his expression flickered. Then, he and Li Xiandao both looked down at the Li clan ancestral mansion below. Their Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai had just stepped out into the open. Their faces both shone with healthy glows, and they wore sumptuous garments. Not a single wound or injury could be seen on either of them. They were escorted by a throng of Li clan cultivators, who treated them with the utmost respect. However, both of them had blank expressions on their faces, as if they had been caught completely unprepared by what was happening. Clearly, the Li clan had scrambled to make all of this happen. When Bai Xiaochun saw that Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai were both in good condition, he breathed a sigh of relief. Smiling, he looked over at them, waved his hand, and called out a greeting. Big Fatty Zhang looked back at him in shock, seemingly unwilling to believe his own eyes. As for Su Baokai, when he caught sight of Bai Xiaochun, he gasped, and his eyes went wide in disbelief. "Xiaochun, you're not dead." Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat, flicked his sleeve, and loudly said, How could there possibly be anything in this heaven and earth that could lead Bai Xiaochun into death? A strange expression appeared on Li Xiandao's face. However, Su Baokai and Big Fatty Zhang were used to Bai Xiaochun saying things like this. Therefore, it was at this point that the joy of being reunited with their old friend overtook their faces. "You're finally back, Xiaochun." Big Fatty Zhang rushed forward and embraced Bai Xiaochun. He had gained weight recently, and although he didn't quite look like a mountain of flesh, he was still not thin by any means. In fact, his fat quivered with excitement as he hugged Bai Xiaochun. When Su Baokai recovered his composure, he hurried forward and instinctively began to offer some flattery. "Junior Patriarch, you are definitely the most ultimate of chosen. Unmatched and unparalleled in the world. There is absolutely, positively nothing in this heaven and earth that could possibly lead sect Uncle Bai into death. What's so amazing about the wildlands anyway?" When Bai Xiaochun heard the excitement in Big Fatty Zhang's voice and the flattery of Su Baokai, warm happiness rose up inside of him. Back when he was out in the wildlands, he had worried constantly about his friends Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai, who he had left behind in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. Clearing his throat, Li Xiandao interrupted Bai Xiaochun's reunion to warmly say, "Your friends are back? Bye, old pal. Don't worry. I'll definitely provide you with handsome compensation for all of this." Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai were both taken aback by what Li Xiandao had just said. After all, despite the many years they had spent in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, they hadn't had many dealings with Devis, and thus didn't immediately recognize Li Xiandao. However, they could tell that he was someone important. Otherwise, why would they have been escorted like royalty out of the Li clan? Not only had they been given urgent treatment of their injuries, they had been treated with utmost respect. In fact, they had also been showered with gifts, along with pleas not to take their imprisonment to heart. Neither of them could ever have imagined that they would be given so many gifts. However, when they realized that it was because Bai Xiaochun had used some unknown means to secure the help of someone extremely important in the sect, they were deeply shaken. Bai Xiaochun glanced at Li Xiandao, then looked back at Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai. Thumping his chest, he said, "Eldest brother, Brother Baokai, what do you two think? You must have had it pretty bad off recently. If there are any points of discontent you have, or anything in particular that you want, just say the word." Li Xiandao smiled wryly, but didn't say anything. Instead, he looked expectantly at Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai. All the other Li clan cultivators also looked over nervously at Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai, pleading looks in their eyes. The two of them blinked awkwardly and exchanged glances, simultaneously rubbing their bags of holding. After all, they already had been given copious amounts of treasure. Then they thought back to their imprisonment. Although it had been somewhat humiliating, they hadn't been in any mortal danger. It had only lasted for about a year, and in exchange, they had been given nearly 100 years' worth of cultivation resources. With such thoughts on their minds, they looked back at Bai Xiaochun and shook their heads. Bai Xiaochun wasn't inclined to let things go so easily, especially considering the weak position Li Xiandao was in. However, it didn't seem appropriate to push the matter. Nodding, he clasped hands to Li Xiandao, and then took Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai with him as he left. Afterward, the Li clan cultivators finally breathed sighs of relief. At the same time, Li Xiandao's expression turned very grim and cold. "Bring Li Yuanshang and that elder over here immediately." The rumbling thunder of his voice struck fear into the hearts of everyone in the clan. Obviously, the time had come to settle accounts. Furthermore, it wouldn't just be Li Yuansheng who was punished for what had occurred. It would be his entire bloodline. Considering how angry the patriarch was, no one dared to try to beg for mercy. Besides, nobody wanted to incur the further wrath of the most glorious figure in the sect right now, the Deva patriarch, Bai Xiaochun. After all, not even their own Li clan patriarch had been able to stand up to him. Bai Xiaochun was bursting with happiness as he slowly led Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai across the blue rainbow toward his immortal's cave, reminiscing the entire way. It almost felt like they had gone back in time to when they had first arrived in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. Although Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai were happy to be reunited, They also couldn't stop thinking about how suddenly everything had just changed for them. Finally, Big Fatty Zhang asked, Xiaochun, which member of the senior generation was that just now? He could tell that by Xiaochun's cultivation base has made significant advancement. However, despite the fact that he himself was in the late core formation stage, he still couldn't assess its exact level. Su Baokai was only in early core formation, and as such had even less of an idea of how strong Bai Xiaochun was. However, he could tell that there was something different and mysterious about him. In fact, if he closed his eyes, it was literally impossible for him to detect Bai Xiaochun's presence. Him? Bai Xiaochun blinked, and his eyebrows shot up. Oh, that was Li Xiandao. Li Xiandao? Why does that name sound familiar? Big Fatty Zhang couldn't place who the name belonged to. However, Su Baokai had a reputation for being able to know everything about a place, no matter where he went. Therefore, when he heard the name Li Xiandao, his eyes went wide, and he gasped. Li Xiandao? He blurted. One of the 5 Deva patriarchs of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect? That Li Xiandao? In response to Su Baocai's words, Big Fatty Zhang's jaw dropped. I remember now, he said. Li Xiandao is the Deva patriarch of the Li clan. He was the one who ordered Su Baokai and me to be arrested. Xiaochun, you have no idea how wicked the Li clan is. Shaken, Big Fatty Zhang went on to explain to Bai Xiaochun everything which had occurred in the years he had been gone. Back when Bai Xiaochun left for the Great Wall, Big Fatty Zhang had been forming his will core. Neither he nor Su Baokai had qualified to leave the sect, and thus had no choice but to stay behind in Sky City to manage the business at Bai Xiaochun's inn. With guidance from Feng Yud, Big Fatty Zhang had eventually succeeded in his breakthrough. Because of his unique will core, he had achieved even greater success with his spirit enhancements. Furthermore, his battle prowess actually surpassed ordinary cultivators in his same cultivation level. Eventually, he rose through the ranks of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars and came to be viewed as one of the top chosen in the sect. Perhaps because of Big Fatty Zhang's rise to prominence, Su Baokai also achieved a higher level of success. He never truly became one of the superstars. However, he was careful to make the right friends in the sect and avoid offending anyone important. Things had proceeded like that for some time, with Big Fatty Zhang making the most progress in his cultivation base. Eventually, word came back to the sect that Bai Xiaochun had gone missing, which was very upsetting to Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai. Although they wanted to go back to the river-defying sect, the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect was not the type of place where they could come and go whenever they wanted. Therefore, they continued to act with the utmost caution within the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. However, because Bai Xiaochun was missing, the Li clan chosen Li Yuanxing finally came back for revenge. With Bai Xiaochun out of the picture, he felt confident enough to strike at Bai Xiaochun's inn in Sky City and take it away from Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai. During the process, he injured Su Baokai so badly that, if Big Fatty Zhang hadn't been there to save him, he would have been killed. The grudge with Li Yuanxing had started many years ago, and his act of taking the inn away made it even worse. Unfortunately, Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai weren't strong enough to do anything about it, and were forced to simply grit their teeth in frustration. Thankfully, Bai Xiaochun's old friend Zhao Tianjiao had come back to the sect by that time, and was able to look out for them. The two of them were aware of the friction between the river-defying sect and the other 3 sects in the Middle Reaches, but being mere core formation cultivators, they couldn't get back to the sect easily. Therefore, Big Fatty Zhang had focused hard on his cultivation in an attempt to break into the top 20 of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars. According to the rules of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, the disciples in the top 20 were considered official chosen within the sect. If Big Fatty Zhang could reach that rank, then he would qualify to return to the river-defying sect. Big Fatty Zhang went crazy with his cultivation. One year, he finally achieved his breakthrough and reached the late will core stage. That was when he went to make his attempt at the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars. However, it was at around the same time that Li Yuanxing also reached late core formation, leading to a big competition between the two of them. Li Yuanxing was a chosen, but in terms of battle prowess, he couldn't match up to Big Fatty Zhang with his will core. Therefore, Big Fatty Zhang defeated him, breaking into the top 20 and leaving Li Yuanxing behind in 21st place. The conflict between them grew more intense after that, until it reached the breaking point. Ignoring the possibility of offending by Xiaochun's old friends, Li Yuanxing called upon the power of his clan to frame Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai. He even begged for help from his patriarch Li Xiandao and a nascent soul elder, which ended up with Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai being arrested. If Big Fatty Zhang hadn't broken through into the top 20 of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars, then Li Yuanxing would have gone so far as to have him killed. But Big Fatty Zhang had achieved a high enough status that not even Deva Patriarch Li Xiandao dared to end his life. Instead, he had the two of them imprisoned. Li Yuanxing hadn't been willing to give up, and called upon his connections in the sect to have their sentence officially set at a full 60-year cycle. That was the reason why Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai hadn't returned to the sect to help during the war. They had both been imprisoned and didn't even know about what was happening on the outside. When Bai Xiaochun heard about all of this, his expression turned grimmer and grimmer. Now that he knew the truth about everything the Li clan had done, his heart turned as cold as ice. And it all stemmed from the years-long grudge between himself and Li Yuanxing. "Eldest brother, Su Baokai," he said through gritted teeth. "I'm definitely going to get you some major compensation for this. Let's wait and see how exactly Li Xiandao handles the matter. If it doesn't meet with my approval or if he tries to cover for Li Yuanxing, then I'll just go beat the crap out of him." With that, he snorted coldly. In response to his words, Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai exchanged awkward glances. A moment passed and then Su Baokai said, "Junior Patriarch, Li Xiandao is a deva." Bai Xiaochun stuck his chin up and flicked his sleeve. "Who gives a crap that he's a deva?" he said proudly. "I'm a deva too." Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai were visibly stunned. In fact, his words were so shocking that they didn't actually dare to believe him. Big Fatty Zhang stepped forward nervously and felt by Xiaochun's forehead. "Xiaochun, are you okay?" "I really am a deva," Bai Xiaochun said, not sure whether to laugh or cry. "Oh, Xiaochun, you don't need to explain. We believe you." Changing the subject, Big Fatty Zhang said, "Oh, right. Who did you get to convince Li Xiandao to let us go?" "Nobody, eldest brother." However, instead of finishing his sentence, he looked up at a group of 7 or 8 disciples who had just come out from the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars trials and were preparing to leave the rainbow. "Hey you! Come over here and tell my friends who I am." The disciples were initially taken aback, but then quickly flew over and offered respectful bows. "Greetings, Patriarch Bai." Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai were stunned. They actually knew 2 of these disciples who were both in the top 50 of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars. One of them was actually a top chosen who was in the teens in terms of the rankings. Stop joking around, Xiaochun?" Big Fatty Zhang said, panting a bit, still not quite able to convince himself that it was true. As for Su Baokai, he was trembling, and his eyes shone with profound shock. "I really am a deva. I'm the 6th deva of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect." Having no other way to convince them, he unleashed the power of his cultivation base. Everything began to shake, and crashing sounds filled the air like thunder. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's face appeared high above in the air, looking down superciliously at all creation. His will descended from above like the will of the heavens. As Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base thrummed with power, the face up above emitted more and more pressure. A moment later, he retracted his cultivation base power, and the face vanished. "Why you? You?" Big Fatty Zhang could hardly breathe, to the point where his face turned crimson. Utter disbelief shone in his eyes, and his mind spun as surely as if someone were hitting him in the head. Su Baocai's reaction was similar. As he thought back to everything that had just happened, suddenly, it all made sense. Li Xiandao's politeness, and the fact that the Li clan had suddenly treated him and Big Fatty Zhang like royalty, was all because of Bai Xiaochun's status in the sect. Bai Xiaochun is a deva? Big Fatty Zhang's heart began to pound with excitement, and then his eyes started shining. He slapped his thigh. "Ha ha ha! From now on, Nobody in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect will dare to mess with me. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased to see Big Fatty Zhang so excited. Thumping himself on the chest, he said, "That's right. Nobody in the sect will ever cause problems for either of you, ever again." Su Baokai had obviously already reached the same conclusion. He couldn't help but think about all of the female cultivators he had taken a liking to over the years, none of whom had ever paid much attention to him. But things were different now. Now that the junior patriarch is a deva, he thought, the fact that I'm so close to him means that those girls will start banging down the door to get to me. His excitement about what was to come began to soar to epic heights. As for Big Fatty Zhang, his heart was racing, both with excitement for Bai Xiaochun and also anticipation for the future. He had endured quite a bit of hardship in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, mostly because he had no powerful person backing him. He and Su Baokai had been forced to swallow their anger and act with the utmost caution in everything. But now everything had changed. His close friend was a Deva Patriarch, which meant he had free rein to act however he wanted to in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. And thus, Bai Xiaochun led the elated Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai back to his Immortal's cave on the Blue Rainbow. Now that he was a sect elder and a Deva, he had a residence that was roughly the same as those of the other Devas. The only difference was that he had no clan to occupy the area, and thus, he immediately invited Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai to live with him. His residence was filled with countless spectacular buildings and structures, as well as strong spiritual energy from the heaven-span sea. As far as Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai were concerned, they were living in a dream now. "Xiaochun, I've made a decision," Big Fatty Zhang announced. "We need to have a powerful faction of our own within the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. The other 5 Deva Patriarchs all have a bunch of powerful experts working for them, and we need the same thing. I've gotten to know a lot of people over the years, so we should have plenty to pick from." "That's exactly right," Su Baokai said. "There are plenty of disciples in the sect who have yet to realize their dreams. Now that you're a Deva, junior patriarch, it's the perfect way to give them their shot at glory." With that, he pulled a little notebook out of the folds of his robe and started flipping through it to identify potential recruits. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased with how enthusiastic Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai were acting. After some thought, he decided that they were exactly right. After all, he already missed his army of corpse troopers from back in Archemperor City. Therefore, he immediately gave Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai authorization to start gathering people to form a new faction. In fact, at Su Baocai's request, he issued a dermic decree, giving the two of them the power and authority to do it officially. With that, they hurried away, dermic decree in hand, eager to make contact with their network in the sect, both to show off and also to gather people to their side to go harass their enemies. With an official dermic decree, the sky was the limit. Now that he had rescued his friends, Bai Xiaochun could finally relax. Most of the important tasks he had set out to do had now been accomplished. With Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai tasked with building up power within the sect, he could relax and start thinking about his cultivation. "I need to keep working on my undying blood, but that requires a lot of life force. Now that I'm a Deva Patriarch, that shouldn't be too hard to accomplish. But I still need a Deva technique." After some thought, he stood up and vanished, to reappear in a central location on the Blue Rainbow, where a 7-story pagoda rose high into the air. It was called the Starry Sky Pavilion, and was a repository for many of the legacies in the sect. Quite a few divine abilities and magical techniques were kept there. As for the Deva-level Taoist magics, they were specifically stored on the 7th story. An ordinary disciple could visit the lower 6 stories if they had a high cultivation base and plenty of merit points. But Bai Xiaochun was a prime elder, which meant he had free access to the entire Starry Sky Pavilion. Furthermore, there were no merit point requirements for him. Including him, there were only 7 total people in the sect who had such access: the Devas and the Demigod Patriarch. Bai Xiaochun materialized directly on the 7th story of the pagoda. The only thing present there was a simple, unadorned table, in the middle of which rested 9 ancient bamboo slips. They were clearly items which had existed for countless years, and all of them had cracks covering their surfaces. Obviously, they were all originals and not copies. Surrounding the 9 bamboo slips were 3 rings of jade slips, which contained several dozen different techniques. Obviously, the jade slips were inferior to the bamboo slips and contained incomplete techniques. He sent some divine sense out to scan the various slips and was shocked by what he discovered. They're all Deva-level Taoist magics? Back in the river-defying sect, they only had 2 Deva-level Taoist magics, which were both incomplete. But the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect had many. Bai Xiaochun now had a much clearer understanding of how deep the reserve powers of the sect ran. After scanning all of the techniques with divine sense to get a basic idea of what they were about, he confirmed his previous conjecture that the 9 bamboo slips were the most complete of the various techniques. He saw Li Xiandao's sword technique, Chun Hetian's devil technique, and Bai Jintian's cosmic chessboard. Of course, before selecting a given technique, he could only see its basic description, and none of the important details. The 3 concentric rings of jade slips all contained incomplete techniques, with the outermost of the rings containing the least complete of all. Some of the techniques he recognized as ones used by Patriarch Starry River, Tao River, and Polarity River. There were also some that he had never heard of before. The ones in the middle of the table are the best, he thought, frowning. After looking at the 9 bamboo slips again, he realized that, despite how complete they were all in completely different categories than the techniques he had cultivated up till now. They were core Deva-level Taoist magics of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, and in order to cultivate them, one needed to have a certain foundation of techniques to work upon. Back in core formation, I worked on the Frigid School will-evolving incantation. In the Wildlands, I reached the nascent soul stage by using spirit enhancement techniques, and therefore didn't get a special technique. Now that I'm a Deva, it's very important that I get an appropriate Taoist magic. After more thought, he examined what was available, until something caught his eye on the outermost of the 3 rings. The only downside to it was how incomplete it was. It was called the Sun Moon Vast Sky Incantation, just as its impressive name indicated. Cultivating it allowed one to produce an additional sun and moon in the sky. Supposedly, it was a technique that came from the ancient Archemperor dynasty. It had been incomplete when discovered, and its true origins had never been determined. However, after much research, it was determined that cultivating it all the way to the 9th level would allow one to break into the demigod realm and consume suns and moons. It's too bad that this version of the Sun-Moon Vast Sky Incantation only goes up to the 3rd level. That would get me to the mid-Deva realm. The rest of the technique has been lost to the sands of time. Bai Xiaochun was torn about what to do. Also inscribed on the jade slip was information from 3 Deva patriarchs of the past, people who had long since perished, but who had cultivated the Sun-Moon Vast Sky Incantation. That information contained tips and bits of enlightenment from those 3 patriarchs. Most of them expressed regret at not having the full technique. One of them even pointed out that the full technique would be powerful even after breaking through to the demigod realm. It truly was a domineering technique, and very different from other ordinary Deva-level Taoist magics. By refining the spiritual power of heaven and earth, one could create a sun and a moon inside oneself. When those heavenly bodies emerged out into the open, they would truly be a second sun and moon in the vast sky. It was a level of power that was shocking to even contemplate. The technique didn't require any specific foundation, only a Deva cultivation base. It contained countless variations within it, and could be used in combination with any other technique. The main downside was that it only consisted of the first 3 levels. Furthermore, the 3rd level had been added by a past patriarch, and was therefore a derivative technique and not authentic. The 2nd level was the highest authentic level in the entire technique. Anyone who cultivated it would eventually have to change to another technique after reaching the mid-Deva realm, which was exactly what the other 3 patriarchs who had cultivated it ended up doing. None of the other techniques will work for me, so I guess I'll pick this one. Although it will only work for so long, considering that my apprentice is the Hell Emperor, and an omnipotent genius, it's always possible that I might be able to work out the higher levels on my own. After a bit more thought, he gritted his teeth, grabbed the Sun-Moon Vast Sky Incantation, and left the starry sky pavilion. He reappeared moments later back in his residence, where he went into secluded meditation and poured himself into the study of his new technique. The more he learned about it, the more he realized it was truly astonishing. This thing shouldn't be called the Sun-Moon Vast Sky Incantation. It should be called the Sun-Moon Super Overpowered Incantation. The first 3 levels are devoted to summoning a moon inside oneself. After reaching the 3rd level, that moon can emerge into the world to hang in the sky. The missing middle levels are about summoning a sun. From what I can tell, the final 3 levels must be about bringing both the sun and the moon out into the open and illuminating all creation with their brilliance. Sighing, he set to work at cultivating the 1st level. In terms of the life force, he needed to work on his undying blood. Now that he had such a high status in the sect, it was easier for him to request large amounts of plants and vegetation that had life force in them. In fact, as a prime elder, he could set sect missions for apothecary cultivators in the sect to concoct medicine for him. Although he happened to be of the opinion that the medicinal pills concocted by others would be of lower quality. After wrestling with the issue for a while, he sighed and made up his mind. I can't do the concocting myself. Whenever I do that, accidents happen. Now that the demigod patriarch is my direct superior, it would be a big headache if I caused some disaster. It was with a bit of regret that he decided to have lower-ranking disciples do the concocting for him. One upside was that it led to large amounts of pills flowing in, and allowed him to advance by leaps and bounds with his undying blood. His regret at not being able to personally make the pills could only be shoved down to the bottom of his heart. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During that time, Bai Xiaochun focused only on cultivating his undying blood and the Sun-Moon Vast Sky Incantation. As he did, he came to realize what it meant to occupy one of the highest positions in the sect and have access to so many cultivation resources. In fact, he used so many resources that, if he had been back in the river-defying sect, he would have bled them dry. To the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, though, such usage of resources was considered negligible. After all, back before the Great Wall had collapsed, the resources required to man it had vastly surpassed anything that Bai Xiaochun could match. Even that level of expenditure had not been a problem for the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect's reserves, which had been built up over tens upon tens of thousands of years. Another thing Bai Xiaochun came to realize was that the 4 demigod heavenly kings in the wildlands actually couldn't compare at all to the demigods in the river source sects of the Heavenspan River region, at least in terms of wealth. The resources at the disposal of the river source sects vastly surpassed the heavenly kings. Of course, the Heavenspan River region wasn't without its weaknesses. There was something the wildlands had that was sadly lacking the Heavenspan River, and that was fighting spirit and valiance. In the wildlands, soul cultivators lived hard and difficult lives. In contrast, the Heavenspan River cultivators were like flowers in a greenhouse. Whether it was in terms of bravery or ambition, they didn't even come close to comparing to the wildlanders. Perhaps that was why the 2 sides had been at a deadlock for so long. Now that the Great Wall had fallen, it was difficult to say which side would have the advantage. It was a big headache to consider the matter for even a short time. Therefore, he put it aside and focused on his cultivation. Another thing that happened during the 3 months that passed was that his faction grew with shocking speed. Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai had not wasted their years in the sect. Although they had conducted themselves with the utmost caution over the years, they had also worked hard to expand their network of contacts. It didn't take long for them to gather a group of disciples who had previously never had a chance to rise to prominence. They were the ones who formed the backbone of Bai Xiaochun's faction now that he was a prime elder. They even had 9 nascent soul elders, one of them being Feng Yud. There were even more core formation and foundation establishment cultivators, and overall they formed a very powerful group. After all, Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai had gained a lot of experience back in Sky City, which they drew upon to grow their organization both quickly and with great strength. Li Xiandao followed through with his promise of compensation. Originally, he had planned to keep things low-key, but after finding out the truth of the matter, he realized that if he didn't act decisively, the truce he had worked out would crumble, and his relationship with Bai Xiaochun would be grievously damaged. As a Deva patriarch, he had many descendants, and therefore, he acted with brutal decisiveness. The first thing he did was deliver up the head of the nascent soul elder who had been the primary culprit. Then he crippled Li Yuanxing's cultivation base and locked him up in the very same prison where Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai had been held. Bai Xiaochun had no complaints about how the matter was handled, and Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai were both quite pleased. After all was said and done, the relationship between Li Xiandao and Bai Xiaochun ended up relatively warm, and the friction from the matter of the river-defying sect was smoothed over. At the same time, because of Bai Xiaochun's position and the growth of his faction, there was no need for any requests or negotiations regarding his inn in Sky City. The Celestial Sky Society took the initiative to return it to him. The Celestial Sky Society had the same boss as many years ago. Trembling with fear, he personally went to visit Bai Xiaochun to handle matters. The man's heart was filled with endless sighs. Never could he have imagined that the same Bai Xiaochun with whom he had squabbled over resources in Sky City would, only a handful of decades later, become the 6th Prime Elder in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect, a person of utmost power and authority. Bai Xiaochun had an audience with the boss of the Celestial Sky Society, but didn't say much. After all, he had learned a lot from them. In fact, it was his experiences with the Celestial Sky Society that had enabled him to deal with the 9 Serenities King's heir apparent back in Archemperor City. And it was by copying their tactics that he routed the 2 celestial necromancers who had plotted against him. However, the fact that Bai Xiaochun didn't say much in the meeting caused the man's nervousness to mount, until he was soaked with sweat. Eventually, Su Baokai gave him a good glare, frightening the man so much that he offered even more copious gifts of compensation than he had initially intended to. At that point, Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai were finally pleased with the outcome. More months passed. Bai Xiaochun now had a very solid foundation in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect, and his faction was so big and powerful that people all over the Heavenspan River region had heard of them, including the other 3 river source sects. Rumors even began to spread in the wildlands about the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect's 6th Deva, Bai Xiaochun. Many people gritted their teeth in frustration at how Bai Xiaochun seemed to move about so mysteriously. After all, he had roamed the wildlands for many years, without a single person ever being able to track him down. Only the most powerful elites in the wildlands knew who Bai Xiaochun really was, and they were all shocked by the rumors. That was especially true of the Grand Heaven Master, who was struck speechless by the intelligence reports from the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect. Back in Giant Ghost City, the Giant Ghost King heard the news and muttered, "The little punk didn't even say goodbye to me when he left. Next time I see him, I'll definitely give him a good thrashing." Also in the wildlands was an illusory river high in the sky, in the depths of which was a pitch-black palace. Bai Hao was there, clad in his imperial robes and wearing an imperial crown. Normally speaking, a cold expression covered his face. However, whenever he looked in the direction of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect, his eyes shone with warmth and respect. The vast resources available in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect allowed Bai Xiaochun's cultivation to advance smoothly and quickly. By the time he had been in secluded meditation for the better part of a year, the river-defying sect had united the Middle Reaches cultivation world. Of course, the river-defying sect knew how to maintain propriety. They didn't exterminate the Starry, Polarity, and Dao river courts. They kept them around, but in check. In fact, in addition to the yearly tribute given to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, those 3 sects also gave tribute to the river-defying sect. Although Chun Hutian, Li Xiandao, and Bai Jintian weren't happy about that, they had enough experience in life to know when to keep their heads down. They were fairly certain that they would have their chance at a comeback eventually, and besides, considering how young Bai Xiaochun was, it wasn't likely that he would stay in the sect for very long. Bai Jintian had remained in secluded meditation the entire time, whereas Li Xiandao had smoothed out his relationship with Bai Xiaochun, and therefore didn't feel the need to remain in seclusion. As for Chun Hutian, he had no choice but to leave the sect indefinitely. From all of that, it was possible to see how much of a name Bai Xiaochun had made for himself in the battle for the river-defying sect. He had almost unlimited resources at his disposal, and because of that, was initially excited to be able to work on his cultivation. However, after some time passed, he started to get bored. Eventually, he began to go for walks in the sect, and yet, because of his high standing, people would only treat him with formal respect. Although he enjoyed that type of thing, eventually, it started to get annoying. This is so boring. There's nothing fun to do in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect at all. The whole sect is so prissy and old-fashioned. It was way better back in the wildlands. Sighing, he thought back to everything that had happened since he got back to the Heavenspan River region. Things had been interesting in the river-defying sect, but after returning to the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, he realized that it really was a very humdrum place. He thought about going to hassle Xianxia, but two things held him back. First of all, he lacked a good excuse. Second of all, and of even greater significance, was the fact that Xianxia had left the sect. Bai Jintian was next on his list, but apparently Bai Lin knew Bai Xiaochun too well. Sensing what was about to come, he hurried over to reminisce about old times, until eventually, their conversation ended with Bai Lin gazing at him with helpless anxiety. By that point, Bai Xiaochun realized that he couldn't go cause problems for Bai Jintian. That left only Li Xiandao. Unfortunately, Li Xiandao had been behaving himself perfectly. He had compensated him for the matter with Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai, and that meant it would be very awkward to go bully him. By this point, Bai Xiaochun was so depressed and bored that he felt like he was starting to grow mold. At one point, he went out looking for some attractive female disciples, but the problem was that his status was too high, and he enjoyed carrying himself like someone from the senior generation. And for someone like that to try to seduce pretty female disciples didn't seem very appropriate. AI, he sighed. How come none of them will make the first move? Well, I can't just sit around practicing cultivation all the time. I'll end up cultivating myself into a moron. All of a sudden, he realized that while he had missed the Heavenspan River region during his time in the wildlands, now that he was back, he actually missed Archemperor City. Eventually, he came to the conclusion that he had nothing else to do other than work on cultivation. Unfortunately, he really was not happy using medicinal pills concocted by random disciples. And yet, he was still torn about whether or not to do his own medicine concocting. Don't tell me that a grand and mighty deva like myself will end up having to slink outside of the sect to concoct some pills. He sighed again. No, I have to concoct some pills of my own. If worst comes to worst, I'll just have to be extra careful. In the past, people would always come to cause problems for me when I concocted medicine. But now I'm a prime elder. Xianxia ran away. Bai Jintian is in secluded meditation, and Li Xiandao doesn't dare to cause problems for me. My bro in the Hall of Steel Veins is on my side. In the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, the only person who can tell me what to do is the demigod patriarch. The more he thought about it, the more antsy he got, until he finally made a decision. As long as I'm careful, everything should be fine. Encouraging himself in this way, he sent a list of required materials to the Internal Affairs Pavilion. The list included medicinal ingredients and a large number of pill furnaces. Considering his standing in the sect, he had a sizable stipend that could get him things like this without having to provide compensation. The staff at the Internal Affairs Pavilion immediately set to work filling the orders, sending large quantities of medicinal plants and pills to Bai Xiaochun. He was delighted to see the huge accumulation of resources, and quickly went into seclusion to start working. East Wind Life Force Pill, Intoxication Life Force Pill, Spirit Flower Life Force Pill, 9 Transformations Life Force Pill. He immediately began to think back to all of the medicine formulas he knew that related to life force. He tried out each formula, but the resulting pills all had the same problem. They simply didn't provide the level of life force that he needed. However, he was very pleased to discover that no accidents were happening. As a result, his confidence grew, and he began working not just with 1 pill furnace but 10, then 30, then 50. All the successes got him feeling very excited and also lucky. I guess that all the trials I went through in the wildlands ended up pushing my Tao of medicine to a much higher level. Yeah, that must be the explanation. Feeling prouder of himself than ever, he continued adding pill furnaces until he was working with 80 at the same time. Slowly but surely, he was immersing himself in his concocting efforts. Perhaps his skill in the Tao of medicine really had improved. Or perhaps it was because he was worried about the demigod patriarch, and was thus being very careful. Either way, his concocting went very smoothly, and not a single accident occurred. The worst things that happened were the occasional explosion, which would release some black smoke. There was also an occasional bout of lightning. However, considering the level of Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base, he was able to negate these effects easily. Few disciples even noticed what was happening, and of those who did, none dared to say anything. A few months later, he was in the middle of a concocting session when a message came down from the demigod patriarch. It was actually a group message sent to all of the prime elders. The patriarch explained that he had received a summons from the celestial and had to take a trip to Heavenspan Island. While he was gone, he was entrusting the safety of the sect to the Devis. It was something the other Devis were used to. It was not a rare occurrence for the demigod patriarch to take a trip outside of the sect and leave them in charge. However, this was Bai Xiaochun's first time experiencing such a thing. Although it was par for the course for the other Devis, it was different for him. As soon as he heard the news, he gasped, and his heart started to race. He was so excited he almost jumped up into the air. He suddenly felt as if anything in the world was possible for him. The demigod patriarch left. For the first time, there was no one in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect who could tell him what to do. The demigod patriarch is gone. He threw his head back and laughed uproariously. He had always been extremely careful when he went about concocting medicine. After all, there had been too many occasions when people chased him down angrily as a result of his work. The mere thought of what it was like trying to explain himself to an angry mob caused him to sigh incessantly. But now, all obstacles had been cleared from his path. Furthermore, he had the strong feeling that things were going so well that no accidents could possibly happen. Concoct medicine. Concoct medicine. I'm going to concoct medicine to my heart's content. I can finally perfect my lightning detox grand magic. I can refine my aphrodisiac pill. I can improve on my fantasy pill. And I can come up with some more mystery pills too. Filled with excitement and anticipation, he jumped directly from 80 pill furnaces to 300. Worried that it wasn't enough, he added several hundred more. Only when he had 800 pill furnaces going at the same time was he happy. I'm using my Deva cultivation base to operate 800 furnaces at the same time. If word got out, people would admire me to no end. He looked around proudly at all the pill furnaces, beneath which burned supreme-grade flamestones, causing ripples of heat to fill the air. It was a sight that would surely strike fear into the hearts of anyone who saw it. After all, if 800 pill furnaces exploded simultaneously, then it would probably destroy most of the blue rainbow. On the morning of the third day after the demigod patriarch left, a huge boom erupted from the blue rainbow, startling numerous disciples in the sect. What was that sound? Scared me half to death. What's going on? Damn it. Who did that? I was in the middle of cultivation and nearly experienced energy deviation. Countless angry curses filled the air, and dozens of cultivators actually flew up into the air angrily to determine what was happening. However, when they realized that the noise came from the blue rainbow, their eyes went wide with shock, and they flew back down to where they came from. The boom came when 10 pill furnaces exploded, and startled Bai Xiaochun so badly that he immediately sent out some divine sense to see if anyone was going to come berate him. He even instinctively began to come up with an explanation. However, after a long moment passed, the clamor in the sect died down. Nobody came looking for him. The people who did fly up into the air only looked in his direction, then went back to where they had come from. Only at that point did he finally realize what was happening. Ha ha ha. I was just being too jumpy, that's all. I forgot that nobody in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect can tell me what to do. Feeling quite emboldened, he went back to concocting medicine. A few days later, another boom rocked the sect. To most disciples, an occasional explosion like that wasn't anything to get upset about. However, the booms continued every few days. On one particular day, there were 8 in a row. Soon, the disciples on the rainbow were starting to go crazy. It only made sense for them to react in such a way. The sect was usually a quiet place, like a celestial paradise. But now, startling explosions were interrupting them all the time, making it almost impossible to focus on cultivation. Normally speaking, a person in the sect who did such a thing would be attacked and likely killed. But the noise was coming from the blue rainbow. Soon, people began to ask around, and found that Patriarch Bai was concocting medicine. Therefore, nobody dared to complain openly. If the only thing they had to deal with were booms, it might have been possible to get used to the situation. But 2 days later, smoke began to drift out, smoke that caused tears to well up in the eyes of everyone it touched. Ag! What kind of medicinal pill is Patriarch Bai concocting? No. I can't take this. It wasn't just the ordinary disciples who were affected. Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian were included, and yet, neither of them dared to interfere. If they couldn't do anything about what was happening, then there was no need to even mention the lower-ranking disciples. All they could do was stare up resentfully at the blue rainbow. Of course, Bai Xiaochun was too thoroughly engrossed in his work to have any idea that all of that was happening. His face was gaunt, but filled with excitement as he worked to make every type of pill he could think of that had something to do with life force. As he became more familiar with the various formulas, his skill in the Tao of medicine increased. He made all varieties of pills, and eventually started to get bored with life force pills. As his confidence grew, he came to the conclusion that he had turned over a new leaf in his pill concocting ability. I need to make a treasured pill that can counteract the effects of the aphrodisiac pill. He had already been ensnared twice with aphrodisiac pills, and although he had to admit that he had actually enjoyed the results, it was still quite a loss of face. HMMMPHH. How ridiculous that other people would use my own medicinal pill against me. That won't do. I'm going to make a new pill that I'll call the turn-off pill. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he was with the idea. Furthermore, the name of the pill couldn't have been better. It's definitely a good name. Feeling supremely proud of himself, he started concocting. You know what's a real turn-off? Those uncaring fruits. They're disgusting. Only by adding that type of fruit into the formula can I truly quench the fire which burns deep inside one's heart. Slowly but surely, a medicine formula was forming in his mind. After settling on an initial direction, he decided to run some tests. He started with 30 medicinal pills. He was so engrossed in his work that he forgot to eat or sleep, and watched over the pill furnaces constantly for 3 whole days. Soon, the pills inside the furnaces were beginning to form. Unfortunately, just as the process seemed on the verge of concluding, one of the pill furnaces suddenly showed signs of instability. Bai Xiaochun quickly placed sealing marks on it, only to find that a second, a third, and a fourth furnace were similarly destabilizing. Before he could do anything about it, all 30 pill furnaces were teetering on the verge of exploding. Not good. Bai Xiaochun slapped down more sealing marks, and sent his divine sense out to try to keep any danger to a minimum. Actually, because there was no one in the sect who could tell him what to do, he had kindly decided that, as a sect patriarch, he should manage himself. However, when the pill furnaces exploded, a black smoke erupted out that not even he could control. It completely negated his divine sense. Thankfully, there wasn't much of the smoke, and all it did was cover part of the blue rainbow. One of the affected areas, though, was where the Starry Sky Tao Polarity Superstars trials were held. Quite a few disciples were there, and before any of them could react, the smoke had covered them. Bai Xiaochun anxiously looked over to see what was going to happen. However, the smoke simply faded away, and the disciples looked around with quizzical expressions on their faces. As for Bai Xiaochun, he initially stared in shock, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Wait, nothing happened? Well, no harm, no foul. Rubbing his nose a bit, he continued to watch until he was sure nothing bad had resulted. Then he started thinking about why he might have failed, and decided to try a different approach, this time with 100 pill furnaces. Worried about the lower-ranking disciples who had been hit by the smoke, he sent his divine sense out and prepared to react protectively at the slightest sign of danger. 3 more days passed, and soon the second batch of pills was nearing completion. Up to this point, No unusual behavior had cropped up among the disciples from earlier. However, it was on the night of the third day that some strange things started to happen. The Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect was a huge sect with many disciples, so it was only natural for many of them to get together as Taoist partners. Among those disciples who had been at the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect trial, those who had no Taoist partners weren't affected at all, except that they were less interested in romantic relationships than before. However, those who did have Taoist partners, whether they were men or women, found that, as the sun set on their immortals' caves, "Junior sister, we're just not suited for each other. From now on, you do your thing and I'll do mine. Let's break up. Elder brother, why are there so many good-looking people in the world, but so few interesting souls? From now on, stay away from me. I'm sorry, but we're just not meant for each other. My destiny is to pursue the great Tao. What's the point of romantic relationships? Don't even bring the subject up again." Quite a few people were taken aback by the breakup scenes going on. And of course, Bai Xiaochun noticed almost right away, and his heart began to pound. Wait a second, that's not right. All of a sudden, he had a very bad feeling. After all, the primary ingredient in his turn-off pill was uncaring fruit. Using that in combination with some other medicinal plants he knew of, he had hoped to create a medicinal pill that would counteract the aphrodisiac pill. And aphrodisiac pills affected a person first physically, and then mentally. Therefore, his plan for the turn-off pill had been to affect a person mentally first, and after that to cleanse them physically. The current situation went totally beyond what he had imagined would happen. And of course, it caused worry to gnaw at his heart. I wanted a turn-off pill, not a breakup pill. I can't just let this happen. I have to do something. With that, he settled his mind. After all, considering that only a few people had been affected 3 days ago, the situation shouldn't be very hard to remedy. However, even as he made his decision about what to do, cracking sounds reached his ears, and his face fell as he looked at the 100 pill furnaces, which had all reached the critical moment of the concocting process. 10 of those 100 pill furnaces had cracks spreading out over their surfaces. "No!" he screamed, rushing forward to try to contain the situation. Boom! The pill furnaces exploded. Not just a handful, but all 100 of them, one after another in a rapid-fire chain reaction. It happened in a single breath of time, and despite the fact that Bai Xiaochun had been prepared, he simply wasn't fast enough to contain the effects of 100 pill furnaces all exploding at the same time. The force unleashed was shocking. Thankfully, he had his Deva cultivation base and very tough skin, otherwise he would either have been killed or at the least badly injured. "No!" he screamed. His immortal's cave shook violently, and yet, that was not what worried Bai Xiaochun most. Most hair-raising was the thick black smoke that blasted out at high speed in all directions. The medicinal efficacy of this smoke vastly surpassed that of the previous smoke. Because of the Deva power that Bai Xiaochun surrounded himself with, he was protected from its effects. But others nearby did not have that luxury. As he let out a long cry of misery, the smoke covered the blue rainbow in its entirety. But things didn't end there. The smoke spread out toward the other rainbows, completely covering 3 of them before finally coming to a stop. Bai Xiaochun's vision went dim, and his mind felt like it was being struck by heavenly lightning. He knew that he had caused a major disaster. "I'm finished. Kaput." This was definitely not how he had envisioned things turning out, and it felt very unfair. Why did he, an awesome apothecary with incredible skill in the Tao of medicine, always cause strange things like this to happen? Meanwhile, the disciples who were on the 3 affected rainbows stared around in shock. Some reacted quickly enough to speed away in the face of the black smoke, but others were inundated. Damn it! What is this stuff? Smoke? Heavens! How could there be toxic smoke inside the sect? Wait! Are we under attack? The 3 rainbows instantly devolved into chaos. Li Xiandao, Bai Jintian, and Patriarch Steel Veins were all shocked and rushed out to provide aid. When they saw how 3 of the other rainbows were covered in the smoke, their hearts were gripped with madness. Thankfully, the smoke went away rather quickly, The entire thing only lasted for a bit more than 10 breaths of time. Then, everything went back to normal. It was only at that point that people realized that the sound of the explosion had come from the blue rainbow. Elder Bai is definitely concocting medicine again. Heavens! When is this going to end? Elder Bai isn't concocting medicine, is he? He's trying to destroy the entire sect. It only took moments for countless angry gazes to fall onto the blue rainbow. Can't anyone stop him? If things keep going on like this, what are we supposed to do? However, there was nothing more that they could do than glare. Any other person, even a nascent soul expert, would already have been surrounded and attacked, but Bai Xiaochun's status in the sect was too high. After all, he was a deva, and one of only 6 prime elders, a fact which filled the hearts of all disciples with fear. Li Xiandao hesitated about what to do, and finally decided to do nothing. Bai Jintian reacted similarly. However, Patriarch Steel Veins smiled wryly, and then sent Bai Xiaochun a message of inquiry. Bai Xiaochun replied immediately. This was the last time. I guarantee it. Deeply worried, he did his best to explain the matter, and then sank down into thought. Although no one else had any clue at the moment, he was very well aware that, despite the fact that the smoke had dissipated without seeming to affect anyone, it would be, at most, 3 days until the effects were seen. At that point, tens of thousands of disciples would all break up with their Taoist partners. Bai Xiaochun knew that a disaster like that was simply too much. People say that if you break up someone's relationship, you shorten their lifespan. Heavens! I might have just ruined the relationships of tens of thousands of disciples. If I don't fix this, nobody in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect will be able to get a Taoist partner. This generation of the cultivation world will be significantly harmed. And it will all be my fault. That thought made Bai Xiaochun feel like his head was about to explode. Scowling on the verge of tears, he gritted his teeth and murmured, "No, I can't let that happen. I have to concoct an antidote." He took a few deep breaths, and then nervously pulled out some more medicinal plants. His goal: create a medicinal pill that could dispel the effects of the uncaring fruit. I didn't want this to happen, he grumbled guiltily. I was just trying to concoct that turn-off pill. He suddenly realized that not having someone around to tell him what to do wasn't that good of a thing after all. Although his position in the sect ensured that no disciples would curse or attack him, he still felt bad. In fact, it had actually been better back when people did come after him. Besides, he didn't even want to think about what would happen if the demigod patriarch happened to come back right now. Shivering, he headed back into his private chamber to start working on a new pill formula. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, only about 6 hours before the uncaring fruit's effects would begin to manifest, Bai Xiaochun leaped up, hair disheveled, and eyes flashing with madness. Staring at the jade slip he held in his hand, he cried, "I did it! I created the antidote formula!" He threw his head back and laughed uproariously. "Fear not, fellow Taoists of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. I am here to save you." With that, he ignored his exhaustion and set to work concocting the medicine. In order to maximize the chances of succeeding, he used 300 pill furnaces. He was putting everything on the line in the hopes of negating the effects of the uncaring fruit. As time passed, he concentrated fully on the 300 pill furnaces. None of them showed any signs of exploding, and whenever the slightest irregularity cropped up, he would make adjustments immediately. Finally, when there was only 1 hour left until the effects of the uncaring fruit manifested, the 300 pill furnaces turned bright red and sent a pungent odor out in all directions. When Bai Xiaochun detected that odor, he finally relaxed a bit. Excellent. In order to negate the effects of the uncaring fruit, I added in black crabapple, which can affect all sorts of various human emotions and desires. By combining those effects with certain other types of plants and vegetation, I can definitely negate the uncaring fruit. Although he was excited, he hesitated for a moment. According to his calculations, the effects of the uncaring fruit would begin to manifest at any moment. One last time, he sent his divine sense out through the sect, and could already see some disciples heading toward their Taoist partners with somber expressions on their faces. There was no time to waste, and neither was there time to hand out pills one by one. Eyes burning with determination, he waved his hand out in front of him. Immense force erupted out and landed on the 300 pill furnaces, which exploded, resulting in a thunderous boom that vastly surpassed any of the previous explosions. At the same time, a massive shockwave spread out in all directions. Everyone in the entire Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect heard the deafening boom, and many felt their cultivation bases destabilizing as a result. Quite a few were even struck senseless. Heavens! Don't tell me Elder Bai is concocting medicine again? I can't hear anything. Did you just say something? I'm gonna go crazy. As the cries of surprise and alarm rose up, the blue rainbow shook violently. Worse, a massive wave of black smoke rushed out from Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's cave. This time, even the violet rainbow, where the demigod patriarch lived, was affected. Everything was covered with black smoke. The entire Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect was enveloped in blackness, striking shock and fear into the hearts of all present. Heavens! What kind of smoke is this? Where did you guys go? I can't see anything. Run! This smoke is so acrid. It must be poison. Ag! The Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect had been plunged into chaos. Thankfully, the black smoke only affected the rainbow, and not the cities on the ground. The sudden sharp contrast between the two areas caused the disciples down below to stare up in complete astonishment. As of this moment, the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect seemed to be covered with an obscuring darkness filled with cries and shouts of alarm. The disciples down below were left feeling very unsettled. What's that? Heavens! What divine ability is that? The crowds in the 4 big cities down below were all gasping in shock. However, there were a few hundred people in Sky City who were frightened, but at the same time rejoicing. They even began to express their gratitude verbally to 2 other disciples who stood in their midst. Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai. Brother Zhang, I have only you to thank for this. You have my complete and utter gratitude. Brother Baokai, words can't express how thankful I am. If you ever have any problems in the future, come look for me, and I'll be sure to find a way to repay you. Su Baokai and Big Fatty Zhang were trembling in fear just like everyone else was. They knew Bai Xiaochun far too well, and when they had learned earlier that he was concocting medicine, they had immediately fled in fear. After all, when Bai Xiaochun made up his mind, it was impossible to dissuade him, and therefore the best option was to just leave. Neither of them had felt that staying on the rainbow was safe, and therefore they had gritted their teeth and gone all the way down to Sky City. Only then did they finally feel safe. Of course, they couldn't bear to leave all of the people they had recruited into their faction behind, and had therefore sent messages warning them that something big was about to happen, and that the safest thing was to temporarily move down to Sky City. Some had assumed that they were making a mountain out of a molehill, and had ignored them. Others had been a bit hesitant, but still came down anyway. After seeing the black smoke completely covering the rainbow structure, the group who had heeded the warnings couldn't help but rejoice at their good fortune. We're all brothers here, Big Fatty Zhang said, his face still pale from fear. So don't even mention it. Like I told you before, when Elder Bai concocts medicine, even gods and ghosts will run for cover. Su Baokai took a deep breath, frowned in concentration, and then said, Furthermore, you listen to me. Based on what I know about Elder Bai, and the things I've experienced, I can tell you that things aren't over yet. You absolutely, positively must not go back up there yet. Back up on the rainbow. The disciples were all descending into madness. As for Bai Xiaochun, he flew up to hover in the air above the blue rainbow, where he looked around anxiously at all the black smoke. I'm a deva, whose will can surpass that of the heavens. And yet I can't do anything about the smoke from some exploding pill furnaces. Something seems off about this. He really couldn't stop wondering about the whole thing. He had been working very hard to control the situation, and yet had been powerless against the smoke. You know, it's been like that ever since I started this concocting session. I'm a deva, and yet I haven't been in control at all. It doesn't make sense. Even if something unexpected occurred, I should have been able to prevent anything bad from happening. And yet, the bad stuff just keeps happening. He couldn't come up with any answers, something that he found hard to accept. And that's not even mentioning the fact that my skill in the Tao of medicine has improved a lot. There was no answer. It was just like how the will he had begun to develop in the gold core stage had vanished without a trace when he formed his Heaven Tao nascent soul. There was absolutely no explanation he could think of. Whatever. I caused the problem, but I fixed it. I guess I should be happy. With his divine sense, he could confirm that all of the disciples who had been affected by the uncaring fruit were showing no symptoms at all thanks to the black smoke. As for any disciples who had not absorbed any of the aura of the uncaring fruit, he had planned for that as well, and made sure that they wouldn't even feel the slightest discomfort. That black smoke doesn't have even an ounce of poison in it. As the smoke began to dissipate, a smile broke out on by Xiaochun's face. He had already decided that, for as long as he couldn't identify the source of the problem and fix it, he wouldn't concoct any more medicine. It was around this time that 3 beams of light suddenly shot through the air toward Bai Xiaochun. They were none other than Li Xiandao Bai Jintian and the Deva Patriarch from the Hall of Steel Veins. Li Xiandao and Bai Jintian both had very grim expressions on their faces. Originally, they hadn't planned to interfere at all, but the matter had reached the point of affecting the entire sect, leaving them no other choice. As for Patriarch Steel Veins, he had a relatively good relationship with Bai Xiaochun, and yet still had a wry smile on his face as he approached. "Bai, old pal, didn't you say there wouldn't be another time?" Now that the danger had passed, Bai Xiaochun once again bore the demeanor of a deva as he replied, "I'm really sorry, my friend. You see, last time there was an accident that infected some of the disciples with a dangerous substance. Because I was so worried about that, I intentionally sent this smoke out to deliver the antidote to them. If you don't believe me, just watch. None of the people who the smoke touched will even get uncomfortable." Smiling faintly, he gestured out at the crowds below. The 3 other devas looked down, and immediately saw that Bai Xiaochun was telling the truth. Although most of the disciples were muttering curses and complaints, none of them seemed harmed in the least. The 3 devas breathed sighs of relief. After all, if some problems had occurred, then all of them would have been in trouble when the demigod patriarch returned. "Don't worry. See? The smoke is vanishing. If you're still worried, then just relax here for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Afterward, the entire sect will be completely back to normal." Apparently, Bai Xiaochun had prepared for a situation like this in advance. He waved his sleeve, summoning a tea table as well as an incense stick. Sitting down, he gestured for the other devas to join him. Bai Jintian was hesitant, but Li Xiandao and Patriarch Steel Veins sat down and began to chat. Seeing that, Bai Jintian steeled himself and also sat down. Patriarch Steel Veins was a fellow prime elder, and had helped Bai Xiaochun back in the river-defying sect. Therefore, the 2 of them were actually rather close, so it was only natural that he wanted to make sure the incident with the smoke was smoothed out. "Bai, old pal, your Tao of medicine is shocking. You've really shown me a new world today." Feeling a bit guilty, Bai Xiaochun gave a dry laugh and said, "Oh, I'm just an amateur. My skill isn't even worth mentioning." Li Xiandao chuckled and said, "Amateur? Are you kidding? You're so skilled you can transform the Tao of medicine itself. Brother Bai, you really are incredible." Bai Jintian was the only one who didn't say anything. As the group chatted, the incense stick continued to burn down until only about a third of it was left. By now, much of the smoke had dissipated, revealing the buildings and cultivators beneath. It was at this point that Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered. Something seemed off. Unable to believe what he was seeing, he rubbed his eyes vigorously and then looked around again. He wasn't the only one to react in such a way. The other 3 devas all stared blankly at the areas being revealed by the dissipating smoke. Although there was almost no smoke left at all. The blue rainbow, from top to bottom, was now black. Beads of sweat popped out on Bai Xiaochun's head, and the other devas gasped. "Calm down. There's no need to get antsy here. We still have some time left. Trust me, Everything will be fine. In no mood to drink tea, Bai Xiaochun rose to his feet, trembling. The smoke continued to dissipate, and as it did, the 7 rainbows, which had all been very colorful in the past, were now completely black. Bai Xiaochun's mind began to reel. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet. Before, the 7 rainbows that made up the rainbow structure had been 7 colors. But now they were completely black, buildings and all. The starry sky Dao polarity sect was now as black as night. It was around this time that the disciples began to notice that they were standing on black ground. Jaws dropped, and cries of alarm filled the air. Why is it black? Heavens! This is supposed to be a rainbow. Where did the color go? Don't tell me it got poisoned. Something big is about to happen. A cacophony of voices thundered out to fill the rainbow structure. After all, the starry sky Dao polarity sect had existed for countless years, with the 7 rainbows being its identifying standard. Not only was that rainbow structure famous in the eastern Heavenspan River, but it was also praised by the other 3 river source sects. In terms of beauty and splendor, the starry sky Dao polarity sect took first place among all the branches of the river, which was a major source of pride to the demigod patriarch and ordinary disciples alike. But now, the 7-colored rainbow structure was completely black. Even the buildings which covered its surface were pitch black, driving the disciples into near madness. Our rainbow! Is this still our sect? The rainbow! Calm down, everyone. We need to get out of here right now. Can't you tell that the rainbow has been poisoned? I have the feeling that if we don't escape immediately, we're all dead. Down below, the cultivators in the 4 cities gasped, expressions of astonishment covering their faces as they looked up. Heavens! Who would have thought that it would be so terrifying for Elder Bai to concoct medicine? How did he do it? I've never heard of pill concocting sessions going like this. The rainbow is black now. Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai exchanged stunned glances. Although they had more experience in this regard than anyone, and had assumed earlier that the true disaster was yet to come, even they were nearly struck mute by what they were seeing. They swallowed hard, their hearts racing madly as they stared at the pitch-black rainbow. The other cultivators who were with them were equally shocked. About this time, the cultivators who were on the rainbow itself exploded into action like a hive of wasps. Shouting and clamoring, they raced off of the rainbow structure with all the speed they could muster. They were absolutely terrified by the thought of Bai Xiaochun concocting medicine, and were convinced that the best thing to do was just move away. From top to bottom, the starry sky Dao polarity sect's rainbow began to empty out. Those who couldn't fly fast enough used secret magics to get away as quickly as they could. From the day the starry sky Dao polarity sect had been founded until now, nothing like this had ever happened before. Before long, all 7 rainbows were completely and utterly empty. Back on the previously blue rainbow, Bai Xiaochun stood there, his jaw hanging open, trembling as he looked around at what was happening. And of course, his anxiety continued to build. Why is this happening? Damn it! I did everything to make sure no accidents happened. Something fishy is going on. Something very fishy. Terror and madness rising in his heart. He looked over at the patriarch's steel veins, a bitter smile on his face. Fellow Taoists, you were here to see it all, right? I was fixing my previous mistake. I didn't want to change the rainbow's color. The other 3 prime elders were stunned into silence at the moment. Their eyes were blank, and they were so taken aback that they had no idea what to do. It was around this time that transmission jade slips began to buzz in all 3 of their bags of holding. When they scanned them with divine sense, they immediately heard pleas of help coming from their fellow clan members. Patriarch, everyone else is evacuating the rainbow. We need to leave too. We can't stay here, Patriarch. It's too dangerous. Patriarch Elder Bai is terrifying when he concocts medicine. Let's get out of here. If we don't leave now, we might get destroyed along with the rainbow. When Bai Jintian heard the messages from his clan members, he didn't say a single word. He just took a step forward and vanished. After arriving at his clan, he gathered up all the cultivators and left. Although he was fairly certain the black rainbow hadn't actually been poisoned, he was still fearful of Bai Xiaochun's concocting methods. And since he couldn't do anything about it at the moment, he had no choice but to care for his clan members. Bai Jintian truly couldn't have been more shaken. This Bai Xiaochun's pill concocting is even more terrifying than his battle prowess. He had already decided that, if it came down to it, he would rather die fighting Bai Xiaochun in battle than allow him to concoct medicine outside of his front gate. Damn it! I can't believe a walking disaster like this has lived long enough to become a deva. Wrapped up in depressed thoughts, Bai Jintian hurried away as quickly as possible. Li Xiandao was essentially thinking the same thing as Bai Jintian. The only difference was that he was more profoundly afraid. He had the feeling that if Bai Xiaochun were given enough time and the right circumstances, then he could actually destroy the entire Heavenspan realm. It's a good thing that when he came to cause trouble, he just beat me up and didn't decide to concoct medicine instead. Heart pounding with lingering fear, Li Xiandao quickly turned to say one last thing to Bai Xiaochun. Fellow Taoist Bai, I have an errand to run. See you later. With that, he turned and blurred into motion to begin moving his clan away. By now, the only person left was Patriarch Steel Veins, toward whom Bai Xiaochun stared, nearly on the verge of tears. Patriarch Steel Veins was inwardly cursing Bai Jintian and Li Xiandao for fleeing with such haste. Smiling wryly, he looked back at Bai Xiaochun and said, "Bai, old pal, there's really nothing I can do about the situation. You, take care of yourself. I think the demigod patriarch should be back in 4 or 5 days at the most." With that, he hurried away to move the Hall of Steel Veins off the rainbow. Soon, the previously bustling rainbow only had one person left on it. Bai Xiaochun. I just wanted to concoct a turn-off pill. I never thought it would end up like this. I know it's my fault. As he stood there looking around with a weepy scowl, he found that he couldn't calm down. It was just like the old saying went. His heart was beating like 15 buckets in a well, 8 going down while 7 were coming up. Earlier, he had thought it was great that no one came after him with violent intentions because of his pill concocting. But now that he was all alone, he suddenly felt guilty. The demigod patriarch will be back in 4 or 5 days. The mere thought of how the patriarch would react left Bai Xiaochun shaking in terror. Will he end up regretting what he's done for me? The mere thought caused his face to drain with blood. A moment later, he was rushing back toward his immortal's cave. No, I still have 4 or 5 days. I can still fix the problem. I can do it. I can definitely get the colors back into the rainbow. The total population of the 4 cities skyrocketed in the briefest of moments. At the same time, numerous bitter gazes were directed at the black rainbow up above. Good. Let Elder Bai stay up there by himself. But when will it end? We can't live down here forever. What do we do now? Even the other prime elders have moved down into the cities. From that, you can see how terrifying Elder Bai's medicinal pills are. Let's hope things wrap up soon. If things go on like this, Elder Bai is going to run the sect completely into the ground. The next day, Bai Xiaochun burst out from his immortal's cave. He looked gaunt, with his hair in disarray, and his clothes in tatters. I figured it out, he muttered. When black crabapple gets mixed with milluo wood, it creates a unique sediment. That's what made the rainbow change color. Damn it. I did plenty of research ahead of time and never heard anything about that sediment. Why did it pop up after I started concocting? Getting rid of it won't be easy, but I should be able to come up with a way. If I use the pollen of Spirit Pure Daisy toward the end of the concocting process, I can drive out the black color. If I bolster the effect with my cultivation-based power, then it should do the trick. His excitement surged as he was convinced that he had come up with a solution to the problem. But he quickly suppressed his excitement. Worried that he might end up causing yet another problem, he quickly concocted a single batch and then performed some tests. Afterward, when he was sure that there would be no side effects, he excitedly set to work on a larger batch. At first, he planned to take things slow and steady. He did some quick calculations and came to the conclusion that it would take 3 days to finish the job of cleansing the rainbow. And that was when he got a message from the Hall of Steel Veins. The demigod patriarch would be back in only 2 hours. As soon as he heard that news, he felt like he was about to explode. I have to put everything on the line. He pulled out all of the pill furnaces he had left, and even personally went to the Internal Affairs Pavilion. There wasn't anyone on duty, but as a prime elder, he could easily unlock the storage warehouse and take out more than 1,000 new pill furnaces. In addition to the several hundred he already had, it was a total of about 1,500 furnaces. He quickly set them all up in the courtyard of his residence, and then went about madly concocting 1,500 batches of pills made from spirit-pure daisy pollen. Because time was limited, he pushed the concocting process along with his cultivation base. In the end, when about 2 hours had passed, all 1,500 pill furnaces had turned bright red. It worked! He knew that time was running out, so he threw his hands out in front of him, sending a blast of cultivation-based power into the furnaces and causing them all to explode. The resulting explosion, bolstered by his cultivation base, caused the 7 rainbows to return to their previous color. It was at that exact same moment that the pressure of a demigod began to weigh down on the area. Moments before, the demigod patriarch of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect was a tall, thin man with long, steel-gray hair. He wore a white robe, and while handsome, currently flew along with a completely expressionless face. Furthermore, a glint of anxiety was just barely visible deep in his eyes. Apparently, he was somewhat unsettled by whatever it was he had learned on his most recent trip to Heavenspan Island. Although he was currently still above the Heavenspan Sea, he could clearly see the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect off in the distance. Every time he left the sect and then came back, he liked to spend a bit of time marveling at the 7 scintillating rainbows that made up the sect. This time, though, when he finally caught sight of the sect up ahead, his jaw dropped and he stopped flying. No longer did he see 7 dazzling rainbows. Instead, he saw 7 black, shadowy objects floating on the horizon. In fact, his first reaction was to mistakenly think that he had gone to the wrong sect. And yet, before he could even react, an intense boom echoed out from what had once been the blue rainbow. The sky trembled as if from thunder, and a huge wave began to roll out across the heaven-span sea and river. The demigod patriarch's face fell, and he took a step forward, placing him right above the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Mere moments had passed since Bai Xiaochun had let out a powerful shout as more than 1,000 pill furnaces exploded, sending a blast of pollen out in all directions. Almost immediately, color had begun to spread out across what had once been the blue rainbow. A look of joy had erupted on Bai Xiaochun's face, but as of this moment, he went deathly pale. Not again. Perhaps it was because of how many pill furnaces had exploded on the rainbow recently, weakening it, or some other reason. In any case, the explosion of this latest group of 1,500 pill furnaces, along with the influx of power from Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base, was simply too much for the rainbow to take. Even as the shockwave of the initial blast still continued to echo out, the rainbow began to crumble. From a distance, it was possible to see a huge crater open up, into which tumbled the structures which had existed on top of it moments before. As that happened, the demigod patriarch up above, and the countless cultivators down below, all stared in mute shock. The crater widened into a hole, consuming even Bai Xiaochun's immortal's cave. Meanwhile, rumbling sounds continued to echo out as the incredible power of the pollen cleansed the other parts of the rainbow and restored their color. However, all the disciples in the 4 cities could look at was the rubble of the Immortal's cave falling down through the enormous hole which had been punched in the blue rainbow. As for Bai Xiaochun, he hovered there watching the same thing happen, trembling in fear. Soon, the shocked silence in the cities gave way to a huge commotion. It collapsed. Damn it! How did he restore the colors? Humph! Like I said from the beginning, the river-defying sect is nothing but a backwater sect. This Bai Xiaochun isn't one of us. This was actually a good chance to see him punished. How the hell did the bastard manage to turn things around at the last minute? What right do these river-defying sect interlopers have to run amok in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect? Bai Xiaochun got lucky. That's the only way he became a deva. If he kept his head down it would be one thing, but look how brazen he is. He completely looks down on our Starry Sky Dao polarity sect. We definitely need to join forces and submit an official request to the court to have his cultivation base crippled. When the demigod was gone, no one would have dared to say such things aloud. But now they couldn't hold back any longer. Bai Jintian, Li Xiandao, and Patriarch Steelveins all had varying expressions on their faces. They could sense that the demigod patriarch was back, and after exchanging nervous glances, they flew up into the air together. At that point, a voice erupted that caused the sky to turn dim and the lands to quake. "What are you doing, Bai Xiaochun? Do you have a death wish or something?" Bai Xiaochun currently hovered at the edge of the 300-meter-wide hole in the blue rainbow, looking down at the lands on the other side. Profound anxiety currently gripped his heart, and his mind raced as he scrambled to come up with an explanation. Thankfully, the pollen had the desired effect of cleansing the rainbow, and by now the 7 colors of the 7 rainbows had been restored. Furthermore, the disciples who had been previously affected by the smoke from his medicine concocting were now coming to realize that their cultivation bases had actually been refined because of the torment they had been through. Bai Xiaochun realized that too, and it alleviated a bit of his guilt. However, before he could say anything in his defense, the gaze of the demigod patriarch fell upon him, as sharp as the sharpest sword. Clearly, the man was furious beyond belief. As the demigod's divine sense continued to spread out, and he heard all the things the disciples down below were saying, he came to realize what had occurred while he was away. He also realized almost immediately that all 7 of the rainbows were completely unoccupied, and that everyone had moved down into the cities below. He almost couldn't believe that Bai Xiaochun's pill concocting could be so powerful and dangerous. But then he looked at the gaping hole in the blue rainbow, and his fury spiked. "Cat got your tongue?" he yelled in a voice that rumbled like thunder. He emphasized his words with a flick of his sleeve, which caused the 7 rainbows to tremble, and left the disciples down below shivering with both fear and anticipation. The other devas hesitated for a moment, with both Bai Jintian and Li Xiandao thinking back to how, considering the disasters Bai Xiaochun had caused, it might be a good time to hit him while he was down. Patriarch Steelveins also held back, trying to decide whether or not to try to help Bai Xiaochun explain himself. But then he looked at the gigantic hole in the rainbow and merely smiled bitterly. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded as he looked back at the furious demigod patriarch. Steeling himself, he prepared his reply. "Hey, patriarch. Well, this is what happened. I didn't really like my old immortal's cave. Yeah, that's what caused this. My old immortal's cave wasn't a very good place to stand guard over our Starry Sky Dao polarity sect. Therefore, I decided to tear it down completely and replace it with this hole. This way, I can look up at the violet rainbow to bask upon your glory, sir, but at the same time, can look down to the 4 cities down below. Now, I can keep track of everything that goes on in the entire sect. Only by doing this can I truly feel at ease, and it goes to show that in my heart, I care only about the patriarch up above, and the disciples down below. My entire being is devoted to our Starry Sky Dao polarity sect." Although he had started out somewhat haltingly, as the words came out, he spoke more confidently, even thumping himself on the chest to emphasize his words. It really seemed like he would spare no effort to work hard for the Starry Sky Dao polarity sect. When the disciples in the 4 cities hear his words, they immediately erupted in anger. Shameless, completely incorrigible. He obviously wants to destroy our entire sect. It's a crime deserving of 10,000 deaths. The lower-ranking disciples weren't the only ones to react in such a way. The other 3 devas had strange expressions on their faces. However, the demigod patriarch actually seemed amused. He considered providing a harsh reprimand, but then he thought back to his trip to Heavenspan Island, and how Du Lingfei had once again reminded him to care for Bai Xiaochun. That reinforced his impression that the 2 of them had a special relationship, and it caused him to hesitate over how to resolve the current situation. After a moment passed, he snorted and said, "If you ever think of concocting medicine inside the sect again, I'll personally make you wish you hadn't." With that, he swished his sleeve and turned to leave. When Bai Jintian and Li Xiandao saw the demigod patriarch turn what everyone had expected to be a high crime with a severe punishment into a minor offense, they gasped in shock. Patriarch Steel Veins was also taken aback. Even Bai Xiaochun was stunned. Never could he have guessed that the demigod patriarch would say something like that, and in fact not even ask any questions about what had happened. His heart began to race at the improbability of it all. Then he started wondering if, perhaps, the patriarch was doing it all because of his potential for future growth. The disciples down below were flabbergasted. When the demigod patriarch noticed how people were reacting, he realized that he might have let Bai Xiaochun off a bit too lightly. Looking back at him with a glare, he said, "Since you like this hole of an immortal's cave, then go ahead and keep living inside of it." With that, he headed back up to the violet rainbow. Bai Xiaochun looked at the gaping hole, and his face fell. He had originally assumed he would be getting off scot-free. Instead, it turned out his punishment was to live inside of a big hole. Ah, whatever. This really was my fault. So I'll just grin and bear it. Bai Xiaochun had been so nervous because of the demigod patriarch that he didn't notice at all how angry everyone was down below. As for the other devis, they couldn't help but look at Bai Xiaochun a bit more closely. Based on what they knew of the demigod patriarch, they were sure that if any of them had done something like what Bai Xiaochun had just done, they would have faced severe punishments. And yet, with Bai Xiaochun, he played everything down. That led all three of them to the conclusion that Bai Xiaochun had some mysterious and unprecedented backers. The disciples down below were all crestfallen. They had been itching to see Bai Xiaochun struck with bad luck, and some had even hoped he would be killed. However, in the end, most people realized that no one had actually been hurt. The truth was that Bai Xiaochun, originally a nobody from the river-defying sect, had truly risen to prominence in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. That became the source of quite a bit of jealousy. Now that the demigod patriarch was back, the disciples of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect began to make their way back from the four cities and onto the rainbows again. After being cleansed with pollen, the rainbow's color had been restored. However, the enormous hole remained in the blue rainbow. In fact, anyone who looked up at that hole would be able to see Bai Xiaochun inside of it. Bai Xiaochun felt like leaving, but every time he was about to, a terrifying stream of divine sense would descend from the violet rainbow, forcing him to bow his head and remain in place, floating there cross-legged. If I'd known things would end up like this, I would have said I was planning to rebuild the Immortal's Cave instead of talking about how much I cared about the sect. He sighed. Being forced to live like this was just as bad as being strung up in front of the entire sect. It was very embarrassing. At least the color came back to the rainbows, and none of the disciples were hurt. When he contemplated those things, his guilt lessened a bit. To Bai Xiaochun, it was a big loss of face. However, that was only because he didn't know the demigod patriarch very well. The truth was that the man was extremely cruel and strict. Everyone who had ever had dealings with him had been under the impression that he would dole out severe sanctions. That's no punishment. That's not even a slap on the wrist. It's clearly someone from the senior generation favoring someone from the junior generation. Why does Bai Xiaochun get this kind of treatment? He's not even one of us. It would be one thing if he kept a low profile in the sect, but instead, he does the opposite. What a pity. Even after all that, he didn't get killed. I never really liked the river-defying sect. What gave them the right to rise to prominence? And what gave this Bai Xiaochun the right to do what he did? They're nothing but country bumpkins. Even the lowest person in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect is better than them. Talk like this had been spreading secretly from the moment Bai Xiaochun was appointed as a prime elder. The Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect was a river source sect, and its disciples were a very proud lot. They always looked down on the sects from downriver, and viewed them as little more than rustic villagers. Therefore, it was only natural that Bai Xiaochun's rise to prominence would lead to some jealousy. Before, no one had ever dared to speak such things in the open. But after he started concocting medicine, they simply couldn't keep their feelings inside anymore. In fact, they were so upset that they didn't even consider the fact that the pill concocting didn't actually harm them. Now, new jealousies and grievances were piled onto the old. Soon, word about how everyone hated this country bumpkin reached by Xiaochun himself, leaving him feeling both bitter and stunned. I guess there was no need to be so worried about them, he thought. Yet again, he was reminded that the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect was not his home. No, he only had one home, the river-defying sect. However, before the gossip could intensify too much, new news was broken, something that deeply shocked everyone. The Celestial was taking in a new apprentice. The news spread like wildfire, especially on the rainbows of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. At the same time, the enormous battleship on the heaven-span sea began to rumble with noise, causing the talk to spread even faster. Bai Xiaochun was actually the first to notice the noise coming from the battleship. Shocked, he sent some divine sense out, and could immediately sense that the huge thing was powering up by sucking in the energy of heaven and earth in the area. Back when his cultivation base was lower, he would never have been able to detect such a thing. But now that he was a deva, he picked up on the clues immediately. The battleship was clearly some ancient magical device that could operate only by absorbing large amounts of spiritual power from the surrounding sea water. However, it needed a bit of time to power up. From what he could tell, it would be several days before it could set sail. The Celestial is accepting a new apprentice? He murmured, eyes narrowing. And the battleship is powering up? This was not his first time hearing the rumors about the Celestial taking in a new apprentice. Patriarch Spirit Stream had mentioned something similar, and in fact that was one of the reasons Bai Xiaochun had returned to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect to begin with. Isn't the Celestial doing fine as it is? What does he need a new apprentice for? Bai Xiaochun already found the thing suspicious. 3 days later, the noise from the battleship ceased, and fluctuations began to roll out from it, indicating that it could set sail at any time. Around that time, cultivators began to arrive from the middle reaches and lower reaches. Even delta cultivators came. All of them acted very cautiously, and none dared to enter the sect itself. Instead, they camped in the surrounding regions. The Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect did nothing to stop them, and as time went by, more and more arrived. These were people from all over the Eastern River region, people whose cultivation bases were at the nascent soul stage. Those who were friends with Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect disciples were able to enter the sect. All such people were from the middle reaches. None of the lower reaches or delta cultivators had friends in the River Source sect, and so none of them dared to do such a thing. This influx of cultivators fueled all sorts of rumors about the Celestial taking in a new apprentice. The disciples in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect gossiped nonstop about the matter. It seems the rumors are true. I can't believe the Celestial is actually accepting a new apprentice. Heavens! This is basically a chance to rise to the highest heights in a single bound. The ultimate good fortune. You know what I heard? The Celestial is going to pick this new apprentice at any moment. And the apprentice could come from any of the 4 river branches. Up to now, he's only accepted 4 apprentices. I heard the same thing. Supposedly, the Celestial's 4 apprentices are the 4 demigod patriarchs from the 4 river source sects. Of course, Su Baokai was on top of the situation from the very get-go. Before long, he had compiled a detailed report, which he brought to Bai Xiaochun. After hurrying over to the gaping hole in the blue rainbow, he found Bai Xiaochun and said, "Junior Patriarch, something big is happening." Bai Xiaochun was currently holding a jade slip in his hand, a message from Patriarch Steelveins which contained detailed information about the matter of the Celestial accepting a new apprentice. When he heard Su Baotsai's voice, he put the jade slip away, looking clearly shaken. "Did you hear me, Junior Patriarch?" Su Baokai gushed. "The Celestial is taking in a new apprentice. Up to now, the Celestial has only ever had 4 apprentices, and one of them is the demigod patriarch of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. Now he's accepting a 5th apprentice. As you can imagine, whoever becomes that 5th apprentice will also become a demigod expert one day. I also heard that whenever the Celestial accepts a new apprentice, he'll do so not just from the eastern part of the river, but from all 4 branches. The main limitation is that only people in the nascent soul stage or above can participate. Other than that, anyone can come register at one of the river source sects. The river source sects are prohibited from interfering, and in fact, are responsible for making sure that everyone who registers gets to Heavenspan Island. Su Baokai held nothing back, and told Bai Xiaochun everything he knew. The reason Bai Xiaochun looked shaken was that all the information Su Baokai had just told him was information he had already been made privy to in the jade slip that Patriarch Steelveins gave him. There was another bit of news that Su Baokai hadn't uncovered, and in fact, very few people were aware of yet. And that was the Celestial plan to pick his new apprentice by means of a trial by fire. Apparently, there was an arcane pocket realm on Heavenspan Island that could be entered by anyone from the nascent soul stage to the demigod realm. No one knew exactly what would happen inside that pocket realm, but they did know that there was one main requirement. The first person to get out of it would become the Celestial's 5th apprentice. Furthermore, the top 100 people who emerged from the pocket realm but didn't become an apprentice would get a special reward. The mere chance to become an apprentice of the Celestial was viewed by countless people as a matter of unheard of good fortune. That alone was enough to drive people crazy, even Devis. However, what captured Bai Xiaochun's interest was not the matter of becoming an apprentice, but rather the special reward. The runners-up would get a medicinal pill. They were pills personally concocted by the Celestial, pills that were extremely rare, pills that were called Millennium Longevity Pills. A single such pill would give a person an extra 1,000 years of longevity, and it was no exaggeration to call them immortal pills. Despite being a Grandmaster Apothecary, not even Bai Xiaochun would be able to make pills like that. One of the reasons was that among the ingredients was a marvelous type of vegetation that had long since gone extinct. Bai Xiaochun could tell that Millennium Longevity Pills would be extremely valuable, even to the Celestial, for cultivators who were at a bottleneck with their cultivation and had limited time. A Millennium Longevity Pill would be a crucial way to buy more time to make a breakthrough. It could help nascent soul cultivators become Devis, and could help Devis prepare to become demigods. As could be imagined, Bai Xiaochun was especially attracted to such pills. After all, his main focus in life was to live forever. Therefore, to have Millennium Longevity Pills dangled right in front of him caused his eyes to go bloodshot and even twitch because of the internal struggle. How could 1,000 years of longevity not profoundly affect him? Unfortunately, his encounter with the Celestial back in the Wildlands had left him with a very bad feeling. For him to accept an apprentice at this particular critical moment seemed very suspicious. Had the Celestial not received a grievous injury, it might seem less odd. But Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but wonder why he would suddenly be interested in an apprentice, given his current state. Su Baokai could see that Bai Xiaochun felt torn about the matter, and couldn't help but wonder why. From what Su Baokai could tell, Bai Xiaochun could participate and not even try to win. Even considering that it was a competition among chosen from all 4 of the river branches, Su Baokai was still convinced that Bai Xiaochun would fare extremely well. Bai Xiaochun didn't feel comfortable explaining his hesitation to Su Baokai. He simply sat there, unable to prevent his heart from racing. After sending Su Baokai away, he sighed. To go? Or not to go? He shook his head, pondering what the best decision was. Bai Xiaochun sat there stewing about the matter for 3 more days. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, a dermic decree came down from the demigod patriarch that was spread to all corners of the eastern Heavenspan River region. The decree contained 2 announcements. The first declared that a battleship would be setting sail for Heavenspan Island in 1 month. Anyone who wished to participate in the trial by fire to become an apprentice of the Celestial needed to be on that ship by then. The second announcement was that, in addition to selecting an apprentice, the Celestial was holding the trial by fire to award medicinal pills to increase longevity. The first place winner of the trial would become the Celestial's apprentice. The second, third, and 4th place winners would be given a millennial longevity pill. The 5th through 10th place winners would win a quincentennial longevity pill, which would bestow 500 years of longevity. Everyone else down to the 100th place winner would receive a centennial longevity pill. The announcement caused a huge stir, especially among the cultivators who were camped outside of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, and many of the sect disciples who had been on the fence about the matter were immediately thrown into a state of madness. Millennial longevity pill? With that pill, I could definitely realize my dream of becoming a deva. I might not be able to win one of those millennial longevity pills, but I could definitely get a centennial longevity pill. I'm gonna go for it. Commotion spread to the most remote mountains of the eastern Heavenspan River. Even many eccentric rogue cultivators were so excited that they decided to participate. Longevity pills were especially attractive to aging cultivators, who would go to almost any lengths to get them. As the eastern Heavenspan River went crazy, the other 3 river source sects sent out similar news, leading to similar results in the other river branches. It wasn't just chosen disciples who responded. Anyone who held even the slightest bit of confidence decided to participate in this trial by fire. Even the other devas in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect were excited, as well as experts from the Middle Reaches sections. The nascent soul cultivators from the Starry, Tao, and Polarity river courts all hurried in the direction of the main sect. The nascent soul cultivators in the river-defying sect, such as Song Ke, were equally excited. Even Master Limitless decided to participate. Li Qingho hesitated over the matter for a short time before deciding to stay put. When Bai Xiaochun realized that even more cultivators would be participating than he had originally imagined, he began to vacillate even more. About a week later, Big Fatty Zhang came and asked if he would be willing to help. Big Fatty Zhang was worried that his cultivation base was too low, and yet still wanted to search for good fortune in the trial by fire. At that point, Bai Xiaochun sighed and gritted his teeth. He obviously couldn't become the apprentice of the Celestial. How could he possibly do something like that, considering that he was the Hell Emperor's master? However, he had been losing sleep and forgetting to eat recently because of those longevity pills. Fine, I'll go for it. Even if I don't get a millennial longevity pill, maybe I can get one of the 500-year ones. Having made his decision, he decided to start getting ready. For one thing, he needed to be ready to help Song Ke, Master Limitless, and the others from the river-defying sect. On the other hand, he also needed to prepare plenty of medicinal plants and pills. There's definitely going to be a bunch of fighting and killing in that trial by fire. I have to go in extra prepared. Thankfully, his status as a prime elder gave him easy access to plenty of resources. Because he didn't know how long he would be gone, he also decided to put together an even bigger stockpile of life force pills than he had already built up. And then there was the matter of Big Fatty Zhang. Unlike Song Ke, Big Fatty Zhang was in late core formation and didn't quite meet the requirements to participate. Although helping him make a breakthrough ahead of time would be difficult, Bai Xiaochun was certain he could do it. Even after all the potential risks were explained to him, Big Fatty Zhang was still determined. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun nodded and prepared to help him push toward a breakthrough. Unfortunately, they only had about 10 more days until the battleship set sail. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun had to use his authority as a prime elder to secure Big Fatty Zhang a place on board. The plan was for Big Fatty Zhang to achieve his breakthrough either on the ship or after reaching Heavenspan Island. Then he would be able to secure his spot. If he didn't achieve a breakthrough, he could simply wait on the battleship until the trial by fire was over, and then return to the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. As Bai Xiaochun went about his various preparations, the days ticked by, and more cultivators poured into the region around the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect to wait for the battleship to set sail. One morning at dawn, the nascent soul experts outside the sect flew up into the air and looked in the direction of the battleship with deep anticipation. The battleship began to rumble as surely as if it were some ancient beast coming to life. Slowly but surely, the prow of the ship turned. At the same time, the archaic voice of the demigod patriarch echoed out from the violet rainbow. Everyone who plans to participate in the trial shall board the ship now. Instantly, all of the nascent soul cultivators flew toward the battleship. 10, 20, 50, 100. Not all of the nascent soul cultivators from the east were present, but most were. In the end, more than 200 beams of light descended onto the battleship. Among them were Song Ke, Master Limitless, and 3 other nascent soul cultivators from the Profound and Pill Stream divisions. There were many others from the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect as well, including Bai Lin, Zhao Tianjiao, and others. As for Bai Zhentian and the other Devis, when they heard that Bai Xiaochun was going, they decided not to go. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun was the only Deva to join the group. As the only Prime Elder, he was responsible to act as the guardian of the battleship and the leader of the forces on board. Most of the cultivators who followed him on board looked at him with the utmost level of awe and offered respectful greetings as soon as he looked at them. Although Bai Xiaochun was mostly used to his high status and had started to tire a bit of everyone bowing and scraping all the time, to see so many nascent soul experts awestruck by him was quite pleasing. I guess I really am too outstanding. I didn't even try very hard. And yet here I am, a Prime Elder. Clearing his throat proudly, he waved his sleeve. Then a wistful expression appeared on his face as he thought back to the last time he had boarded this ship, as a mere disciple. Back then, Chun Hutien had been the ship's guardian. Now, Chun Hutien avoided him at all costs. Song Ke and Zhao Tianjiao also reacted emotionally upon boarding the ship. The main difference was that, upon seeing Bai Xiaochun there, Zhao Tianjiao sighed, whereas Song Ke lowered his head and cursed inwardly. What's all the fuss about Bai Xiaochun and his Deva cultivation base? And what is he doing here? Bai Xiaochun unhesitatingly arranged for everyone from the river-defying sect, as well as Zhao Tianjiao and Bai Lin, to be given the best cabins. With the exception of Song Quebec, Kair, he shouted into the crowd, waving his hand back and forth. Come over here and share a cabin with Uncle. Song Ke's expression turned very dark, and he ducked his head down further. He had hoped to completely avoid Bai Xiaochun, and yet still ended up being singled out. Damn it, Bai Xiaochun just won't give up. Will he? If I'd known he would be here, I would have beaten myself to death before coming along. Although he was nearly going mad with frustration, he couldn't resist the temptation of being able to stay in the biggest cabin on the ship. Steeling himself inwardly, he strolled over in Bai Xiaochun's direction, much to the envy of all the other nascent soul cultivators. Before long, all the arrangements had been made, and Bai Xiaochun waved his hand in grand fashion. Set sail. In response, the disciples who had been assigned to power the ship set to work. Intense rumbling sounds could be heard as the ship then sped up, cutting through the waves as it headed deep into the heaven-span sea. The instant Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, and the enormous battleship sped off into the distance. The disciples who remained behind on the starry sky, Dao Polarity Sect's rainbows erupted into excitement. Finally! He's finally gone. The heavens do have eyes. The freak Bai Xiaochun has left the sect. Every day that he's around is one lived in abject fear. I just hope he perishes over there. Let God take him as an apprentice. That damned country bumpkin is finally gone. Ha ha ha. Keep the hell away from our starry sky Dao Polarity sect. The disciples were so excited that some even had tears in their eyes. A few even pulled out gongs and drums and began to celebrate as enthusiastically as they did during New Year's. An atmosphere of joy filled the starry sky Dao Polarity sect, and the gongs and drums were soon joined by cheering and delighted laughter. After all, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base was simply too high. Nobody could fight him, and everyone was jealous of him. Therefore, they normally couldn't give vent to their feelings, and were forced to keep them bottled up. Now that he was gone, they couldn't hold back from rejoicing. Although the battleship was some distance off already, it was still close enough that Bai Xiaochun was able to hear the commotion back in the sect. He blinked a few times, and then cleared his throat, feeling very moved. Yet again it was proven how outstanding he was. If he weren't, then why else would people give him such an enthusiastic farewell? As thick-skinned as ever, he turned to Song Ke, Zhao Tianjiao, and his other friends and said, "It's been a long time since I've heard that sound. See? Everyone hates to see me go. And when I do, they always throw me a big farewell party." Song Ke said nothing in response, and a strange expression could be seen on Zhao Tianjiao's face. As for Bai Lin, he simply smiled wryly. However, it was at this point that Bai Xiaochun stuck his chin up and said, "Hold on. If they want to see me off, then as a prime elder, how could I possibly ignore them? Men, stop the ship. Although he was making a show of accepting the praise of the disciples, the truth was that inside, he was feeling very prickly and had decided that he couldn't let such behavior slide. As the most powerful expert on the ship, no one dared to countermand his orders. Within moments, the ship had lurched to a halt. Back in the starry sky Tao Polarity sect, the disciples were in the midst of cheering wildly when, all of a sudden, someone noticed that the ship had stopped. Hey everybody, look! Why did the ship stop moving? Heavens! What's going on? There's no way that he decided not to leave, is there? It only took a few moments for the entire starry sky Tao Polarity sect to go quiet. Countless eyes came to lock on the battleship, and innumerable hearts began to pound with restless anxiety. On the battleship, Bai Xiaochun stood there, looking back at the sect, which was now completely empty of any sounds of gongs or drums. He cleared his throat. Seems they all really are going to miss me. Whatever. I might as well turn the ship around and say some goodbyes. Marveling at what a master of etiquette he was, he smiled contentedly. Zhao Tianjiao, Bai Lin, and his other friends all exchanged awkward glances. Under Bai Xiaochun's orders, the ship slowly turned around and headed back toward the starry sky Tao Polarity sect. The disciples there suddenly felt like their heads were going to explode. Their faces fell, and their minds filled with thundering rumblings. What is he doing? Why is he coming back? What happened? What is he doing? This is all your guy's fault. You shouldn't have gone so overboard. He's not leaving. Oh, what are we going to do? Even as everyone descended into trembling anxiety, the voice of the demigod patriarch erupted out from the violet rainbow. No dilly-dallying, Bai Xiaochun. Do you have a death wish or something? Turn that ship around. The voice echoed out with such thunderous volume that the sky trembled, and huge waves broke out on the surface of the heaven-span sea. I just wanted to go say goodbye to everyone, Bai Xiaochun shouted. Whatever. Fine. Turn this thing around and head for Heavenspan Island. There were no other options. He couldn't beat the demigod patriarch in a fight after all. It didn't take long for the ship to turn around again, and then sail off into the depths of the Heavenspan Sea. Soon, it vanished over the horizon. At that point, when the disciples of the starry sky Tao Polarity sect were absolutely certain that Bai Xiaochun was gone, they sighed in relief and then started to get excited again. Bai Jintian finally ended his session of secluded meditation and walked out into the open, a smile on his face because of how wonderful life was now. Although Li Xiandao had warmed up to Bai Xiaochun to a certain degree, he was also relieved to see him gone. At long last, his usual look of detachment appeared on his face again. As for Chen Hetian, he had been living like a rogue cultivator outside of the sect. As soon as he heard that Bai Xiaochun was gone, he immediately grew very excited. The damned bastard is finally gone. Brimming with anticipation, he headed directly back in the direction of the sect. Golden waves rolled across the surface of the Heavenspan Sea. It was so beautiful that, even at night, cultivators would go out to take in the scenery. This was a very different scenario than when all of the chosen of the sect had gone to participate in deadly training. Therefore, everyone on board was feeling quite relaxed. Many people took the chance to get to know new friends. After all, they would likely be facing dangerous situations when encountering cultivators from the other 3 branches of the river, people with different techniques and customs. By working in teams, they would be able to increase their chances of success. Besides, they were all from the eastern Heavenspan River. If one of them ended up as the Celestial's new apprentice, it would mean great benefits for everyone. Of course, the nascent soul cultivators treated Bai Xiaochun very respectfully. However, the scene which had played out when they were leaving the starry sky Tao Polarity sect had been somewhat unsettling, and therefore, none of them dared to go request an audience and offer formal greetings. Bai Xiaochun was already feeling bored. Back when he had sailed to the Great Wall, the trip had taken about half a year. Based on his current calculations, this trip would take even longer. After considering how long the trip would take, he decided that he needed to decide on something to do to pass the time. At the moment, the best thing to do was help Big Fatty Zhang with his breakthrough. If he succeeded, then he would be able to participate in the trial by fire and have a chance to become an apprentice of the Celestial. With that, he headed toward Deck 2, where he had arranged for a very nice cabin for Big Fatty Zhang to stay in. He found Big Fatty Zhang on the balcony, gazing out excitedly at the heaven-span sea. The furthest he had ever traveled in his life was first from the Spirit Stream sect to the River-defying sect, and after that to the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. He had never actually left the heaven-span river. Although he had been in secluded meditation when Bai Xiaochun and the other chosen went to the Great Wall, when he emerged later and learned that he wouldn't have been able to go, he felt very down. Starting from that point, he had a big goal in life. I want to travel to the farthest corners of the earth. That dream was one of the reasons he had been so set on taking this trip to Heavenspan Island. However, there was another reason. Only about half a month ago, he had suddenly dreamed a very peculiar dream. In that dream, he saw a strange world. After waking up, it was for some strange reason that he felt certain that the trip to Heavenspan Island would be a life-changing event for him. After I formed my will core, I very rarely experienced any premonitions like this. However, whenever I did, they turned out to be true. This trip is definitely going to bring me incredible good fortune. Even as he stood there, eyes shining with determination, Bai Xiaochun arrived. I'm definitely going to reach the nascent soul stage, Xiaochun. Oh, by the way, let me tell you about this dream I had. Looking very serious, he went on to explain everything about his dream. As Bai Xiaochun listened, his eyes widened with shock. A strange expression overtook his face, and by the time Big Fatty Zhang finished, he couldn't hold back from reaching out to clasp his shoulder. You can do it, eldest brother. Inside, however, he was a bit worried that Big Fatty Zhang was too obsessed with trying to make this particular dream come true. However, worried that he would discourage his eldest brother, he offered some more random encouragement. Wow, eldest brother. If you really end up in that strange world you saw, then remember to tell me all about it. I'd like to go see it also. Big Fatty Zhang laughed heartily. Then, he sat down cross-legged to meditate according to Bai Xiaochun's instructions. Bai Xiaochun had come well prepared to help Big Fatty Zhang with his breakthrough. Before leaving the sect, he had traded one of his Deva souls for a set of 5 elements Deva beast souls. After all, he didn't have enough Deva souls to make the full set needed for a Heaven Tao nascent soul. Of course, even Earth Tao nascent souls were incredible and were considered the peak level of power among Devas. As of this moment, Big Fatty Zhang was getting access to resources that only top chosen of the sect would normally see. Big Fatty Zhang was very well aware of that and was deeply grateful. 3 months passed relatively quickly, with Bai Xiaochun standing as Dharma protector and also providing plenty of medicinal pills. Big Fatty Zhang's breakthrough was going along smoothly. The truth was that Bai Xiaochun had only heard about will cores when Feng Yud brought them up all those years ago. As for Feng Yud, he had only come to know about them by randomly coming across some information about them when perusing the sect's ancient records. Later on, Big Fatty Zhang came to find that, despite the boost in battle prowess it gave him, the sect in general didn't care too much about his unique type of core. That went to show how unusual it was for people to form will cores. However, because Bai Xiaochun had been anticipating helping Big Fatty Zhang with this breakthrough, he did some of his own research in the ancient records. In fact, he had found the very passages that Feng Yud had come across. The information wasn't very comprehensive, but he was able to confirm that, in the past, will cores had been commonly cultivated by spirit enhancers. In terms of battle prowess, they were roughly equivalent to Earth Tao Violet cores. Unfortunately, after being converted into nascent souls, they were merely average. Furthermore, it was much more difficult for cultivators with will cores to achieve breakthroughs. Because of that, many people viewed them as being of little value or interest. After much research, they were eventually abandoned as a subject of pursuit. However, because he was so concerned about Big Fatty Zhang, Bai Xiaochun had done some intensive investigation and had found something of note. He discovered that within the spiritual power that existed in Big Fatty Zhang's body, there was a unique strand of energy. Most people who saw that strand of energy would find it unusual, but wouldn't think much about it. However, when Bai Xiaochun saw it, he gasped in shock. The reason for his surprise was that he had seen the exact same strand of energy when he formed his gold core. Thanks to his study of the Frigid School will-evolving incantation, he realized that the strand of energy was actually willpower. Back when he had ascended to the Heavendao nascent soul stage, that seemingly indestructible strand of willpower had mysteriously vanished. It was something he had never understood, not even after becoming a deva. Upon returning to the river-defying sect, he had asked Patriarch Spirit Stream about it, but hadn't received any new information. Eventually, he had stopped thinking about it. But now that he was working with Big Fatty Zhang and saw the same type of energy inside of him, his eyes began to glitter. Could it be that the willpower inside of me didn't actually vanish? What if it became an intrinsic part of the spiritual power in my cultivation base? He did some more checks, but didn't find any evidence to support his theory. Just what exactly is this willpower? As of this point, he realized that his understanding of willpower was very lacking. Therefore, he would have to carefully use a trial-and-error method to help Big Fatty Zhang. Another month passed. Occasionally, the heaven-span sea would get choppy. Sometimes, strange and bizarre sea creatures would appear, leading to a buzz of excitement among the nascent soul cultivators on board. However, after enough time passed, most of them went into meditation to further their cultivation. Eventually, it came time for Big Fatty Zhang to go into seclusion himself. Based on what Bai Xiaochun could tell, his breakthrough would happen in the coming 2 months. There was no need for Bai Xiaochun to constantly stand as Dharma protector. As far as the subject of willpower went, he still didn't have any good ideas and finally stopped worrying about it. Because everyone was focused on cultivation, the ship was very quiet. After a bit of thought, Bai Xiaochun decided that he should also do the same. Whether it was his Sun-Moon Vast Sky incantation or his undying blood, he had packed plenty of supplies before leaving the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. After sending out a sliver of divine sense to keep an eye on Big Fatty Zhang, he went to work. His undying blood was progressing much more slowly than his Sun-Moon Vast Sky incantation. After all, it required lots of life force, which made significant progress impossible. He had acquired plenty of types of plants and vegetation that had life force. The best thing would have been to concoct them into medicinal pills. However, Bai Xiaochun had grown very leery of concocting anything he hadn't concocted before. Besides, doing so on a ship wasn't very appropriate. Therefore, he tended to just directly consume the medicinal plants he had stockpiled. The profound levels of life force in those particular medicinal plants would make them impossible for any ordinary person to consume safely. But Bai Xiaochun didn't need to worry about such things. He was like a huge black hole that seemed impossible to satiate. As soon as he added any life force, it would immediately be sucked away. After consuming enough life force, the black hole would glow bright red, and his blood would become more scintillating. Finally, after an entire month of work, he added a second drop of undying blood. Because of the presence of that second drop, the rest of the blood in his body became more vibrant. At that point, he opened his eyes, his expression one of slight disappointment. The undying blood wastes way too much life force. I already ate about half of the medicinal plant I brought along, and all I got was a single drop. Rubbing the bridge of his nose in disappointment, he contemplated the fact that he had something like 20 to 30,000 drops of blood inside of him, and realized that mastering the undying blood was a very distant possibility. Even as he was trying to come up with a way to speed things up, he suddenly looked in Big Fatty Zhang's direction, then vanished. When he reappeared, he was inside of Big Fatty Zhang's cabin. Big Fatty Zhang was trembling, had sweat pouring down his body, and thrummed with powerful energy. Bai Xiaochun looked at him closely, and immediately realized that his core was in the process of crumbling. To step from core formation into the nascent soul stage, one needed to break down the core and transform it into a nascent soul. Deva beast souls were used to assist the process and refine the ultimate form of the nascent soul. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Xiaochun performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, sending a stream of white light out that formed a protective shield around Big Fatty Zhang. Big Fatty Zhang ceased to tremble as violently, and his energy surged even stronger. Finally, Loud cracking sounds rang out. His core was crumbling. All of a sudden, dark clouds began to gather in the sky above the battleship. Lightning bolts began to crackle, causing many of the cultivators on board to rush out to see what was happening. Tribulation clouds? Someone is achieving a cultivation-based breakthrough and making a nascent soul? Even as the shock discussions began to play out, a piercing sound filled the air as a huge face appeared right above the roiling tribulation clouds. The face depicted by Xiaochun. Rumbling sounds could be heard as he opened his mouth and directly swallowed the tribulation clouds. The tribulation clouds were clearly no match for him. Everyone who saw this event play out was completely stunned. He ate the tribulation clouds. The nascent soul cultivators on the deck were completely and utterly taken aback. They had never even imagined that something like this was possible. So that's what Devis can do. It would be hard for any of these people to be more shocked than they already were. There were only a handful of Devis in the eastern Heavenspan River region, and few cultivators ever had dealings with them. For most of the people present, this event was something they would commit to memory for a lifetime. However, the cultivators from the other three great sects in the middle reaches were even more shocked than those from the delta and lower reaches. After all, they had had close dealings with Devis in the past, namely their sect's former patriarchs. And what was shocking was that none of them remembered those patriarchs doing anything like this. This was heavenly tribulation. To Devis, nascent soul tribulation lightning wasn't anything particularly incredible, and yet it was still tribulation sent by heaven and earth. It was a supreme level of power that few people would ever be able to interfere with. And yet today, Bai Xiaochun had directly consumed it. Of course, everyone was shaken, but there were a few in the crowd who were even more shaken than the experts from the middle reaches sections. They were Zhao Tianjiao and Bai Lin. After all, they had much closer relationships with Devis than the other cultivators. One had a master who was a deva, and the other a grandfather. Therefore, they knew much more about Devis than the average person, to the point where there were very few nascent soul cultivators alive who could match their knowledge regarding Devis. And that made the entire situation even more unbelievable, as both knew that neither Bai Jintian, Chan Hutian, nor any of the other Devis could do anything like this. Most likely, the only person who could possibly do it would be the demigod patriarch. After the shocking scene played out, the projection of Bai Xiaochun's face faded away, and back in the cabin, his eyes suddenly snapped open. Even he was surprised by what had occurred. Looking up into the sky, he murmured, "Was that Hauer helping me?" One thing he had been wondering about for a while now was why no heavenly tribulation had appeared when he conjured his 21-colored flame. Actually, despite how terrifying the heavenly tribulation had looked moments ago, Bai Xiaochun had realized almost immediately that the explosive power inside of it had begun to disperse almost as soon as it formed. It had been almost on a whim that he attempted to consume it, after which he absorbed the power into his own body as quickly as he could. Even that little bit caused his sun-moon vast sky incantation to stir. Although he couldn't reach the second level, he made significant progress, and actually saved years of cultivation time because of it. All of that caused him to think about his apprentice, who had become the Hell Emperor, and actually controlled the cycle of reincarnation in this heaven and earth. He was likely the only person who could affect matters such as this. It's too bad that Hauer can probably only do that a handful of times. Otherwise, it would make my future cultivation just too easy. Although he couldn't be sure that his conjectures were correct, he still felt a fuzzy warmth inside of him when he thought back to his wonderful apprentice. Of course, as for all of the nascent soul cultivators out on the deck, they were awestruck by what they had seen. The image of Bai Xiaochun consuming tribulation clouds would be imprinted into their minds and hearts for as long as they lived. Because of how Bai Xiaochun got rid of the tribulation lightning, Big Fatty Zhang's breakthrough proceeded very smoothly. Soon, a nascent soul aura erupted out from him, which caused a smile to break out on Bai Xiaochun's face. At this point, Big Fatty Zhang was past any danger. He simply needed time to stabilize his nascent soul, and then end the session of cultivation. Feeling extremely pleased, Bai Xiaochun set up some restrictive spells to keep Big Fatty Zhang safe, then swaggered out of the cabin. When he reached the deck, The numerous nascent soul cultivators there all cast gazes of deep veneration at him as they clasped hands and bowed to him. Bai Xiaochun had already been in a good mood because of Big Fatty Zhang's breakthrough, and it only got better to see so many people looking at him worshipfully. My apprentice really is incredible, he thought. Not only did he help me speed up my cultivation, he made sure that everyone here adores me. He completely understands me. For some reason, the weather seemed particularly good today, so he decided it was a perfect time to stay on the main deck and enjoy the sunshine. As he looked around, he noticed Song K step out from deck 2, see him, and then try to duck back through the door. "Kayer," he cried, "come over here. Uncle is in a good mood today and wants to take you fishing." Of course, Bai Xiaochun spoke the words much more quickly than Song K could react. Song K stopped in his tracks. He had been working hard to avoid Bai Xiaochun throughout the entire trip so far, and had been caught completely off guard. Not daring to refuse to comply, he gritted his teeth in frustration and walked over to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun wasn't bothered by Song K's bad mood. Flying up into the air, he shoved his hand in the direction of the heaven-span sea. The water sank down so rapidly that a few dozen fish were too slow to react, and were left hanging in the air. Bai Xiaochun quickly made a waving motion with his hand, sending them all flying onto the ship. Strange power existed within these fish, power that could be of great benefit to cultivators. Although Song K was in a bad mood, when he saw them flopping there on the deck, his heart started to thump in his chest. Without even needing prompting from Bai Xiaochun, he walked over to pick them up. The other cultivators looked on enviously, but, fearful of Bai Xiaochun, hesitated to step forward. Bai Xiaochun was not the stingy type, though. As far as he was concerned, when he was happy, he liked everyone to be happy too. "Come on, everybody," he cried. "It's time for a fish feast." The nascent soul cultivators were thrilled. "Many thanks, Senior Bai." All of them began to rush around and pick up fish. Some of them even flew up to where Bai Xiaochun was and joined in the fishing attempt. One of them was a nascent soul elder from the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect who had been sent along because of his knowledge of the sects from the other 3 river branches. Although he wasn't planning to participate in the trial by fire, this chance to advance his cultivation base along the way was very pleasing. And thus, everyone on board the huge battleship had a rare chance to feast on golden fish pulled right out of the heaven-span sea. In the following days, Bai Xiaochun continued the practice. Sometimes he would fish, and sometimes he would capture other sea beasts that could even be used as ingredients for medicinal pills. He would also spend time practicing cultivation, and consulting with that one particular elder who knew so much about the other 3 river branches. By helping to propel the ship with his deva power, he ensured that they made impressive time. All in all, the nascent soul cultivators made cultivation-based advancement, and felt profound gratitude toward Bai Xiaochun because of it. "Don't worry about it," he said in response to the expressions of thanks. "We're all from the Eastern Heavenspan River, right? We're all on the same team. Now that I think about it, considering that there are so many longevity pills up for grabs in this trial by fire, we should definitely split up into teams. Let's not give the cultivators from the other 3 river branches any chances to get their hands on those pills." Sticking his chin up, he swished his sleeve and continued in a loud voice. "Remember, everyone, when we get to the trial by fire, stick together, and if you see anyone from our side getting picked on, roll your sleeves up and get into the fray." The nascent soul cultivators all laughed heartily. With every moment that passed, their impression of Bai Xiaochun improved, and they felt closer to him. At the same time, their sense of competitiveness toward their comrades on the boat lessened. Although Song K wasn't too happy about everyone coming to like Bai Xiaochun, he also realized why it was happening, and approved. Bai Xiaochun was doing everything he could to make sure the people on their side remained safe. Zhao Tianjiao and Bai Lin were also reminded of the old Bai Xiaochun they had come to know. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased to see everyone getting along and even making friends. The truth was that he had a bad feeling about this trial by fire organized by the Celestial. It seemed dangerous for some reason. The fact that he could get the Eastern Heavenspan River cultivators to team up was a good thing. Even if they didn't actually manage to get more medicinal pills because of it, at least everyone would be safer. Another month passed. Big Fatty Zhang finally emerged from secluded meditation, revealing his extraordinary nascent soul battle prowess. Relationships were forming among the cultivators on board, and fish feasts were held constantly. And thus, the ship gradually approached its destination. Heavenspan Island was getting closer and closer. The closer they got to their destination, the less relaxed Bai Xiaochun felt. Not only was Ho Xiaomei on Heavenspan Island, so was that very same figure whom he hadn't seen for many years, Du Lingfei. The truth was that, other than the chance to get some longevity pills, one of the big reasons he had agreed to come to this event was his desire to make sure that Ho Xiaomei was safe. He had missed her for a long time. Another reason was Du Lingfei. As he stood there on the deck of the ship, looking off into the distance, he murmured, "Back before I left for the Great Wall," she said, "that the next time we met, she would explain everything." He had met many women throughout the years, and although they all had left varying impressions on him, there was something unique about Du Lingfei. Although he came to know her after meeting Ho Xiaomei, there was something about Du Lingfei that made her more unforgettable than anyone else. They had faced death together in the Luochen Mountains. After the events of the Fallen Sword Abyss, she had suddenly vanished, only to reappear again in the Bloodstream sect, in the trial by fire for the position of Bloodmaster. When the mask fell from her face in the heart chamber of the Blood Ancestor, they had gazed into each other's eyes, both of them shocked to the core. When he came to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, she had secretly protected him from the shadows, and then gave him a parting gift in the form of a Deva soul. All of those things were unforgettable memories. And yet, by this point, not even Bai Xiaochun was very certain of the true nature of their relationship. Perhaps they had once had feelings for one another, but now, he wasn't sure. Years ago, he had been obsessed with finding out how she truly felt about him. But as time passed, such desires slowly faded. Although they had never vanished completely, based on everything that had happened throughout the years, there seemed to be only one explanation. "I can pretty much guess who you really are," he murmured, closing his eyes. Bai Xiaochun wasn't the only one to lapse into solemn silence as Heavenspan Island neared. Everyone on board felt the pressure building, and slowly became quiet. No one missed any chances to look at the horizon in the hopes of catching sight of their destination. One day it was Bai Xiaochun who noticed a vague form off in the distance. It looked like an island. Soon, gasps could be heard on the battleship. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's eyes began to glitter. He could see things more clearly than anyone, and thus was able to make out many more details about the island. It was actually gourd-shaped, with the larger of the two circles forming the main part of the island, and the smaller of the two circles made by the docks. Connecting them was a huge mountain range that rose up like the spine of a dragon. Lush greenery and ornate buildings covered the place. Particularly noteworthy were 3 mountain peaks, all of which were covered by spectacularly shocking palaces. The middle peak was the largest, with the 2 mountains on either side being slightly smaller. Steep stone staircases wound down the mountain like snakes, leading to various smaller palaces that dotted the mountains. Overall, the island looked like a combination of a beautiful garden and an imperial palace. This was none other than Heavenspan Island, the Celestial's palace of the Tao. Each and every palace on the island radiated terrifying pressure, and there were so many of them that they were difficult to count. After a short examination, Bai Xiaochun guessed that there were probably over 1,000. The combined pressure of all those palaces was enough to topple mountains and drain seas, to overturn the world. It was almost as if this island were an enormous, almighty being, gazing down with impunity upon all living beings in the world. In a grand hall on the primary palace in the middle of the 3 mountain peaks was an enormous throne crafted from pitch-black crystal. The crystal that made up the throne actually grew up from the very base of the mountain itself, apparently connecting it to the Heavenspan Sea. Black sparks of electricity danced across the surface of the throne, to eventually be absorbed by the mighty figure who sat upon it. He was none other than the Celestial. As Bai Xiaochun and his group neared the island, the Celestial opened his eyes, looked at the Starry Sky Tao Polarity Sex battleship and frowned slightly. Thanks to my wounds, I almost completely forgot. That's the same kid the Gravekeeper managed to reel in, the one rife with willpower. What trouble is he here to stir up? Who would have thought that the old ghost actually let him come back to the lands of Heavenspan? As calculating as ever, Gravekeeper. Well, I'll use him just the same way I used the Blood Ancestor. I'll do everything the same. When all other plans fail, he will be my most powerful tool. Not only will I not harm him for the time being, I will protect him until he matures. You know me well, you old ghost. The truth is that, unless I have absolutely no other choice, I won't take that final step. After a long moment passed, the Celestial closed his eyes again. Despite that, the pressure radiating out from Heavenspan Island grew even more intense. It was at that exact same moment that Bai Xiaochun's gaze shifted to another location on the Heavenspan Sea. Before long, 3 ships appeared, each one coming from one of the cardinal directions. They were battleships much the same size as the one from the Starry Sky Tao Polarity Sect, although each one looked somewhat different in design and style. All of them were speeding toward the docks on Heavenspan Island. The ship coming from the west was made of green stone and seemed ancient beyond belief. It radiated power to shake mountains and dry up rivers as it sped through the sea water. Bai Xiaochun could just barely make out a crowd of people on the deck of the ship. Furthest toward the prow was a person who attracted immediate attention. He was old, with the demeanor of a transcendent being, and profound deva fluctuations. The ship coming from the south caused Bai Xiaochun's pupils to constrict. It was made of pitch-black wood, and was surrounded by sinister black smoke. Occasionally, a black dragon could be seen in the smoke, the mere sight of which caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to start racing. Clearly, that dragon was the sole automaton of the battleship. Seated cross-legged on the head of the dragon was a figure too obscure to be seen clearly. Only a vague outline was visible, and yet, it was possible to tell that his hair was actually the source of all the black smoke. Even more eye-catching than the ships from the south and west was the battleship coming from the north. It seemed to be made of pure ice, which radiated a strong frigid chi. Furthermore, countless bolts of lightning danced within the ice, causing booming thunder to echo out in all directions, terrifying thunder that shook the soul. Most conspicuous of all was the person standing on the prow of the ship from the north. He was a burly man that looked as tall and strong as a tower. In fact, he was at least 9 meters tall, powerfully built, with an aura that caused Bai Xiaochun's pupils to constrict. It didn't take any consideration or thought to realize that these 3 ships were cultivators from the other 3 branches of the Heavenspan River. All of the other ships had set sail at roughly the same time as the Starry Sky Tao Polarity Sex, and had moved with similar speed. Thus, they all arrived at about the same time. This was Bai Xiaochun's first time actually laying eyes on cultivators from the other river branches. Although he had been given a lot information from that nascent soul elder, it was still different to see them personally. Even as he looked them over, the other cultivators on the ship around him did the same. The pressure they felt immediately mounted. At the same time, the 4 different ships continued on their way toward Heavenspan Island's docks. As the ships got closer to each other, the cultivators on the decks became more clear. It was at that point that the nascent soul elder, who was an expert on the other 3 river branches, began to provide more detailed introductions to everyone about the various cultivators. As you know, the east is controlled by the Starry Sky Tao Polarity Sect. As for the other 3 rivers, the west is controlled by the Exalted Zodiac Moon Domination Sect. In the south is the Dragon Totem Ghost Sea Sect. And from the north is the 9 Heavens Cloud Lightning Sect. Everyone watch out for the Exalted Zodiac Moon Domination Sect from the west. That old man with a transcendent air is known as Guru Spirit Immortal, and is adept with the Taoist magic of mountains and stones. He can transform living beings into nothing more than soil and rock. He's very formidable. In general, the Exalted Zodiac Moon Domination Sect is adept with the Taoist magic of the 5 elements. Although that might not seem like anything extraordinary, their skill has reached the level of being completely terrifying. I'm unfamiliar with most of the other nascent soul cultivators from the west, But there's one that all of you should pay close attention to. See that young man standing next to Guru Spirit Immortal? His name is Shi Yan, and he's widely known as the top nascent soul expert in their entire sect. He once fought a shocking battle with someone in the early Deva realm and came out alive in the end. After hearing this information, Bai Xiaochun looked over at Guru Spirit Immortal and the arrogant-looking young man standing next to him. Another person to watch out for is from the Southern Dragon Totem Ghost Sea sect. See that cultivator sitting on top of the Black Dragon Soul? He's Master Thousand Ghost. His Taoist name comes from the fact that he was once an old ghost who had existed for 1,000 years. By cultivating the Tao of Ghosts, he achieved something completely heaven-defying and became a Deva. His battle prowess surpasses his cultivation level, and each of the 1,000 strands of smoke that make up his hair contain a deadly Taoist magic. The Dragon Totem Ghost Sea sect is skilled in shape-shifting arts. When they transform into vicious beasts, their battle prowess skyrockets. Furthermore, just like Master Thousand Ghost, the disciples all cultivate the Tao of Ghosts, giving them bizarre and unfathomable magical techniques. Although many people on that boat are rogue cultivators, the Dragon Totem Ghost Sea sect definitely has one particular chosen who rises above everyone. His name is Sun Wu, the same Wu character from the word centipede. Look, he's standing right there on the main deck. His skin is as green as an evil ghost's. That's him. Looking at the ship coming from the south, Bai Xiaochun could see Master Thousand Ghost sitting there on top of the Black Dragon. He seemed partially illusory and emanated a sinister coldness. As soon as Bai Xiaochun looked at him, he seemed to sense it and looked over with eyes that pierced like a sharp sword. At the same time, his aura seemed to weigh down on everyone on the Starry Sky Tao Polarity Sect's battleship. Want to stare at me? Fine. But why try to intimidate everyone else with me? Bai Xiaochun was not convinced that this person was truly that impressive. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun viewed himself as the type of person who could not be easily cowed. He instantly glared right back. When it came to high-level staring contests, Bai Xiaochun had never truly lost, and as such was supremely confident. Whether it was in the Spirit Stream sect, the Blood Stream sect, the River Defying sect, the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, or the Wildlands, he was convinced that no one came even close to his skill in staring contests. Perhaps some people might not believe that to be the case. But whenever he met people like that, he would simply use his gaze to remind them of how dangerous he truly was. Bai Xiaochun's eyes almost seemed to contain lightning. There was even rumbling thunder, although no one would be able to hear it except himself and the person whose gaze met his. Because of that terrifying lightning, Bai Xiaochun suddenly seemed profoundly more intimidating than before. All of his energy was focused on his eyes, which became like two sharp blades slicing through the air, cutting down anything in their path, crushing any life that got in his way until they stabbed directly into the pupils of Master Thousand Ghost. A staring contest it is, he thought, heart swelling with confidence in his worldwide supremacy in this field. Master Thousand Ghost was completely taken aback. Despite the fact that he had existed for 1,000 years as an old ghost, he was still shocked to the core. This was his first time seeing this Deva from the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, and the two of them had no feud. And yet, he was glaring at him like some sort of fiendish monster. His fierce gaze, and the way he gritted his teeth, filled Master Thousand Ghost with a profound sense of unease, something he was not used to in any sense of the word. He held his gaze for a moment, then cleared his throat and looked away. When Bai Xiaochun confirmed that Master Thousand Ghost was no match for his stare, his heart swelled with pride. As he stood there on the deck of the battleship, he flicked his sleeve, stuck his chin up, and radiated the lonely air of an invincible hero. Of course he's no match for me. AI. I wonder if I'll ever run into someone on my level? I can only hope that, one day, someone will defeat me. As he stood there sighing, none of the other cultivators realized that Bai Xiaochun and Master Thousand Ghost had just engaged in an epic staring contest. Except for Song Quebec, Song K knew Bai Xiaochun very well, and had stolen a glance at him moments ago. When he realized what was going on, a strange expression had appeared on his face, and he had to hold back from face-palming. They're both Devis? And they're still into staring contests? Song Ke simply couldn't understand the world Bai Xiaochun lived in. Meanwhile, the nascent soul elder from the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect continued with his introductions. Last is the Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect from the north. I once went on a mission to gather intelligence on this sect, so I happen to know that although they have a lot of territory, it's actually very sparsely populated. The climate there is horrible, not as bad as the wildlands, but so intensely cold that the people from there have incredible physiques. The best in the world, actually. Their unique location makes them different from the rest of us in the east, west, and south. For all intents and purposes, all of the lands in the north are controlled by one sect. The Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect. There are a good number of cultivator clans in the area, which is where the Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect recruits their disciples from. The sect is organized by a delineation of heavens. Disciples start out in the first heaven and rise through the ranks to the ninth heaven. At this point, the nascent soul elder providing the explanations lowered his voice. Look over at the Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect's battleship. See the burly fellow up at the front? He might look like a single person, but he's not. Look more closely and you will see the evidence. He's really two people combined into one. Shocked, Bai Xiaochun looked over at the Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect with narrowed eyes. As he did, he realized that the burly man on the deck of the battleship was indeed not a single person. He was in fact two people combined together in bizarre fashion. One of them had an extremely burly left side. Whether it was his left hand, left leg, or the left side of his torso and head, all were very powerfully built. However, his right side was withered up and shrunken. Because of that, he looked very misshapen and odd. The other person was exactly the same, except with the sides switched. His right side was powerfully built, and his left side was withered. When those two people stood together, they almost looked like a single person. Furthermore, their facial features matched perfectly. As Bai Xiaochun looked over, he realized that, shockingly, both people had mid-Deva realm cultivation bases. Together, they form the Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect's illustrious Master Cloud Lightning. Supposedly, Master Cloud Lightning used to be a single person. However, because of cultivating a heaven-defying magic, he failed in his attempt to break through to the late Deva realm. The resulting backlash split him into two halves, each one of which contains a separate consciousness. However, the twin Master Cloud Lightnings possess a secret magic that allows them to temporarily combine back into the true Master Cloud Lightning. When they do, his cultivation base rises to the late Deva realm. As Bai Xiaochun listened to the introduction, his eyes grew wider and wider. The Devas from the other two sects were both in the mid-Deva realm, which wasn't very intimidating. However, when the twin Master Cloud Lightnings combined and rose to the late Deva realm, that was something to pay close attention to. After all, despite the fact that Bai Xiaochun could defeat someone in the mid-Deva realm, he wasn't quite sure about the late Deva realm. Now take a look at the three people standing behind Master Cloud Lightning. Those are all ninth heaven experts in the great circle of the nascent soul stage. They are Han Yueme, Zhong Zhinshan, and Master Lightning Origin. Master Lightning Origin is the one and only elite apprentice of Master Cloud Lightning. See, he's right there behind Master Cloud Lightning, the skinny one that's hunched over like a monkey. You have to be very careful around him. He's far more powerful than Han Yueme and Zhong Zhinshan. Very dangerous. Furthermore, he's the type to seek revenge over the smallest grievance, and has a reputation for being vicious and merciless. He's not the type you want to mess with blithely. By this point, everyone was getting much more familiar with the other three sects. Bai Xiaochun took a bit longer to look over the Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect. He had never forgotten what Patriarch Spirit Stream told him many years ago. The Spirit Stream sect had once been the frigid school from the north. The Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect formed only after destroying the frigid school, and was their biggest archenemy. Bai Xiaochun did not have a good impression of this sect at all. Lip curling, he murmured. Their Deva cultivated himself into two separate psychos. Of the ninth heaven cultivators, the most dangerous Master Lightning Origin looks like a monkey. What kind of a freak sect is this? Around this time, the 4 battleships neared the docks. Then, rumbling sounds filled the air as they settled into place. After the ships came to a full stop, the cultivators from the 4 river branches began to disembark, shivering apprehensively. Even more than before, the various cultivators looked around to measure up their rivals from the other sects. Of course, the other 3 river branches also had nascent soul elders who were giving introductions to their compatriots. Considering how many people were looking at him, Bai Xiaochun's curiosity was piqued. Sending some divine sense out, he began to eavesdrop on what people were saying.